Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Welcome, everybody. So in this session today, we're going to be talking about early childhood STEM resources and focusing on how STEM is not just content, but it's really habits of mind for our students to start with at a young age to help them as they grow and progress through the grade levels to do more and more advanced STEM activities. So to get started, a couple of things for this session. I am going to be giving you the opportunity to go onto the Jason Learning platform and take a look around. So there will be a few times that I ask you to share some things in the chat. So please feel free to participate at whatever level you are comfortable with. All right, so as we're getting started, and I'm going through my introduction here, if you would like to share in the chat what your favorite science topic is for early childhood. And as you are thinking of that and typing that in, I am going to go ahead and start. So let's see. All right. So my mouse has disappeared on me like it likes. There we go. All right. So again, my name is Rochelle Sandrin. I am the Director of STEM Education and Professional Development at Jason Learning. And if you have any questions that come up as you are using resources, please do not hesitate to email with questions. My email address is on the screen and I will show it again at the end as well. But it is rsandrin@jason.org. My phone number is up here as well, but email is definitely an easier way to get a hold of me with questions. So today for our norms, I just ask that you participate with an open mind, especially if you're not overly familiar with the Jason Learning Early Childhood STEM resources. Take a look at them, think about what you already have for resources in your classroom, and then think about how you can bring Jason Learning resources in alongside those. And then participate as much as you can. The more we participate, hopefully the more you will get out of the session. So today we are going to take a look at the Jason Learning Early Childhood STEM Education Curriculum. We are going to learn more about the 4 resources that are part of the 4 missions that are part of that tile. And then I am going to introduce you to some brand new content that we have released in the last couple of weeks. You may have seen, if you were using Jason at all last school year, that we had a new tile called Play Watch. And there were some videos in there. There were sampler videos. And since then, we have started adding content videos, and there is now a Playwatch Math and a Playwatch Science, as well as some skills and some English language arts videos as well. So we're going to take a look at those. And then at the end, if there are questions, you'll have a chance to share your questions. So some things about our program: we have been awarded the Best of STEM educators pick specifically for this early childhood curriculum. The author we have, she's extremely creative, and she wants to make sure that students are picking up not just the content we'd like them to learn, but also really focusing in on those habits of mind, things we need students to be able to do. So asking questions, coming up with a hypothesis, designing an investigation, and then being able to take what they learn from that investigation and use it to answer questions. So things that you can apply to all content areas and that students will be asked to do over and over throughout their career in K-12, and depending on what they choose to do afterwards. Whether it's school or whether it's going on to additional schooling or going into the workforce, these are skills that will help them. So the first challenge I invite you to participate in is, if you'd like to open a second tab, I want you to think about, when is the last time that you went in and took a look at the Jason Learning Early Childhood STEM tile. So I am going to demonstrate how to get in there in case it has been a little while for you. If you go to www.jason.org, that will take you to our home screen. And in the top right corner, you will see that login button. So if you click the login button, it will take you to the login screen, and you are going to go ahead and log in with Google. Now, because this is probably the first time a lot of you are logging in this since July 1st, you are going to get a short survey that is just going to ask you some demographic questions so we know who our users are. So it's going to ask you to pick your school off of a drop-down menu or your district. It's going to ask you about how many students you teach, grade levels or content. And so I will give you a moment now to complete that before we move on.
Rochelle, while they're logging in, do you happen to know for sure if this is available for pre-K in Cy-Fair ISD?
It was my understanding that it is. If it is not, I will, that's something I can take care of right after this session. So I will make sure that I demonstrate just in case someone doesn't have access.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so once you are able to complete that login screen, you should come to a screen that looks like mine. And there are 3 boxes at the top. We are going to focus on Explore Resources. The other 2 buttons are not as necessary as they used to be before we did single sign-on. So if you need those buttons, that's something that I can send instructions for later. But right now we are going to click on Explore Resources. And if it's been a little while since you logged in, you might notice that when you log into our gated site now, it sorts your content tiles by grade level automatically. You also have the option of sorting over in the top right corner by subject area, or you can look at the entire curriculum list. Whichever view you are in, it will sort the tiles inside there alphabetically. So we are going to take a look here at the early childhood STEM education tile. So if we click on this now, you'll see there are 4 missions. I would like you to select one of the first 3 missions because Sensational STEM, the 4th mission, we're going to talk about a little bit separately. That one is still a work in progress. But the first 3 missions are complete. So if you select one of those missions, and then what I would like you to do when you are in one of the missions, I'm picking STEM and Bloom. I would like you to look for the following and see where you find them. So I would like you to look for the goal of the mission you selected. So for example, I picked STEM and Bloom. I'd like you to click through the resources to see if you can find out where you can find the goal of the mission. Look for that curriculum summary. There's a list of books related to the mission topic. I'd like you to click into a lesson and take a look. Take a look at a general activity, a picture play activity, or any additional resources that you see that you think would be helpful in your classroom. And then I'd like you to be prepared to share something that you found that you thought was extremely helpful, or something that you think I should highlight to make sure your colleagues know where to find it, or just an aha moment or something you saw where you're like, oh, I didn't realize that was there. That's going to be great. And be prepared to share your responses in the chat.
Rochelle, sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to mention to our participants this morning that if they don't see their school listed in the drop down, see if they can choose school not listed. And we're going to check into that because all of our schools should be listed. And I'm not sure if you can actually, because I go in a little different way, but see if you can actually add your school or see if it will find you as a teacher in Sci-Fair.
Thank you.
Okay. And Rochelle, will you say again, what are they, what was your challenge right now for everybody?
So our challenge right now is to go into the early childhood STEM education tile and then select one of those first 3 missions and take a look through there for the things that I have on the screen here. So, and you don't need to find all of them. I should have clarified, you know, you can pick a couple and look for them, but can you find any of the following: where the goal of the mission is, where those curriculum resources are, the book list, what a lesson looks like, what an activity looks like. So find at least 1 or 2 of those things on that list.
Okay, thank you. And then I know Rochelle would like for you to be able to share something you found when she's ready to have you share.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Rochelle, we have a question from one of the participants. She said, can you please repeat where the missions are?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. So once we go into Explore Resources, you are going to find the Early Childhood STEM Education tile, which should be in your second row on the right side. Once we click into there, you'll see there are 4 missions listed. And I would just like you to select one of the first 3 missions and take a look. So once you select a mission, you should see something similar, depending on which mission you pick, similar to what I have up here, where there will be an introduction, and then you will go into lessons. And so I would like you to click into those different pieces and look for any of the things on the list that I have up on the screen. Any additional questions I can help answer? All right.
Okay, we do have one question.
Excellent.
One of our participants asked if the picture play activities can be shared on Schoology. Do you know? Do you
If
happen to
you are
know?
set up through Schoology, you should be able to share with and post onto Schoology. One of the things that you can do with any of the resources in Jason Learning is every individual page that you click into has its own unique URL. So with some resources, you can choose to share that URL through Schoology and take, families or whoever is accessing it to that specific page so they can see the activities. You also have the ability to copy and paste anything in there. So if we have something in there, a game or something that you would like to take that resource and put it into, copy and paste it into a better format for sharing out for you, you are able to do that. So you can adjust it and put it in how you would want to share it on Schoology, to change the format or do anything that you need to with that. All right, so let's go and take a look at what we have in here for our structure and make sure that you see where you can find all of these. And then as I'm speaking, if you would like to continue to share what you found, any questions, any aha moments, or anything that you think would be useful to make sure that your colleagues know about, please feel free to continue sharing. All right, so the first thing is each mission has structure, and it begins with an authentic problem. So when we're talking about what the goal of the mission is, we can take a look in our introduction, and we can take a look at, in here we have the teacher's guide and the curriculum summary. So it will talk about what is going on in this particular tile. Again, I selected STEM and Bloom, and you can go through what the issue is here. So in this particular mission, students are going, their ultimate goal is to start a school garden. And so they are going to be learning about what goes into planting a garden, what plants need to survive, and problem solving with what space they have available, what they should grow. And they are going to be looking at patterns and systems and how all of those things factor into the science of what plants need to live and grow. So that becomes, so then we start looking at collecting data, and that becomes what the basis of the mission is students are going to be using their skills of observation, using their senses, to collect data and then talk about it and figure out how to solve the problem at hand. So each mission integrated into the mission, there is going to be opportunities for math exploration. There will be opportunities for art and music. There are opportunities for phonics and a great connection to storytelling. All of the missions have an extensive book list for you to review of books that connect to the habits of mind or connect to the concepts that are being taught, you know, systems, structure and function, things like that, as well as connected to the content topic for students to follow along with. And these are books that you're going to recognize titles on the list because they are books that you were probably already using in your classroom or that might already be in your library. And if they're not, it's a great book list to share with your library media person when it comes time to order new books for the library or to spend down any library budgets. The book list, it will be extremely helpful in making sure that you have what you need to teach these lessons. Additionally, most of the books we use, you can also find on YouTube. So if you don't have a copy at the moment to read to and with students, it's something where you can typically find a video to play for your students of someone reading the book so they can follow along. So when we think about STEM, particularly in early childhood, one of the things we encourage at Jason is to get away from thinking of this as a group of letters that are a group of subjects: science, technology, engineering, and math. STEM needs to be more than that. It is the habits of mind. So problem solving and critical thinking are huge parts of that. So before I go into a little more detail with that, I want to make sure that you see where to find these other resources I asked you to take a look at. So whenever we're navigating back on the Jason Learning platform, you are always going to scroll to the top of the screen and look for this blue circle with a back arrow, and that will take you to the screen before. Now, again, we are in the introduction. So if you would like to follow along with what I am doing right now, I am in the mission STEM and Bloom. And then within that mission, I am currently in the introduction. So the first thing we took a look at was that curriculum summary, which takes teachers and guides, because this can be used, these resources can be used in a formal school setting, they can be used in an after-school program, they can be used by caregivers. It doesn't have to only be a classroom teacher who works through activities like this with their students. So once we get in here, we take a look and see what the different lessons are that are available. So under the introduction, you saw a very long list of lessons, and each lesson has a name, and we have a detailed summary in here. These lessons are designed to be taught in order, because the lessons do build on one another, and they do have an overall storyline that is taking place throughout the mission. But you can pull pieces to work with different grade levels, or to reiterate a particular concept with students. So you can teach it piece by piece, but it was designed to be taught in completely and in order, because the lessons build. So you can take a look here and see what each lesson has to offer. And that just gives you an overall idea of what is available for you. Now, because we know that not everyone who is working with our youngest learners has a strong education background, depending on what setting you're in, we also have advice for guides as part of the teacher's guide. And this is very helpful, because we're asking people to do things that maybe you're not used to doing, those hands-on activities with students quite in this way. So what this advice does is it gives you some background information about why the tiles are set up the way they are, and where you can support students without directly giving answers, but getting them to think and do some problem solving on their own. And then we talk about using chemicals. So there are hands-on activities in here that use chemicals. They are safe for them. They are safe chemicals. They are typically things you can find in the kitchen. But we want to start early on teaching students that when we are in lab spaces, we need to practice safety. So whether that is wearing goggles or aprons or gloves, being careful how we measure, we don't put things in our mouths, and other information like that, that we need students to be thinking about, because as they get older, they are going to have access to things that are a little bit more dangerous when they're in science class. And we would like them to have those strong lab habits early on. Play is a big part of learning at the younger ages in particular. So how we bring work and play together and capitalize on natural curiosity that students have to ask questions and then start building those investigations and paying attention to the world around them. And then integrating language arts. So again, talking about which books, which stories you're going to use, and then how to share the books. And then there are also assessments in here, and there are a few different ways that we assess students. So there are rubrics for assessing the students on the STEM habits of mind, so that you are paying attention to, are they picking up the skills that we would like them to in STEM? And then there are assessments that go along with the vocabulary and the content that they're learning. So you can assess students on different levels in here. And it gives some great examples to help you decide, as you're assessing students, where they are in their success level. And then again, really talking about safety. It's really important that we start as young as possible, encouraging students to pay attention to safety. Now, there are additional resources in here that can help you. So maybe your students are brand new to learning how to have discussions with each other. So how do you engage students in conversations? We don't want to give them answers directly when we're doing these activities. We want to question and encourage students to use their own thinking and come up with answers that make sense to them, that we can talk through with them. So this background can be very helpful for those of us who are new to implementing STEM lessons with our youngest learners. Now you'll notice STEM and Bloom also has Spanish language resources if that's something that you need. Not all of our curriculum tiles are set up with full Spanish versions. So if you have questions about accessing content like that and you need support, that is the time when you can definitely reach out. We also have information in here on vocabulary for ecology, because this is STEM and Bloom is really an ecology unit. And then going into the goal here is to have a school garden, and that can sound really overwhelming to teachers. And they're, I don't have time to build a school garden. I don't have space. I don't have funds. So there is a great document in here on practical tips for starting a school garden. And the main thing to remember with this particular set of content is a school garden does not have to be this massive undertaking. Yes, they are. Everything should, yes. So I will show you that we can align to the new TEKS. So in here, it gives you tips on how to start a school garden. And a school garden could be as simple as students bringing in 2-liter bottles or even planting in paper cups. A school garden does not have to be, like I said, a massive undertaking. Now, the question about aligning to the TEKS, if you go up in the top left corner and see this hamburger menu, we have our standards option underneath here. So if we click on standards, you will go and you'll select Texas. And then you will pick all of the standards that are currently kind of in play are in here. So after the new TEKS are implemented starting this fall, there won't be so many options to choose from for the TEKS, but we can pick, so we have the K-5 science. And in here, you can pick those grade levels, and it will show you in parentheses at the end of the standard, how many resources are aligned. And so if we click on, let's see, let's do the recurring themes and concepts. When we click on this, you will see that different resources will pop up here. And it will let you know which resources align, with the one in the top left corner being the most aligned and moving to be, less aligned as you scroll down the list. Up at the top, you can also sort by activities. So those hands-on activities, you can sort by articles, etc. So whatever you are looking for your students, you can definitely sort by that. And I will be showing you also where you find some of these activities, because they are part of a different collection called Immersion Learning. So I will make sure that I highlight where to find that as well. Now, when you go into something, you can either use the back arrows to get back to where you started from, or to get back to the main collection, you can just put your cursor in the Search Digital Library bar. Where do you go after you hit the hamburger? Absolutely. All right, so under the hamburger menu, you are going to scroll down until you see standards. So click on standards, and it will take you to the framework alignment screen. And that's where you will pick Texas, and then you will pick the TEKS. And I think you picked the third one because that is the one now that has the newest ones in here. And so all of those, you won't have Texas as 3 options either moving forward. And then you can pick your grade level and take a look at the standards of the alignment that we have. All right. So to get back to the main library, we can just put the cursor in the Search Digital Library bar and hit enter. And it will take us back to the full collection, and it will automatically default to the full collection in alphabetical order. So we can scroll down to early childhood STEM and get back into this tile. Now, some of the other things that you can find when you are in here. So if we go back into STEM and Bloom and go back into our introduction, We'll see also that there are the connections with literacy, and there is the book list that I asked you to have that be one of the things that you tried to find. So we can see here we have books about gardening, water, soil, and sun, and it gives you the information that you need. And I recommend taking a look through this list. Now, these are not exhaustive lists. You may have other books that you use that cover these topics, and that is perfectly fine. Like I said, these are not exhaustive lists, but they are a great starting point for looking for books, and you can see what books are on here that you already use and get some ideas for books that you might want to add to your school library. We also have in here how to make those connections with literacy and evaluating the habits of mind. So if we go into evaluating the habits of mind, we'll see that there is the habits of mind we're talking about are listed on here, and you may recognize them. Some of them have some overlap with some of the math ideas that we want students to do. So productive struggle or persistence, making sure that what you're giving students is challenging enough that it keeps them engaged, but not so challenging it shuts them down, that they're listening with understanding and empathy, that they're thinking flexibly, that they would like to be accurate. So that's where we start to bring in using academic vocabulary versus just using regular language. And we can replace that as students become more familiar with content. And then as you scroll down more, you'll see here are questions that you can ask students that will help them that will allow you to assess where they are. So the types of questions you need to ask to figure out what your students are doing, as well as behavioral observations. And it gives you examples of what something might look like, what you might hear from students, and questions that you could ask to further dig into uncovering their thinking. So this is a resource that is in there for you. And then we also have communication with caregivers. So sending information home, talking about what kids are doing in class with you. And then what's really nice is this complete materials list to help you get ready for what you're going to need when students are to the point where they're going to be planting seeds, or there are a number of activities in here for students to do and the resources you need for that. One of our goals with resources is to make sure that they are affordable and easy to find. So a lot of the resources listed are things you can find at Walmart or the dollar store. But make sure that if you take a look at these lists early, some of these things are going to be supplies that oftentimes schools will have on site already, things that they just normally order for the year. So it is definitely worth checking that way. And then helping provide a list of additional resources that you would like to ask to be purchased, or if it comes down to it, that you could purchase from the dollar store. And then there is information on implementation. So always start with that introduction. All of our resources have teacher materials. So always look for those teacher materials because they do provide a lot of background, particularly for that initial implementation, the first time you're teaching a lesson, before you kind of figure out how you are going to adjust it so it better fits in your classroom and sounds more like how you interact with your students. There's a lot of background information here to help you be successful. Underneath the introduction, you'll get into the lessons, and every lesson is full of activities. So if we look along the left side of the screen here, we'll see there are different stages, and there are activities to do in these stages that will help build up to that idea of how do we design and plant a garden. So in this case, the first activity we have here is called Squish, and it's really talking about how much space plants need to grow. And this one's going to focus in on plants that grow in the cracks in the sidewalk or between pavers and things like that. So this brings in counting and measuring for students. So you're getting those math ideas while you're still focusing on that ecology about what plants need to survive. And with that ultimate goal of being able to successfully design and plant a garden. When you click into this, you'll see that these really are designed to be teacher-facing materials. These are not necessarily things that you are going to assign directly to a kindergarten student. The reading level is really designed for you to be reading to or with your students, not for them to be reading on their own. But the information in here, it will automatically default to what students would see if they logged in. To see the teacher resource side of this, you'll click Switch to Educator View in this orange button up in the top right corner. You will always know that you're in Educator View when red text shows up. Students don't see any of the text in red. So it gives you some background information. It gives you a time frame, suggests how to pair your students, highlights that vocabulary that you would like to make sure students are comfortable using by the end, gives you some background information, some things that you can do to prepare your students, and just again has a lot of support in here to help you with implementation. It also will give these notes in red for teacher tips or answers to questions. I know I always really appreciate, even if I'm pretty confident I know the answer, I really like being able to see what the intended answer is to make sure that I am part of that, that I am on the right track. And then we'll have that picture play material. So again, with the picture play, what you can do to assign this out or put it in Schoology would be if you copy the URL up in the top browser bar here, and then if students click on that, it will take them right to this resource. If they are not logged, and you can download these pictures as well. So if it would be easier for you to download and attach, there is a download option and there is a print option. So you can pick the way that is best for you to pull this resource and share it and use it with your students effectively. And if none of those options are working for you, that's another time, please email me and we can discuss some other strategies or answer any questions you have and look at needs you have and see how we can help meet those. And then it brings in the story that's featured in this particular lesson, which is poems about a place to start a family, because a lot of the times when we're teaching what animals need to survive, we're actually looking at what plants and animals need to survive. So there's going to be some crossover and some discussion there because they are living things and they need some things that are similar and some things that are different. So it's a great place to have a conversation with students. And then also there is an app that it introduces here called iNaturalist. If none of you have ever used, I use it all the time in my own garden. But you can take a picture of any plant or animal and it will give you suggestions of and it will help you identify it. So I know a lot of the time at the beginning of the year when I'm weeding my garden and I can't quite tell yet if it's a weed or one of the things I planted on purpose, iNaturalist can be very helpful. And it's I used it with my nieces when they were younger and they just got very used to, we could figure out what we were looking at and really sparked their curiosity. And we'd have conversations about, oh, what plant do we think that is? Have we seen it before? Why is it growing there? And then iNaturalist could help us identify so we could take our questioning further. So that is what it looks like inside of one of our missions. And I think that covered pretty much everything we were looking for. So again, we're looking at STEM as a state of mind, not a group of subjects. And there are a few different ways that we can do that. So there are some great books that we can use, and we have links, and I will be sharing out this presentation after this session so that it can be shared with all of you. So you can have the links, but there are some problem-solving skills and some problem-solving books that you can use with students to really establish what the goal is when you're working in STEM. So there's The Most Magnificent Thing, and there is SWAP. And so, for example, in The Most Magnificent Thing, the girl and her best friend have a problem and they need their STEM skills to solve it. So it's really talking with students about how do we take a big problem and how do we figure out the answer? How do we figure out a solution? And then the second book is about a pirate who has a wreck of a ship, and he is going to be switching out the parts and making his ship ready to be sailed again. So again, using those STEM skills of problem solving to solve the problem of needing his ship to sail. So like I was saying, every lesson has a book, at least one book integrated. But again, those are not the only books that work. There are a lot of different books that you can use, and you can see some of the books in this picture here are very well loved. They've been used for a long time. So what are the different missions? Well, if we go back and take a look at what the goals are, mission 1, STEM and Bloom, is that there's a group of students and their friends at the senior home across the street are complaining that their food is mushy. And so the students decide that they need a garden to help grow fresh food for their friends at the senior center. So what the questions they are trying to answer are, where can we plant the garden and what can we grow? So all of the lessons are designed building up to be able to answer those questions. So some sample activities in there would be talking about color and why, that question, as all of you look around, you may notice that plants are pollinated by different animals. And as it turns out, fragrance and color have a lot to do with that. So that can be a very complex concept to bring into students. So we start talking about, okay, so how do we identify colors? Why do we think flowers are such bright, pretty colors? And then they're going to mash the flowers up, add some vinegar, do some little experiments. And this is where those chemicals come in. So vinegar in and of itself is not dangerous. Baking soda is not dangerous, but these are still chemicals we're using in a lab situation. So we want to make sure that our students are used to following safety rules for that. In mission 2, the students have a problem where they would like to earn money to go to an amusement park. So the goal of this mission is they design their own rides and their own amusement park at school as a fundraiser so they can buy tickets to the big amusement park. So this is bringing in force and motion. Usually around kindergarten, first grade, students are working on pushes and pulls. So this brings in those ideas and starts bringing in Newton and Newton's laws of motion and getting students to see that practically through something that hopefully interests and excites them. And then mission 3, water, wind, and weather. I know that a lot of the younger classrooms particularly will still start with morning meetings where you'll discuss the weather for the day or anything that has happened and you're looking at patterns. So in this particular case, this is that there's a storm warning, but the students have a substitute that day and the sub doesn't know what the rules, like what the emergency plan is, and neither did the students. So once the storm is over, the students realize they need to know what to do in case of a weather emergency, and they're going to work to figure out what those rules are and come up with a plan. So how do you sign into the teacher view? All right, so if we go back in here and we take a look in a lesson, so if you pick any lesson and then click on the activity, in the top right corner, whenever you see an orange button, you are going to be able to switch to teacher view, to the educator view. So in addition to those guides, some of the individual activities also have a teacher view. You click on that and you'll know you're in teacher view because you see text show up in red, as well as this educator overview section will appear. And then you'll see that activity content below. This is what students, anything below this line is what students would see if they logged in. So some activities in the water, wind, and weather is talking about coring, doing core samples, using a muffin versus being out in the dirt. So thinking about, for students, have you ever dug a hole? And what did you find? And then they're going to dig this imaginary hole and then a real one, and they're going to take a core sample of a muffin. And then think about, why does it matter what is why do we care what's in the ground? Why would we dig a hole? Why would we talk about that when we're talking about the weather? And we start to talk about soil and drainage and those concepts from there. And the books that are part of this one are great because they start to bring in other concepts like mapping. So students are starting to look at some geography and how things are different depending on where you live, and take a look at what maps tell us and what they look like. So language arts is everywhere. So they have picture plays and activities. This particular one is talking about how clouds can tell stories. That activity a lot of us have done as children, looking up the clouds, seeing shapes, turning those into stories, and then having students write their own stories. They also will do activities to help tell their stories. So in this case, we have paint and whipped cream to tell stories about what's going on with weather. And then we will have, like I said, there's an arc, a story arc that goes through this. So in Water, Wind, and Weather, the character we're following is Gator, and he's been sitting outside on a mailbox for years, and he sees a lot of weather that takes place, and the students are going to be telling his stories of what he has experienced based on what they learn about him and being outside. And then we also include in here opportunity for practicing phonics. So we know the importance of bringing language in. And what does it mean if the teacher does not have the orange button? What that means is it depends. So if you send me an email, and I'm going to put my email address up in just a second because we are almost done. Send me an email and let me know what activity you were in, because it could mean that that activity doesn't have the button, or it could mean that for some reason you are categorized as a student, and I will need to check on that. So when I put up my email address, make sure you write it down and send me an email so I can check on your account. And then the assessments that I mentioned earlier. So there are different types of assessments that you can give students. This video here is one way where you can assess students, as you know, by having a conversation versus those assessments where they're more closed-ended and you're asking students to select a correct answer. These are the rubrics that you can share with people who come into your classroom so that you can look at those STEM habits of mind. And the part I really like is questions, the green cards at the end, questions you could ask to keep the conversation going. We have a tendency to answer students' questions and give them answers. And we really want to start encouraging them to think about how they could find that answer on their own and model for them that we don't know everything. We have to look things up as well. Now, the fourth mission, which is still a work in progress, is called Sensational STEM. And this is about using specifically their 5 senses to plan a trip to the museum. So they are going to need to think about what they will see, hear, feel, smell, and think to understand what's there. So the goal here again is students are going to be planning a trip to the museum, making sure they highlight their 5 senses. So again, we have a number of fun activities for students to do. Now, we do talk a lot about safety and how students shouldn't be eating in science labs, but then in some of the STEM habits, in some of the STEM lessons, we do have things that are edible. So it's really important to help students differentiate between when it's okay, when your teacher tells you it's okay to sample something, versus when it is not. Now, the last thing I want to highlight very quickly is when you log in, I would like you to look for Play Watch. So if we go back to the main screen, Play Watch are our brand new curriculum collaboration. So if we scroll down, you'll see that we have Play Watch, the video sampler, which has a variety of topics. And then we have literacy, math, science, and skills and strategies. And these are in progress. So there are a few videos in each one right now that you can incorporate into things that you are teaching. And some of them are songs, so they can be great for breaks and things like that. They can be a great way to start the day, to have conversations, and they're definitely short and designed to be shown repeatedly. So keep an eye out for these tiles to continue to grow as we get more resources in them. What we like about the Play Watch tiles also is they really highlight diversity in the characters that are used and in the topics that are covered. So that can be a little bit different than some of the things that we see. We also, I'm sharing information about our annual recycling contest. So that is something your students can participate in at all the way from pre-K up through 12th grade. So if that is something you are interested in, we will be sending announcements out announcing the theme for this year shortly. And the winners last year the video winners were third graders. So it's not just our high school students that win these contests. And then the last thing I want to make sure that you have access to is my email address. So any questions and any concerns that you have or anything that comes up, please email me. I receive the emails for both of these email addresses. So thank you all very much for your time this morning. Thank you for your questions. And again, I will be sharing this presentation so you can access any of the links and review any of the content in here as a reminder. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to email me. Have a great rest of your morning. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for joining this session. If I'm moving too fast, people were great in the last session about asking me to repeat myself. So please do not hesitate to say, oop, hold on, how did you get there? Because I want to make sure that you know how to get back and keep taking a look at things. So today we are going to take a look at the JSON Learning Platform, specifically looking at those science connections. And so we are going to, here we go. So again, my contact information, I'm Rochelle Sandrin. I'm the Director of STEM Education and Professional Development and Implementation with JSON Learning. I'm coming to you today from Wisconsin. And my email address is up on the screen here, rsandrin@jason.org, and I will put it up again at the end as well. So if you have any questions, that is the easiest way to get a hold of me. And do not hesitate to reach out. So today I'm just going to ask that you participate with an open mind, that you be ready to try some new things, particularly if you haven't been to the JSON site before, and that participate to the best of your ability, and try if you can follow along or respond to prompts in the chat, that would be outstanding. So today we are going to explore the JSON Learning Platform, specifically looking at our classic curriculum, our science curriculum. I'm also going to highlight that we have a lot of CTE curriculum that has some particularly strong science connections, especially with physics and or like physical science. So an integrated physics, chemistry course, things like that, or in middle school, and that we have great career connections as well with people who are alive and practicing science today, and who look like us, not like we normally see, pictures of Einstein in our textbooks, where not a lot of us can relate and identify with him personally. So we also will have hopefully some time for a Q&A at the end or throughout. So if you have questions, please drop them in the chat. So my first challenge is, let's see if we can get as many people logged in as possible. So when was the last time you logged into JSON Learning? So what I'm going to do is I will model how to log in, and then I'm going to ask you to select from one of our classic tiles of our science curriculum, and I have a list here of potential topics you could choose. So the monster storms, infinite potential, wetlands, race to restore, which is ecology, resilient planet, which is also ecology, and then terminal velocity and tectonic fury, which is earth and space science. And once we get in there, I want you to kind of take a look around and see if you can find some of these resources that I want to make sure you know are available. So looking for who that host researcher is, seeing if you can find teacher resources, lab activities, field assignments, or games. So one or more of the things on that list. So I will come back to this tile, but right now I'm going to go to jason.org and walk you through logging in. So when you get to jason.org, you should see the screen that I have up now. And in the top right corner, you are going to see the login button. Go ahead and click on login. And then you are going to click on login with Google. Now, for those of you who have not logged in since July 1st, the first thing that is going to come up for you is a menu, like a demographic screen, where we're going to ask you to choose your school from the drop-down menu. And then you are going to enter information about what you teach and about how many students. That's just internal information that we ask for once a year to see who's logging in from our districts and what types of support we should be offering for our users. So I am going to give you a minute now to fill out that screen. And then when you get to the screen that looks like mine, you can just pause for a moment if unless you're very comfortable with it, and then just jump right in. And after, I will give a moment and then we will log in together. Again, if you are having trouble getting in, please just be patient. I will be walking through, I'll be giving people a chance to look at things, but then I will also be demoing how to use it. But I would like people, if you can, to follow along so that you get a chance to click through and experience the content. All right.
I just wanted to mention that those of you who are logging in right now, you might also want to try logging in through our class link if you have difficulty logging in the other way. And then we just had a question in the chat, Rochelle, that said, can you repeat which icon to enter?
Absolutely. Yes. So, do you mean like the collections I was talking about, or I'll go back to the main screen and then. Okay, so if you are in login, you're going to click login. Then it will ask you to to choose how. So you are going to click login with Google. And then it will ask you to fill out that form. Once you complete that form, we are going to click on Explore Resources. When you click on Explore Resources, it's going to take us into the content collection, and it will default to sorting by grade band. So you can take a look at your grade band across the top. You can select one. So if I select 3 to 5, it'll take me right down there, or you can scroll down. And I am asking you to look for, sorry, as I scroll through everything, one of the following, to look for monster storms, infinite potential, wetlands, resilient planet, terminal velocity, or tectonic fury. And within each grade band, all of the tiles are alphabetical, so you should be able to go by title to find what you are looking for. So for example, if I am in grades 3 to 5, as I scroll down, you'll see that here I have monster storms, which is weather severe and severe storm preparation. So you can just look for any of these tiles and click on one. And then once you are in that tile, I'd like you to look for any of the following. See if you can tell who the host researcher is. Look to see where you can find those teacher resources, find a lab activity or a field assignment, or see if there are any games. And then when you find any of those things, if you would like to share what you found or where you found it in the chat. All right, I know that was a brief period of time, but I want to make sure that I get to highlight everything with you. And hopefully what you saw, at least to start with, is that we do have a lot of resources available in here for you. So if you haven't looked in a while, or you are new to JSON Learning, hopefully this can help be a good reminder or a good way for you to start taking a look at what we have. So one thing is that all of the tiles follow the JSON structure, these classic science tiles. So they are going to have, when you log into the tile, they are going to have an overview, and they are going to introduce a host researcher, which is someone that through JSON Learning, we went out and we interviewed and created that video with them. These aren't videos we just pulled from anywhere. There should be an overview article talking about what students are going to learn in this particular mission as part of the tile. And then there should be a mission briefing video, again, telling students what they are going to be learning and doing throughout the mission. And then you will find teacher resources in each of these. As you scroll further down, you'll see stages with articles and activities. You'll see field assignments, interdisciplinary connections, games, images. So I am going to go in now. Again, I was in Monster Storms, so I'm going to click on Monster Storms. And in here, you'll see that the first thing we have is that it has this overview video that students can watch. And this is something that you can assign out to students. Every page on the JSON website has a unique URL. So you can choose to copy that URL and you can post it in, if you're using Schoology or a different digital classroom, Canvas, Google Classroom, whatever a school or a district is using, you can paste that URL in there. And that way, instead of telling students the pathway to get to a resource, you can give them the link to go directly to the resource you want them to use. So you could have them watch the overview on their own, or this is something you could launch as a classroom activity. Now on the right side, you'll see that there are missions. Depending on which tile you clicked on, it might also say expeditions. So if we click into a mission, we'll start to see that format I was talking about. So we have our host researcher here, who is NASA researcher Anthony Gilroy. And he studies hurricane and tropical storm mechanics. So you can see that explanation over here on the right. And he will talk about what he does and what students are going to do or learn about in this mission. So if you scroll down, you'll see that there's an article about him. So if we play the video.
NASA researcher Anthony Gilroy is doing his part to understand the mechanics of hurricanes and tropical storms. He and his team launch remotely operated planes called Aero.
And what's nice about these videos is they are short. We're talking under 5 minutes, typically under 2 minutes. So they're a great clip and a great way to launch a lesson and get students excited and engaged, but not taking up a lot of time, expecting students to stay focused on a long video. So then again, there is the information about him and the article about what's going on in this particular mission. So this one is about Hurricane Ophelia in 2005. And then we get into the mission briefing video. So we'll learn a little bit more about his work and the aircraft that are used to study all of this. And then in this particular case, in some of our missions, we have a program called the Argonauts, which some districts choose to participate in, where they send a student and a teacher every year on expedition with us. This year, the expeditions were, there was one to Arizona, to the Sky Islands, to do work with the bug chicks on identifying species out in the desert and doing some research that way. And the other mission was to Houston and had to do with NASA. So groups of teachers and students from districts around the country got together and went on these missions. And some of these missions, we were able to record students and include their work into our platform. So you can see those missions that students went on. After you see those videos to get students started, the most important thing I want you to see as teachers is that there are always going to be teacher resources. So if you click on teacher resources, it opens up into, there are assessment options in here that some of them are great checks for understanding. Some of them are designed to be more open-ended. So you can take a look, and there are pre and post tests and see what fits in with what you need for your classroom. You may not choose to use the assessments as traditional assessments. You may end up seeing that they work better in your particular setting as maybe a bell ringer or an exit ticket, a sponge activity, any of those things that help with bell-to-bell instruction to get students thinking about either what they're going to do or what they have done. As we go back into our teacher resources, we will also see that there are the data sheets for any of the activities students need to do collecting data. There will be interdisciplinary connections, so talking about other content areas. So in this case, how to do some connections to math and geography and other areas in science. There's history and culture. So this is to show you that while science is where we started and where a lot of our content is, there are activities and parts and pieces of this that connect very well to other content areas: social studies, math, English language arts. There is a lot of nonfiction reading and technical writing opportunities that are part of our curriculum tiles. So that can be very helpful in doing those cross-curricular connections and helping students see that even if we sometimes teach in a silo, that's not how the world works. Scientists need to be able to communicate. So reading, writing, speaking, and listening are huge. There are some sample lesson plans in here. We also, in some of the tiles, will have connections to novels. So again, tying out to ELA and reading some books that you could bring in here, and you could read either in their English class or in their science class, connecting both the content and the idea of reading within the content, and that everything doesn't have to be left in a specific silo. And then there's the teacher's edition. The teacher's edition is great because it gives you some front matter and some back matter. If it's especially if it's a topic you haven't taught a lot, or you're in a new grade level, or it's maybe not your favorite. I was a high school biology teacher. I did not love teaching protein synthesis, so I was always looking for resources that could help me make sure that my understanding was stronger. So when students asked a lot of questions, I knew how to guide them to continue looking for answers. So the teacher's edition pages are extremely helpful in here, and they're broken down by the mission as a whole, as well as, the tile as a whole, as well as by individual missions. And whenever we're navigating back in here, we want to make sure we use that blue circle with the back arrow to go to the screen before. Some of our collections also have games. Sometimes they're vocabulary games. They're not as fully interactive. They're more about, again, identifying and making sure students are comfortable with academic vocabulary. Sometimes they are animated diagrams. And there's one example we're going to take a look at today that is an excellent interactive game for students as well. And then we typically will have photo galleries with pictures that have been used throughout the missions. So that is how the missions are organized. Some other things that you may see in there is if we, let me go back into mission 1. So we looked at our teacher resources. Now we're going to look in the stages. We can see in each stage that there are a set of articles, and there is always at least one lab activity in there. So something hands-on for students to do. And our goal is to make sure that the hands-on science is accessible for students. So we work very hard to make sure that we're not asking for a lot of crazy, expensive, or difficult to obtain materials for this. So our missions listed by TEAC somewhere. We are going to definitely be getting into how to search by standards. That's one of the next things I'm going to cover. So yes, I will show you how to find things aligned to your TEACs. So we have these hands-on activities, and then I mentioned also field assignments. Field assignments are great data analysis activities. So there's at least one field assignment in each mission as well. Then we can get back into that interdisciplinary connection. So we can see here's the one for history and culture, look at any games there are, and the photo galleries. So just making sure that you see that there are a lot of resources in here. And these resources are designed so you can pick and choose. You do not need to teach this entire mission. You do not need to teach an entire tile. You can pull the activities that align with what you are doing and use them in a way that makes the most sense. JSON is a great supplemental resource to support other resources that you are already using. Maybe you have that one activity where every year you're like, I really don't love this one. And every year you mean to switch it out for something else, but there's a lot to do as a classroom teacher, and maybe you miss it and you're now at the day before and you're like, oh no, I have to do that activity again. That is a great way to look at JSON and see if you can find something to replace that activity so you're not starting from scratch. All right, so for example, we looked at monster storms instead of infinite potential. So what I would like to do now before we go in and play a game is I would like to show you how to search. So there are a couple of ways that you can search. If you ever want to go back to the main collection page, just put the cursor in the search digital library bar. Don't type anything in and press enter. And then that will take you back to an alphabetical curriculum list. I tend to find it easier to search by subject area or grade band. So those are two options you have to filter the content and sort it. And you can see which one makes the most sense for you as you take a look at things. I'm going to search by subject area, and then you'll see there are boxes across the top. So this will show you all of our full curriculum collection tiles. If you would like to search for something more granular, one way you can search is by the teak. So in the top left corner, you have the hamburger menu. If you click on this menu, you'll see as you scroll down that there are standards. So you can go ahead and click on standards, and it will take you to framework alignments. You are going to select Texas. Right now, Texas is on here 3 times because there are so many different standard options available to use right now. This will be narrowed down as the TEKS take effect this coming school year. So right now, pick the 3rd Texas, and then you can select for your grade band. So I'm going to pick K to 5. And then you'll see each grade level here. And you can expand it out, and you'll see the number in parentheses is the number of resources we have aligned for that grade level. And then you can start drilling down to get to the level that you would like to for the standards themselves. And you'll see the numbers change. So let's take a look. If we look at Earth and space science, let's look at this one that says the student knows that there are processes on Earth that create patterns of change. This and then goes from there. And we can drill down even further than that. But what I found is if you leave it kind of at that second to lowest level, that'll give you a good variety of resources to take a look at and figure out which ones work best for how you are teaching. So if we click on the topic, on the standard, it will come up with the resources we have that are aligned. And it'll be the most aligned will be in the top left corner, and the alignment will become weaker as you go through. Now, once you are in here and you have sorted, and then you are searching by standards, you can sort by the type of resource. So across the top here, we could switch it to activities. So we're looking for labs, field assignments, and other hands-on things for students to participate in. And it will now sort and just pull out those activities. You can sort by articles. So anything that needs to be read. Our articles are written at or above grade level. And in the classic curriculum, there is a read to me feature. So as students are looking at the articles, the computer can read to them. You also have the ability to copy and paste any of our content into something like a Google Doc. So if you have a student who uses Google Read Write, you can go ahead and copy an entire article and put it in there, and then they can use their assistive technology that they need to. Articles are written at or above grade level, so if you have students who are struggling with reading, make sure that you are aware of the supports that are available for them. Then you can continue and go search by sort to see if there are games, images, videos, etc. All the different resources that we have. You can look for assessments. You can look for journal questions. So there are a number of different ways that you can look in addition to going into a curriculum collection and manually looking through it on your own. You can go ahead and search in here too. Now I'm going to pick this article, Islands of Life, because I would like to show you a few things that you can do once you're in here. So you're like, okay, great. So I find this article, Islands of Life, and I really like it. How do I know where it came from? Up at the top here, you'll see where it says Parent Collections, and it will tell you what mission and what tile you are in when you are in this particular activity. That way you can go back and say, okay, so this is Resilient Planet. Awesome. Let me see if there's anything else in there that really aligns, that maybe didn't show up on this list, but fits in with how I am teaching this particular content. So then if you click on that, it will take you to the Resilient Planet tile, and you can pick any of the missions and you can go from there. The other feature I would like to show you in here is this Read to Me feature. So as you're looking at an article, you can see we try to keep them a page or two long, not incredibly long. And anything highlighted in yellow is hover over for students to get definitions. And then we have the Read to Me feature up here at the top. You can go in and you can download the reading. You can also change the playback speed. So some students would like to speed it up, some would like to slow it down. It depends on what you're having the students do. So now it will not highlight as the students are following along, but as the Read to Me feature is working, students can follow along with the text, which is why you might want to play around with the playback speed. All right. So that is how you search by the TEKS. You can also search by keyword. So we are actually going to play a game now. But so I will have you search for a specific term shortly, but think of a unit you have coming up that you're teaching. So I'm going to type in volcanoes, and you can type in that keyword and hit enter, and it will do the same thing as searching by the TEKS. It will sort out anything that references that keyword, and you can now filter by activities, articles, games, etc. And the same thing, you click on the activity and you will be able to follow those breadcrumbs back to the main collection. All right. So I would like to give you a chance now to play a very fun game we have that's part of the Infinite Potential collection called Coaster Creator. So put your cursor in the digital search bar and type in Coaster Creator. And then spell it properly. There we go. So if we click on Coaster Creator, the first thing that comes up is this game, Coaster Creator. So what I would like all of you to do is to search for the game and open it up, and you will see that there is the game and then there are resources that come along with it. I would like you to click Launch Game, and I'm going to give you a few minutes to follow along with the directions and figure out how to play and see if you can successfully complete the goal and get a score. And then for anyone who is able to do that and get a score, put your score in the chat so we can see how people are doing. So again, you are going to go into the Search Digital Library and you're going to type in Coaster Creator. And then when that result comes up, you will click on the game, and then you are going to launch the game and start following along and playing. And I'll give you about 5 minutes, and then when you get a score, share your score in the chat.
Give your coaster cars a unique look. Choose the car's shape and colors.
So if there's anyone who is not able to log in, I can start demonstrating how Coaster Creator works while we wait for people to share any scores that they get. So the first thing we'll do is we pick our animal that's going to be our coaster cars, and then you can pick the main color and you can pick the detail. And now after you do that, so some things that you may notice around the screen is that there's the potential and kinetic energy equations up at the top. So we are going to go ahead now. You can also add cars. I'm not going to add any cars, I think.
Adding cars
There we go.
increases mass,
So
and therefore the total energy in your system. Subtracting
you
cars
can use the plus or the
decrease
minus.
total energy in your
You can
system.
add or subtract cars.
Click on the notes
And
to
now
construct your track.
we
Add
are
hills
going
and
to
build an initial hill to introduce
go ahead and design our roller coaster. So the first thing you have to do is design that initial hill. And when you click on where the circles are, you can see that you can move the initial hill up and down. But then you'll also see that there are two buttons up here to help you design what's next. So I am going to add in a drop. And then I am going to add in a loop. And maybe I'll add in a second one and just think about what you know about sizes. And the goal is to get your roller coaster to stop at the end without flying off the track or stopping short. I am not good at this. So we will see what happens. I'm gonna fix that one. And then let's see, I know that we want to give it a chance to slow down at the end. All right. So once we're done with our roller coaster, then we can go ahead and launch it. And let's see what happens. I think that's probably the closest I've ever gotten. So you can see now what happened here, and then it generates a lot of interesting information for you. So you can use games like this in a variety of ways. There are some teachers I know who have it set up where they just have a running high score list where when students have time in between activities or at lunch, after school, whenever, they can go in and they can work on building a coaster and see what their high score is. But then you can also take this and you can extend it out. So now you could try to predict by looking at one of these, the graphs that come out in the end. You could, as the teacher, you could you could create several of these, grab screenshots of them, and then you could ask students to take a look at the chart, at the graph, and predict what happened with this roller coaster. Did it stop on time? Did it stop too early? Did it shoot over the end? And you can have them draw a track that they think matches. So instead of drawing it in here, you can have them draw on paper, like how far up it goes, like what that initial hill looks like, any loops, any straight parts, however it works for that. And then you can start having those conversations about potential and kinetic energy and what that looks like and how you can tell from these charts. So you're doing some great data analysis, which can be very helpful depending on the types of tests that students end up taking. So in this case, here we go. This is what this roller coaster looked like. And again, you can make these roller coasters and grab screenshots so that you can have actual data that's being pulled from the game. So yep, there we go. And then there it gets into talking about where there's kinetic versus potential energy. And so you can really extend this. It can be a fun game that you use with students to get them excited, give them like a little brain break, do something, but you can also really get into the science of this. You can have them use this to write an explanation. So you could give them a table, a graph, and instead of asking them to draw what it looks like, you would say, okay, now describe what's happening here in the graph. So you can practice writing and explaining what they're seeing and what they're learning. And so you can pull a lot of different activities out of this. You can put parameters in it. We don't have a very big footprint for the roller coaster, but we want it to be a lot of fun and fast. So you can't, how do we fit a lot of excitement into a small space? Questions like that to really get students thinking. So this game, you can search the way we did, but it's also found in the infinite potential tile. And there's the overview video like we've talked about. So for each tile, there's that overview video. And then there is a content summary grid. And so what I would like you to do now is whichever tile you went into earlier, Monster Storms, Infinite Potential, any of the ones that I listed, I want you to go back in there now and see if you can find any of those resources we just talked about that you may have missed in challenge 1. And so then I want you to think about the tile you picked. How does it fit in, or does it fit in with the grade level standards or the course standards that you're teaching? And then if you could share that in the chat. So the name of your tile and how that fits in with what you are teaching. So I just want to make sure that as you are going back and doing this, that I remind you that, so today we looked at searching a few different ways. So we searched by standards, we searched by keywords, and then you can sort by subject area or grade band. And then I also want to show you this last resource I have called grade level playlists. So if we go back onto the JSON platform and just go put our cursor in the search digital library bar and go back to the main library, this very first tile that's out of alphabetical order is called Getting Started with JSON. So this is another way that you can take a look at what resources we are recommending. Once you click on Getting Started with JSON Learning, you are going to click on the third one down, JSON Collections. And in here, we have our grade level playlists. And this is another way to take a look at our content that we recommend with a primary set of grades in mind. You can use any of our content and differentiate up or down for what students need. But if we click here on grade level playlists, and I'm going to click on, so we have pre-K to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12. And then we have an interdisciplinary list for our non-science teachers. Or if you are a science teacher who's looking to make connections with other content area, we have a list of suggestions in here. So if we click on 3 to 5, what you will see in here is what we recommend. So we have our REMA, which is the Recycled Materials Association curriculum that we wrote with them. And it is about recycling, and it's also preparation material for participating in our annual recycling contest. And then as you scroll down, you will see that there are different content areas in here. So that's for grade band. Now, when you get to high school, and middle school, we split it up. Additionally, we split it up within the grade bands by content area, since people tend to be a little bit more specialized once you get to middle school. So we have middle school content that has to do with cybersecurity, things that are interdisciplinary, life science, earth and space science, and physical science, and just give you a little description of what students will be looking at if you use the resources in this tile. So this is just a quick way to get an overview of what is in there. All right. So the very last thing I want to share with you, and then I know we need to get going because we need to put up the attendance code as well, is if we are back in our JSON learning platform, I want you to start thinking about those career and tech ed tiles. So if we search by subject area, we have a great resource in here for HVAC in the CTE that is called, it is in the Doddridge tile. I don't think it's been pulled out yet. But if we go in here, we'll see that there is keeping you in the comfort zone. This is great for fluid dynamics and for looking at how heat flow works, and really thinking about HVAC beyond just the building of the systems, but really getting into the physics of why the HVAC looks the way it does, and materials you use and how decisions are made for designing systems. So that is an option. There's also building a future ready workforce, which has great connections to electricity and circuits. So don't just look at those traditional science tiles. Take a look when you search by standards or by keywords, and you might see some things that show up where you're like, I never really thought of teaching it through the HVAC lens or any of the other options that we have in there. So CTE and science have a lot of overlap as well. So then what I would like you to think about as we wrap up and get ready to put up the attendance code is, did you find anything that you think you can use today or that you could tell a colleague about? And what are you looking forward to exploring more? So if you would like to answer either of those prompts in the chat, that would be great. So what is something that you found that you think you can use, and what are you looking forward to exploring more? And then my contact information is here on the screen. If you have any questions at all, do not hesitate to reach out and ask. That is what I am here for. And I very much look forward to working with teachers and helping them get things up and running in their classroom. So thank you all very much for your participation and your time this morning. I hope that you found this helpful, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Great. Well, first off, I just want to say thank y'all for joining me. This session today is called Artificial Intelligence for the Scared, Skeptical, and Short on Time. So I'm going to be honest with you. There are seven great sessions going on in other rooms right now, and you are not going to hurt my feelings if you want to jump into one of those, because this is going to be like a beginner's class, right? This is the basic class. This is for those of you who maybe haven't really dipped your toe in the water yet, or for those of you who maybe have and then you just pulled it back out because you got a little scared, right? Or maybe this session, this workshop is for those of you that, you've heard a teammate down the hallway talk about AI, or you maybe saw some stuff here or there on social media, but you just really haven't had time to dig in and find some practical tools that you can add to your toolkit. That session, this right here, this is what this is going to be all about today. So if you are a pro, go ahead, jump into room 2, 3, 4, 5. That's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings. But if that's you, if you're one of those scared, maybe you're not ready to take the dive yet. Maybe you've been skeptical. You're like, you know what? I've done it this way for a while. It works. Or maybe you've just been short on time and you just haven't had the time to explore tools. This session's for you. So if you're still here, I didn't want to run anybody away, but I do want to just be honest so that you get the most from this awesome conference that CFISD is putting on, right? All right, so let's go ahead and dig in. The first thing I'll do, I always just kind of like to give a little bit of information about myself. So as she's already said, my name is Shane Peak. There is the social media information, and I'm kind of maybe it's because I got an odd name. I don't know, but I was one of the lucky ones who's been able to kind of secure that same little name there across all the platforms, all the mediums. So there it is. If you want to reach out, connect on LinkedIn, started releasing YouTube stuff, or on Twitter, or X now as it's called. So there it is. I'd love to connect with you and celebrate you and share what you're doing in your schools and how you're succeeding as well. A little bit more about me. I was actually born and raised in Kentucky on a tobacco beef farm as a kid, but I come from a family of educators. My mom taught Head Start. My grandpa was a principal. My other grandpa drove a school bus till he retired. So just that's where I spent my childhood. Very, very grateful for that experience. In 2010, my wife and I were like, you know what? Let's go on an adventure. Let's just go live somewhere cool. Let's just do it for a couple of years, and then we'll come back home and settle down, right? So we landed in this place called the Low Country of South Carolina. Beaufort, South Carolina is where we lived for 6 years, and that little adventure turned into 6 years there. We stayed down there for a long time. We enjoyed it. We put down some roots. We had great connections and family down there. But we adopted my first kiddo in 2015, and there weren't a lot of resources down there. So in 2016, we decided to move to what's called the upstate of South Carolina. So I currently live in Greenville, South Carolina. For the next 5 days, I think I will be called an instructional technology facilitator. And then on August 1st, I am transitioning to a new role that I'm excited to help out here in Greenville County. So, but I'm still an IT facilitator for 5 days. So let's do this, right? All right. I did do a quick Google search too. Isn't it awesome that right now I'm like 1,000 miles away from you, but I can connect with you and I can see you over here in the chat, and I'm going to gather and get some ideas from the chat from y'all. So I just think it's pretty cool that CFISD is doing this, and y'all people down there in South Texas, you don't know how good you have it. Like, they do a phenomenal job of putting on this conference nationwide for educators. It's really, they do a really, really incredible job. So y'all are spoiled down there. They're taking really good care of you. But I appreciate them giving me a chance to jump in today 1,000 miles away and just share some tools and strategies with you. So first, thanks to the software team for giving me an hour to share today. And I've got a few more sessions coming up as well. But also just thank you for joining me. If you're still here, if I didn't convince you to leave and go to another session already, then I appreciate you spending the next hour of your life with me. I hope I'm able to feed you and feed you well. We're going to start with just some basics about AI. What is it? How in the world did we get here? Where do we see it in our everyday lives? And then from there, we will move into some, I think I'm going to survey maybe 5 quick tools. If you haven't tried anything out yet, these are 5 user-friendly tools that I would recommend for you to try out. So there's kind of like 2 parts to this section, to this workshop today. But thanks for joining me. Let's do this. So I do want to just see you in the chat here, right? I'm going to give you 3 prompts, and I want you to give me a 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3, right? I see you, Cynthia. We're in Kentucky. I'm actually from a small town called, I actually was in the middle of nowhere, but close to Danville or Somerset. So I see you, Cynthia. But my little bell ringer for you here is I'm going to have 3 ways to identify yourself. When it comes to hearing AI or trying it out for yourself, are you the pumped pioneer? Like, yeah, let's do this. Let's go. I'm on it. Give me all the stuff, right? Are you a number 2? And my number 2 folks, come on, Canva. My number 2 folks would be the peering for productivity. I don't know why I went with the P alliteration here, but are we peering for productivity? You're the number 2. Maybe you've seen someone doing it. You're willing to try it, willing to find a few strategies that work for you. That's okay. And my number 3 folks, you are the panicked pessimist. AI is going to be the end of the world, but I'm an educator and apparently I'm going to have to learn about it now. So I don't know. Let's see it in the chat. Are you a 1, a 2, or a 3? Are you a pumped pioneer? Are you peering for productivity? Or are you a panicked pessimist? What are you? All right, Sophia, thanks for getting in there real fast. You're number 2. You're looking for some ideas, for some productive ideas. Awesome, awesome. Number 1's coming through. Number 2's Elisa, I see you. You're the panic pessimist. Hey, I get it. I get it. All right. Lots of 1s and 2s. Lots of 1s and 2s. A few 3s sneaking through there too, though. I understand. I understand. Awesome. Good, good, good. I appreciate it. Cool, cool, cool. Love it. Love it. Love it. Okay, awesome. All right. Yeah, great. Okay, looks like we're mostly 1s and 2s, so I'm glad I got a good group with me today. All right, cool. But we do got some 3s, so I want to address that heads on. Let's just be real here. Let's be real, real talk. I would say, I'm a daughter. I mean, I'm a father of two young little girls, and I think about them and safety and security and their future and what that might look like. So when I launch into this session, I always like to say that I am not an expert, okay? I am not an AI expert by any means. And I honestly would like to just tell you, be wary, be hesitant of anyone who is calling themselves an AI expert, because this is just a whole new world we've walked into. How can you be an expert on something that's just now launched? So I'm not an expert. Be careful about the people who call themselves experts, right? Are you with me? Number 2, even evangelist. I don't know if I'm going to say I'm an AI evangelist, but I am really, really enthusiastic about it because I've found ways that I can use it in my personal life and my professional life to really streamline, to produce a higher quality output for myself, to really boost my skills. Like I've noticed now I'm actually a better writer because I've been using AI to kind of proofread and push me to write better. So I am enthusiastic about what it can do for us as educators because we don't have enough time as it is, right? So I'm enthusiastic about that. So let's go ahead and dig in. Here's going to be our 4 driving questions. As I said, there's kind of 2 parts here, but we'll first talk about what is AI and how did we get here. We'll talk a little history lesson. Number 3, we'll talk about then is how should we or why should we be exploring this? And I'm going to lean heavy into the chat here too. I want to learn from y'all. And then number 4 is how can I use AI in my classroom? Now, I do have this set up so I can kind of see the chat. If you do have questions, feel free to drop those in there. But I'm going to admit I may miss those, all right? So I'm going to rely on that DLC team to help me out here a little bit. But I'll try to catch your questions as they come into the chat if I do miss them. But if I do miss them, I apologize. So that fourth one, though, is how can I use it in my classroom? That's where I'm going to share those 5 tools that I think I've practiced a lot with. And there are a lot more out there that I could reference you to. But I'll share 5 specific ones. All right. So let's first just define this question. Go ahead and answer this in the chat for me if you want. But what is AI? What is it? What does that mean to you? What phrases come to mind? I'm going to go ahead and start watching you in the chat over here. What is AI? What is AI, right? We know that it means artificial intelligence. Maybe we could go to ChatGPT and come up with a definition here, right? So you've started using it for lesson plans. All right, what is it though? Does anybody have a good definition for it? All right, I'm going to watch. Let's see what we got over here. All right, I see you, Lewis. Good stuff. Anyone else want to give me a quick 3 or 4 word summary of what you think AI is? We know that it means artificial intelligence. Okay, it's a useful tool, Angie. All right, Angie in St. Louis, we appreciate that. All right, it's responsive. It's helping you make work easier. Machine learning, good phrase there, Laura. Thanks for throwing that out there. That's a good word. That's a $5 vocabulary word. Thank you for sharing that one. Computer-driven knowledge, interesting. A tool for solving problems. Love it, love it, love it. All right, a robot, cool. Uncharted territory. I see you. Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and launch in here. Maybe just kind of start with just a basic definition. What is AI? And when I use the first, and sometimes I think in order to find what something is, maybe we talk about what it is not, right? What is it not, right? A goldfinch is not an elephant for obvious reasons. So what is it not? A honeybee is not a warbler. So it is not magic, right? It's not voodoo magic or anything like that. It's just a machine that's getting really, really smart, right? Or I don't even know if I can use the word smart. That's a phrase that's people are debating about whether or not to use. I don't know. The next one is it's not human intelligence. So it's not sentient in any way. It doesn't have any sense of emotion. And I do think it's also interesting because it has been trained to speak to us like a human speaks to other humans. So when you interact with it, it is saying thank you and I'm sorry and stuff like that, but it's not sentient. It doesn't have emotion or really even know what that means. So that is intriguing. But let's go ahead now and move to that next phrase. What is it? So here's a good definition I think that I like to use. It is a computer, or essentially a machine, that mimics human intelligence. And feel free, as you read this, drop the keywords in the chat that you think really stand out to you when you see this definition. So it's a machine that mimics human intelligence. For example, that might be following patterns, drawing from memories in some situations, understanding language, which we'll talk more about in a moment. It's using machine or deep learning. It's analyzing lots of data, identifying patterns, and then it's useful for making predictions. So there's just a simple basic introduction, or a simple basic definition for what it is, but let's keep it rolling now. Now, whether or not you realize this or not, AI has actually already been in the world for a long time, all around us. Right now, it's my birthday. I'm another year older, so happy birthday to myself, I guess. But I got an Amazon gift card for my birthday. I'm pretty pumped about using it, going in there and buying myself something, which I'll probably end up spending on my kids. But I like to brainstorm things that I might buy up myself. So right now I'm looking at some kayak stuff because I like to kayak. But what I've noticed is that when I log into Amazon, it's already feeding me stuff that it thinks I'm going to want to buy. Now, how does it do that? What is it? How? That's kind of creepy and kind of awesome at the same time. Like, I don't know how to feel about that, but that's AI. And that's already been happening for a long period of time. So that's with our shopping, even with our social media. When I scroll and I pause for just a few more milliseconds, what's going to happen in the future? What's going to happen? You guys know what happens. It's going to start to feed you guys more and more and more of that content. Now, why? How is it doing that? How does it know? It's using AI, right? It's using AI to do that. It's a different form of AI than what we're going to talk about here in a moment, but it's AI, right? Another example of that is in healthcare. A lot of providers have been using, and physicians have been using AI for some time now to kind of help diagnose, treat patients. Our smart homes, whether you've got Alexa or Google or whatever it is that you have at your house, or just maybe it's electronic lights where you can change the colors. Those are all basic rudimentary forms of AI. I know my daughters are like, hey Alexa, play Disney princess music. I'm like, oh my gosh, please no more Disney princess music, Alexa. How does it know what music to curate and play though, right? It's using AI to do that. And I know in like 2 or 3 years, I'm going to be wishing that all we were listening to is Disney princess music because the time is going fast. I get it, but it's crazy. Anyways, then the next one is just in our smartphones, our devices, there's lots of AI built into that. Even when I'm typing to send a message, does anyone have a chat or a messenger that almost predicts what you're wanting to say? And it's actually kind of convenient. My daughter uses a speech device. Her speech device does the same thing. Like, she doesn't have to actually type in every single word. It's using predictions here to kind of predict what word would come next. And that happens in my messenger too. That is AI, right? So you guys have seen this. Oh man, I missed all these happy birthdays. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Making me feel special, and I appreciate it. But more importantly, AI, right? That is a form of AI being used in our apps. And in some ways, those are really, really convenient for us, right? Whether or not you realize it, it's been used on us or around us for some period of time now. But what we entered into back in 2022 specifically was what's called generative AI. Now, in the chat, when you hear the word generative, what comes to mind? Quickly, give me one word. When you hear the word generative, what do you think of? What connection, what vocabulary word do you think is almost synonymous or comes to mind when you hear generative AI? Because that's what we've entered into now. In 2022, we've entered into a brave new world of generative AI. So let's kind of see those words coming in here. We've got, let's see some of those. What comes to mind when you see the word generative AI? Anything different come up for you? Creation, yes. Create, Allison, Laura. I see you all. Generating ideas. Yep, you're right. To generate. Yep. Create, Jan. Yes. You guys are right. Like, it's making, it's generating, and it's almost making, generating, creating something new or novel that we've never really seen before. When Alexa cues up Disney princess music, it's really just going out, finding that music, curating that list, and playing it for us, right? However, when ChatGPT does this, this is a whole new level of generation going on, a whole new level of output. So let's dig into that a little bit deeper, talk about some more key vocabulary words, right? Now, this slide, I admit, I apologize. It's almost like death by PowerPoint, right? Way too many words on this slide. I need to work on this, but I think just some really key have here is that we've entered into a new class or a new iteration of artificial intelligence. It's not just pre-written code anymore, right? We're generating unique responses every single time. So that's unique from what Alexa can do versus what ChatGPT can do. It's pulling from massive data sets, massive, like it's unreal what it's going out and learning from compared to the simple Alexa device, right? All right. Next, it's a machine that is trained on an algorithm known as large language model. So I want to make sure you hear that word, LLM, or large language model. And that's just how it's trained to communicate and interact with us. Another keyword here is called natural language processing, so NLP. So that just means that when you are interacting with ChatGPT or Magic School's Raina or whatever it may be, it feels natural. Like it feels like behind this computer screen over here, there's another human who's sending me a message back. You know what I mean? Y'all kind of get what I'm saying here, right? So that NLP, that large language model, it's trained to interact with us how humans interact with one another. So that's why it's kind of, it feels that way, right? So this is the generative AI world that we've now entered into, which goes beyond just Amazon's shopping curation list that it makes for me, or Target, or wherever it is, right? So let's kind of keep this rolling and just talk maybe a little bit of history lesson. How did we get here? If you're not bored of hearing me talk yet, I do think it's kind of quite intriguing. The first thing I want to point out is actually back in 1950, there was this dude named Alan Turing who created the Turing test. And so what that simply was if you put up a screen and someone was interacting with a computer or a human behind the screen, would the human know that they actually just text or sent a message based on the reply? Would they know that it was a computer that sent the message or a actual human? So he created this Turing test to kind of evaluate the intelligence of machines or computers or devices like that. We move into the 56, there was a Dartmouth Research Summit where they were actually rudimentary researching topics on AI, but the phrase wasn't actually coined until 1965 by Jane McCarthy. We move into that 1992 to 2007, and I know a lot of you have lived through this, right? That 1992 to 2007 was just remarkable strides, like boom, 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 boom. We started with these large, massive tabletop computers that just got smaller and smaller and smaller until 2007. We had these smartphones really that were released that you could really just kind of carry in your pocket, which they told us would never happen, but here they are, right? And with those smartphones, you started to see the rise of AI assistants. For example, OK Siri or OK Google or whatever, where you could talk to it. And those are basic AI assistants that started to show up during the 2010s. And then we get to like November 2022, and this is the day where it just went boom, right? Like the technology world, the ed tech world really just exploded because now everybody had access to ChatGPT. They made it open for everybody to kind of create an account, come interact with this generative AI. So that was back in November 2022. I remember just seeing social media go crazy. A lot of people I followed were it's just crazy how quickly that exploded, right? I think they were just amassing just millions of users within that first week, within that first few months. It was remarkable. And then now here we are today, DLC 2024. Goodness, I made a mistake there. Forgive me, but I'm excited to be sharing with y'all today, right? So another question that I hear a lot being thrown around is why should we fear AI? Why should we fear it? And there's lots of legitimate conversations that people are having about that. Student privacy, data security, bias, equity issues that are real and need to be talked about. But for today's topic, I want to talk about maybe just why should we explore it, right? Why should we be figuring this out as educators? Like, why should we explore this tool? And I want to lean into you here a little bit first. So let's just go back to you in the chat. I'm going to let you answer this question. Why why are you interested in this topic? Why are you here today? Why are you wanting to explore AI? Why are you wanting to learn more about it? Let's hear from you. The smartest person in the room is the room. So room, cue me in here, right? Why are you wanting to explore more about AI? What do you want to learn about it? Let's see what ideas, and maybe you can just give me two to three words, up to five. I want to learn from you though. Why are you interested in learning more about AI? And I appreciate y'all be patient with me. I present and there's about a 30-second lag for me to actually get to see your question. So if you hear me repeating the same question, it's because I'm awkwardly waiting and anticipating and so excited to see what y'all share here. But so that's why there's an awkward pause there. So thank you all though. So you're trying to figure out how to make it work easier. You're trying to make it work easier, right? Steven, it's here. Right, it's here. You can't do anything about it, right? So let's go. It's not going anywhere. You want to be more efficient, Melissa. I see that. You're hearing students using it to cheat, okay? I want to make my job easier. You want to figure out how it can help you. Lots of great ideas here. You want to help it jazz up your lessons? Yeah, definitely. You want to keep up with technology. It's moving quickly. You want to figure out how to help you benefit, use it to my advantage. Productivity. I see you. I hear you all. It's inevitable. It's here to stay. Good. All right. I appreciate y'all jumping into the chat and sharing those ideas. Lots of great reasons coming in there. Yeah. Take a few notes. So those kind of help me key on some ideas for y'all later. Trying to figure out. All right, cool. All right, well, let's keep it rolling, keep it going, keep it flowing. A few reasons why I think we should definitely be exploring this is just the topic of personalized learning, right? I don't know about you, but this is a phrase I've heard thrown around now for almost a decade, at least for sure 8 years. We've been using this word personalized learning, but I just don't know that we're there yet, right? Like devices are being rolled out across schools, and we really want to provide a personalized learning experience for students, but we're still not there. So we want to meet them where they are. We want to help each kid grow and not just be on the assembly line of first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, right? So I think AI can help us with that, right? If you're a middle school, high school teacher, it's really challenging for you to give legitimate feedback on 120 essays, right? It's really, really hard for you to give personalized content if you're teaching and prepping 4 different math classes. Like, I get that. I know that. That's real life. That's hard. So I do believe there are AI tools out there that can help us with that, like personalized learning, meeting each kid where they're at and helping them take the next step in their educational journey, right? Number 2 is just for accessibility. As I said before, I have a daughter who uses a speech device. She's rocking a really cool yellow power wheels that decided to go a little bit crazy on us last night. We were trying to troubleshoot and get them to work again. But I think for accessibility, I think there's a lot AI can do to help us reach all of our students, right? Whether that's leveling text for us, helping us come up with ways to make our lessons a little bit more accessible, or just UDL friendly, or just for all of our learners, right? I think there's ways it can help us with that. All right, next one is it's just as a time saver. And there's lots of conversations being had about this. And actually, honestly, a lot of my conversations today, a lot of the tools today I shared today will deal with this. But how can we maximize our working hours? How can we save ourselves times as educators? And then the next one is content creation. There are lots of AI tools out there now, whether you're using Magic School AI, Diffit, Brisk, that will actually help create content for you that you can use with your students. So content creation, I think, is a way we can empower AI to not serve us, but to leverage it to help us in the classroom. And last but not least, is it's just here to stay. I saw a couple of you commenting on there. It's here, right? Like, it's here. It's not going anywhere. Like, in 5 years, it's going to be an even more integral part of our lives. I don't know if you can see on that screen, but I've got waves, big giant waves crashing behind that transparent gradient right back there. So it's here to stay. It's a wave that has come in. And if you really don't figure out how to surf on it, you really don't figure out how to stand up in those waves, or have fun and kayak, through that, or surf, whatever, it's going to rip tide and pull you back out, right? It's not going to replace you. AI is not going to replace you. But I think that educators who know how to use AI well could potentially replace educators that don't know how to use it, right? So we want it. It's here to stay. We just want to be able to figure out ways to add it to our toolkit, right? Cool. So let's keep it rolling. Now, the next thing is maybe just a word of encouragement for you, right? Maybe just a word of encouragement for you. If you've been in this field for a while, you've been through things like this before, right? Like, it's probably not the first time you felt like a wave of innovation has crashed in, or a wave of new stuff has come at you. Another little just kind of survey here. Think about calculators. I don't know about you, but when I was in the classroom, it was a big deal. Well, can we let them use calculators? I don't know. Is that cheating? Is it not cheating? They're not going to have calculators when they grow up, so maybe we shouldn't be letting them use the calculators. Okay, I actually do have a calculator now, and I do my mental math. I do my multiplication, but when it starts getting to be complex, I use my calculator. It's okay. I'm not cheating. I'm an adult. I can use that, and I'm getting the precise answer. So that was a battle that we fought before. And I get that too. There are times when we don't need to use a calculator. Students need to learn that skill, but other times When we're not practicing a specific skill, it's okay for you to leverage the power of the calculator. I remember another conversation around the 2000s was Wikipedia. Is it cheating? Is it not? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And there was a big debate about that. Other examples with even laptops in the classroom. There were people like, no, 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 we cannot use, this is not it. They're just going to Google all the answers. We can't use laptops in the classroom. But here we are, 2024, and it's just a part of our lives. It's every day, right? Another example of this is even just cell phones, and just how they've grown remarkably and really just all they're capable of doing now. And that was a no-no for so long there. So we've been here before. Take a deep breath. You got this, right? That's my point here. Now, I want to open this up into the chat for a little bit of more conversation now here. I'm going to have you give me a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the chat. I've got some phrases on the screen, and this is adapted from Matt Miller at Ditch That Tech Book. I highly recommend you go follow his blog, sign up for his stuff. He releases great content. He's a kind of like an ed tech hero for me, Matt Miller. Really good stuff. So he created this, and I've adapted from that. So we have a continuum here of student generated versus AI generated, right? Level 1 here is student wrote all the assignment without helping using AI. Level 2, they consulted it before submitting it. Maybe students wrote the main idea. Number 3 here is but they used it to generate a draft or offer feedback to improve it. Number 4, we get down here, a student created multiple AI responses and then used the best edited and submitted that assignment. Number 5, they just AI created the response, student read, edited, adjusted, and submitted. And number 6, the students just plugged the prompt in the AI, copied the response, and submitted it to teacher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to know where you're at on this continuum, on this pendulum. What would you consider to be cheating? What would you consider to be cheating? I'll give you a moment to read back through that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are you at? What do you feel? And there are nuances to this. I get that. If we're not practicing multiplications tables and we're practicing a different skill, maybe it's not necessarily cheating to use a calculator in that scenario. I don't know, but when we really need to practice a skill, maybe we don't want to use the calculator, maybe we don't want to use the AI. So I get that there are nuances. I want to acknowledge that. But I think this is a difficult conversation, but an important conversation that we need to be having. As we return to schools over the next few weeks, this is a conversation we're going to have in our districts, on our hallways, on our team. What is cheating? Ooh, wow. We got some 1s, 2s, 3s, but I'm honestly seeing a ton of 5s. Wow. I'm going to be real with y'all. When I've led this session multiple times before in the past, I don't think I've seen that many 5s coming in. So you guys are all right. Cool, cool, cool. We've got some 3s coming in now. 3s, some 4s. I love it. Appreciate your feedback. Good stuff. 5s. All right. 3 for free response. Good 3. All right. I'm going to pose a new question for you. Thank you guys for jumping into that one. My next question is for you. Which of these would you use in your work? And then, challenging question for you. Does your answer differ from what you're allowing your students to use? All right. Let's see that in the chat. And I'm going to give myself just a little line break here. I'm going to do this little line break so we can kind of start to keep up. So now, for your line of work, which of these would you consider to be okay? Right? And maybe just an honest question to ask yourself is that differ from the students? And when you know that it differs, how do you justify that? And it's okay to justify that. As I said before, if they need to learn, grammar skills, we don't want them to just cheat and copy paste the grammar written paragraph from ChatGPT, right? We want to make sure that they know it. But if they're practicing a different skill, maybe it's okay in that scenario. I don't know. All right. Love it. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Elizabeth is saying 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I see you. Kimberly's got a few, 1, 2, and 3. Maybe that's based on you in a specific case scenario. I get that. Awesome. Awesome. All right. I'm going to give you another question. What if we were talking about calculators as an adult? Do you have a different level of comfort with using that? Or maybe even Google Maps to get to your destination? This is really just another form of a tool that we use daily to help us as adults be professionals and, balance our checkbook or budget or whatever, right? Well, some of you in here may not even know what a checkbook is, but that's all right. Anyways, All right, next one. Next question is, what if we were referring to AI as a peer mentor or a thought buddy? Yes or no? Does that change where you feel? You can just say yes or no. If you refer to it as a mentor, or not necessarily even a mentor, but a peer study buddy to some extent, does that change what you consider to be cheating? So maybe just some questions. Feel free to kind of take these, adapt these, use these with your colleagues as you guys are having conversations. Does that change it though? All right. Teach the basic skills. Doesn't know. All right. Okay, I see you. Good replies. I appreciate y'all being so active and engaged over there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yes. So, okay. Yeah. So a lot of yeses coming in. So maybe that does change how you perceive using it. Interesting. Cool. All right, cool. Maybe just some food for thought. Be reflecting as you drive to from work. Why? Is that okay? Can you justify that? Yeah, cool. All right, so let's keep it rolling, keep it flowing. I want us to kind of move now into maybe a next section here. What are some ways that I can use AI to improve my skills as an educator? How can I use it in my classroom, right? Now, there are a couple different ways floating out around there right now. Maybe first is just a chat bot. You can use it as a chat bot to help you kind of create content or give you feedback on email, stuff like that. There are tools that are starting to be able to create slide decks with generative AI, as well as just assessments or assignments, right? So I'm only going to survey 5 today because this, as I said today, was for our scared, our skeptical, and our short on time. So this is a basics course. I could go all day about all kinds of different tools and nuances and ways to use them, but we're going to survey 5 for you right now. So let's keep it flowing, keep it going. And actually, let me just call a quick timeout to my DLC team. Do you guys need to jump in and give a code at this point, or do you want me to keep rocking, keep rolling, and keep flowing? All right. So welcome back. I appreciate you guys coming back to the Zoom session, or to the session with me. I'm going to kind of survey just a few tools, 5 now, that I think are really helpful for our beginners, for those that are just getting started with using AI. And of course, the first one I do want to highlight is ChatGPT, right? This is what started the revolution, to the lack of using a better words. It's really kind of what launched us into this new era that we find ourselves. So a few ways that ChatGPT are really great is just kind of maybe helping you hone or revise your writing, and maybe in a more specific scenario, maybe that's writing an email to colleagues or to parents and figuring out how to word it effectively and precisely. I've used it a lot to help me improve my writing skills, though, not just for emails, but for lots of other things. So keep that in mind. Also, just providing leveled reading passages. So if you've got a passage that you always read with your students, but you've got some kids that are actually on a 3rd grade level or a 4th grade reading level, maybe they're not able to access that content. So ChatGPT will do that for you. Kind of put it, copy paste in there and say, please rewrite this on a 3rd grade level, right? It can generate discussion questions based on content. Maybe those are turn and talk, academic discourse, right? Where we're having, help me come up with some turn and talk questions about this topic, right, for your students, right? Can create some brain break activities. So even as we get into the holiday season, I had a lot of fun with that last year. Give me 10 yoga poses that are holiday themed for 2nd grade students. And it come up with all these fun, creative ones, like do the reindeer, and I don't know, all kinds of stuff. But even more seriously, brain breaks should be an integral part of our classroom. We need to give our students that time. So it can come up with stuff like that for you. It can create creative little bell ringers or closure activities, or just projects or whatever. So real fast, if you've never used it, you can sign up, you can create a free account. This is what it will look like as you log in. Down this left-hand side column, it will save a log of your chats. They've released some GPTs, some customizable ones over here that you can explore. All you'll do is write your questions in here, and then I might say, I want to create a practice assignment for 3rd grade students on multiplication. Oh gosh, I can't spell, but that's okay. It'll figure it out. Let's practice multiplication by 3s, right? And then there we go. So it's kind of creating something for me. Some fill in the blanks, 3, 1. Great, great, great. Now what I could do is copy paste this, move somewhere else. Great. Now it's giving me some word problems. Do you see what it did that? And I didn't even really give it much of a thing here. I just said third grade students. So your output, of course, is going to depend on your input. So if you give good criteria, it'll give you better output here. So there we go. It's giving me some stuff. Thank you. All right. Now, please give me a menu for meal prep for the week. I like chicken, whatever. Let's just see what it comes up with. My point here is that you can get it to create academic content for you, but it will also come up with personal stuff, help you plan a vacation and all kinds of things like that. So there we go, it's cranking it out. And I think it's just crazy, it's happened so fast. So if you've never experienced ChatGPT, this is probably a very improper introduction, but I just want you to see kind of what it's capable of doing. It's almost like you're limited by what you could creatively come up with to ask it, right? And one thing I want to point out too is that you can continue this conversation. So if you don't like the output, tell it, and then tell it to fix it and how do you want it to be fixed, right? But I think it's always good to give it a role, give it criteria to follow, and that will always help you out as an educator, right? Great. So that is the first one. That is ChatGPT. I've got some little icons here that you'll be able to come back to in the slide deck and learn more. The next one I wanted to kind of show you today is Canva. Y'all, if I had to pick two ed tech tools that I'm in love with, Canva is definitely going to be one of them, right? So Canva has some built-in generative AI features. They've got what's called Magic Designs, Magic Write, which is essentially ChatGPT built into Canva. They've got what's called Docs to Decks, Magic Edit, and then some image generators. So I'm really fast, just going to demo a few of those. I could go on and on for hours, or I could do full-blown hour sessions about this. But here we go. Let's say create a slide deck about parts of cells, organelles, nucleus, mitochondria. Oh, I didn't spell that right. Etc. Right? So I'm just putting a very, very simple prompt. I'm not even saying that I need a certain grade level. Now, when I click enter, there's going to be two areas show up if my internet keeps up with me and I don't have any internet Wi-Fi issues. Ooh, I'm having some internet issues. Let me try that again. Yeah. So if my internet's being slow, what I've noticed is that it doesn't want to work. So let me go back, try home. This is how you will access it. It's from right up here. If you type in a prompt, it will begin to design that for you using AI. My internet's being a bit buggy right now, though, so I think that's why I'm having problems. But it'll create a flyer, a graphic, a newsletter, even a slide deck. Now, it's super basic, and I'm excited to see where Canva takes this in the future. But for now, it is basic. It is very, very simple what it's capable of doing. But it's kind of going to be, it's cool to see if it can create presentations for you based on a prompt. So I am going to just show you another example of where they have AI built in. I'll come in and just start a basic blank presentation. If you are a Canva lover, I just want to point out that on this lower left-hand side with the newest update, if you don't have the new update like I have, I think Magic Write's going to be on the right-hand side. Oh, yeah, my internet's getting slow. I may have to kind of pass this. Yeah. All right, come on. So right down here on this lower left-hand side is what's called Magic Write. And right here, I can come in and just give it a prompt and it will do that for me. So give me 5 study tips for students, right? And if I click generate, it will come up with that and I can quickly add that into my slide deck. So this is essentially ChatGPT built into Canva for you, right? So there it comes. Awesome. Stop that. There we go. Awesome. So just want you to see that, want you to know that. You can copy, paste it, you can insert it. So that's there. They've got some other cool AI integrations, especially around images. They've got a lot of ways you can edit images with AI. And they've got one where you can generate your own image, right? So maybe my students are writing a book about rainforest, right? So show me a rainforest scene with a, now we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to go dreamy. I don't know. You can do up to 500 of these per month, and each month it starts over for you. You get a new free 500 image generation tokens, right? So there it goes. And I told you my internet's been a little slow. I do apologize. So, oh, there it comes. It's still there. So there we go. Right here in real time, it's creating images that have never been seen before. If I click and use it, it'll drop it into this canvas for me. Now, could students theoretically find this in the elements button? Could students theoretically go out to Google and find and copy and paste these? Yeah, But now they're creating original artworks for their ebook about the rainforest or whatever it is that they may be writing. And now they can come in and write their facts down there. And they're also learning a few little just prompt tuning strategies. So if they didn't get what they want, they're learning to revise their writing. They're learning to improve their writing, to write with more clarity, precision, vivid language, whatever. So as they generate that prompt over there, they're boosting their writing and creativity skills. So I love this feature in Canva, right? So that's the next one. You've got some links in the slide deck there for you. Another one I want to show you today is called Curipod. And you'll have, if you click on the icon will get to each link. There's also a play button here, but it will instantly create slide decks. You can use your existing slide decks and make them a little more interactive by adding polls, word clouds. They've got an extensive SEL library, and they released an AI educator course just recently, which is pretty nice. But they've got it kind of break down by topic. If you want your students to work on reading comprehension, here's some AI tools that you can use with your students. You want to work on vocabulary and grammar, they've got this. And what I love is that you launch them into your class with you, and then they can interact with it. Another one here is the STAR Prep for my Texas folks down there. The STAR Prep, I don't know anything about this, but I assume this is your state assessment. So they've built in some STAR Prep. I assume you said STAR, I'm not sure, but they've built in some stuff just for Texas educators. So that is Curipod. All right. Now, the next one I want to highlight really fast is just called Copilot. Now, this is Microsoft's version of ChatGPT. Google has a version called Gemini. All these companies are starting to release their own versions. But what I specifically love about Copilot is that it will also generate those images. So whereas I showed you before, Canva would release those, generate those images, Copilot will do this, and I think it actually does a better job. So show me a bee on a black-eyed Susan flower, right? I'm going to generate it, and oh no, I got logged out. Okay, well, I won't get to do that, but it's pretty cool. I've had a lot of fun playing with this one, but I really think there's a lot of creative ways that you could use this as an educator to help visualize complex students for students, or just kind of create some images. You might throw it up there and then have them, if you're, oh man, I could do a whole co-session on AI image generators. So play with it, and feel free to shout out on social media if you've got some ways that you want to use AI image generators for yourself or for your students in the future. All right, next and last for today is Magic School AI. I kind of intentionally saved the best for last, or the one that I think is just remarkable. But Magic School AI, if I had to tell you to go get one account today, this would be it. Go get Magic School AI account, because they've got over 60 generators in there of ways that you can use this to save you time. It is really quite remarkable of all the things that Magic School AI can do for you. And there we go. Let me get in there. So you can create a simple free account. I'm going to quickly log in and just show some of those generators that they have ready to go. And now the reason that I think this one's better than ChatGPT is because it gets a little bit more information about you. It wants to know that you're teaching. Oh man, I got logged out of this too. Come on. Well, okay, we're gonna jump back into our presentation. If I had to tell you to do one though, I would choose Magic School AI. I don't know why I'm getting kicked out of my accounts right now. I think I'm having an internet issue. But they've got rubric generators, text levelers, text translators, lesson plan support. They've got icebreakers, bell ringers. They've even got some that will help just kind of with just, you're having issues with a particular behavior, students getting their cell phone out a lot or whatever. They've got some strategies and some generators in there that will help you out with that. So I love Magic School AI. I can't sing its praises high enough. They even got one called a song generator, which is really, really fun. So definitely get yourself a Magic School AI account, because they've got so much free stuff you can use in there. So much free magic tools. And I'm actually doing a session right after this if you want to dig a little deeper. In the slide deck, I want to leave you with this link. This right here, you can kind of come back to later, dig in, and just kind of look at some customizable ChatGPT prompts from Monica Burns. She does really good stuff over at Class Tech Tips. Make sure you come back, check into that. If I could give you another resource that might be worth checking out if you're looking to take the next step, dig a little deeper, I would recommend Matt Miller's AI for Educators book. I did a book study of this for our district, and a lot of teachers just really loved it. So it's a great resource. It's not intimidating. It's not overwhelming. Serves as a great introduction for educators, right? Well, I don't know if we're going to have time for this quick little reflection, but listen, I've had a great time hanging out with y'all today. I do want to say thank you for joining my session. There on the screen now is the link. So I'll make sure that you kind of drop this over in the chat for you. But there is a presentation link where you can kind of come back and see everything that I've discussed today. It will also have content there for you, some information icons, a few little videos. So I feel like the slide deck's a gift that keeps on giving. Maybe just bookmark it, dig back into it in October when stuff settles down and you've got some free time. But there is everything that you can use to connect with me. I'd love to connect with you through one of those social media platforms and learn from you and celebrate you and what it is that you are doing with your team, with your school, with your students. So I'd love to hear from you. So, hey, thank you guys for spending your 11 o'clock hour with me. Maybe you're starting to get a little hungry. Maybe you've been learning a lot today. But I appreciate you hanging out with me at 11 o'clock today for DLC. This session specifically is going to be called Unlocking the Magic of AI for Edu Leaders, right? So this is all for my people. I mean, we're all leaders. Let's be real. Like, we're all trying to grow and prepare and cultivate the next generation, right? But we're going to specifically dig into a tool called Magic School AI and look at some of their magic tools or their generators that are built just for leadership. So some stuff like that. We're going to really kind of dig into this platform. I do some basics Magic School AI sessions, and I've worked a lot with them in the past. But this one, we're going to look through the lens of leadership, right? For admin, coaches, or team leaders, or whatever you may be. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're joining me in for this session. A little bit more about myself. I am Shane Peak. As she said before, I do serve as an instructional technology facilitator for another 5 days, and then I'll be transitioning to a new role starting August 1st. So there it is. There's the social media information. I would love to connect with you. I'd love to highlight you and retweet you or share what you're doing on LinkedIn. And I honestly just learn from you. I think sometimes we're in silos, right? But when we connect through these social media platforms, it's a great way to learn and connect. And I just started releasing some YouTube videos. I've never done that before. Hopefully they're not too lame, but I've got some stuff starting to come out through there too. If you'd like to learn more about Canva or Magic School AI, you can check me out there. It's all Shane R. Peak everywhere. All right, a little bit more. I was born and raised in Kentucky, actually on a farm, really rural, small, middle of nowhere, right? Really thankful for my childhood though. I come from a family of educators. My mom was a Head Start teacher. My grandpa was a principal for many years. My other grandpa, he drove a school bus till he retired. So a little bit about my childhood, but then my wife and I decided we were going to go on an adventure for a couple of years. And a couple of years turned out to be 6. We stayed longer than we thought. Well, we went down to what's called the Low Country of South Carolina. We lived on the coast. Maybe you've heard of Hilton Head or Charleston or Savannah. We were kind of tucked right in the middle of those on the coast in the southeast there in a little town called Beaufort, South Carolina. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful place down there. And I taught in what was called a 90-90-90 school, 90% minority, 9% poverty, 90% below reading level. But man, I feel like I owe my career to those kids because they taught me how to be a teacher. I come in thinking I knew what I needed to know, and they quickly taught me how to teach or how they needed to be taught. So I'm so grateful for them. I feel like I owe my career to those kids down there in the Low Country at Well Branch. So yeah, good place down there. And we adopted my first kiddo in 2015, and there weren't a lot of resources down there for kids with special needs. So we decided to move to what's called the upstate of South Carolina. So since then, I've lived in Greenville, South Carolina. Beautiful city right here. It's kind of right in between Charlotte and Atlanta. If you're ever on this side of the U.S., feel free to stop in Greenville. I'll show you around. Beautiful city though. We've got this, bustling metropolis, but a beautiful just park and waterfall right in the middle of downtown. It's incredible. But then they've also just got a lot of resources for my kids, and especially for my kid with special needs. There's my dog. He's named Bo. He's the Aussie Doodle. I work all summer. We do long days in the summer, 7:30 to 5:30, and I'm gonna come home, and my daughters are always excited to see me. Yeah, like they're like, okay, Dad, how was your day? We missed you. My dog, Bo, the Aussie Doodle, he could go outside, come back in 2 minutes later, and all the whole house just melts. Like, oh, Bo, you're so cute. Even I think he's like definitely the favorite male figure in the household. I think even with my wife, I don't know, but he's a good dog. So include him on the slide as well, right? We also started foster parenting about a year ago. We're getting our butts kicked by a 3-year-old boy right now, but we're having a lot of fun learning about boy dad life versus girl dad life, but we're having a lot of fun. But can't show you his picture. But anyways, let's keep it rolling, keep it flowing. I'm 1,000 miles away from y'all, which I think is just kind of cool. Like here we are, maybe COVID forced us into this world. I don't know, but I think it's cool that I can come over here and learn from y'all in the chat. I can hear about what you're doing and stuff that's going on in South Texas or just all over Texas or really all over the US because Sci-Fair is really national, I think, at this point. So I think that's cool that I just get to learn from y'all, even though we're 1,000 miles away. I appreciate the opportunity to hang out with y'all today. And I do just want to say thank you first to the Sci-Fair DLC team. Y'all don't, for real, I always try to emphasize this when I do a session for DLC. Y'all are spoiled. Like they do a really good job putting on this conference for y'all. And they bring in some big name people. Like so y'all get really good, treated really well down there in Cypress Fairbanks. And they do just a phenomenal job organizing, arranging, taking care of this. So they do a really good job. So first, shout out to them and thank y'all Software team for giving me a chance to share these 3 sessions today. But also just thank you all. Thanks for joining me for this session. I know there's 7 others going on right now, but for some reason you picked this one, and I hope it feeds you well. I hope it's worth your time, and you look back and you feel like, all right, that last 50 minutes of my life was worth it. I feel empowered with some practical strategies moving forward. So hope I'm able to give you some good content. And thanks for hanging out with me. All right. So cool. Let's keep it rolling, keep it flowing. Now, here's my little bell ringer activity. And I'm going to try to monitor this chat. If you kind of see me looking this way, I'm going to try to monitor this chat, right? But I want you to give me some answers in the chat really fast, right? Here's my prompt. Simple choices lead to significant impacts. Simple choices lead to significant impacts, right? I think a lot of times we think it's these huge things that make the big difference in our life. And sometimes it can be, right? Moving your family, starting a new job, that's a big change, might make a big impact. But honestly, I think it's all these little small choices that we make every day that really lead to lasting significant impacts. I don't know about you, but maybe you've tried to change your diet, tried to watch what you eat, tried to exercise. Maybe you've tried a few new things with your class, or maybe you're just in one of those schools where they've tried these big, huge initiatives that flopped and failed miserably. But really, it's just those small things that make a difference, right? So in the chat, what is a small choice that you've made? I look forward to hearing your answers. What's a simple choice you've made that, or that you're trying to make that you feel like it's either making a big impact in your life or not making a big impact yet? I don't know, but be a little vulnerable if you don't mind. Let's just all join in and kind of learn from each other. I'll give you an example while you guys start to add some ideas. All right, consistency, simple choices. Love it. You're exactly right, Jake. I think that's it. Like simple, consistent choices lead to significant impacts. Good example. Another example I have is, Father Time is marching on, right? And the physician, the doctor is saying, you got to watch that cholesterol. You got to watch that cholesterol. I'm like, okay, I get it. All right. So, every one thing that we do every night as a family, and then just myself, like I will take our dog for a walk, and that's at least a mile. So every day I'm at least getting a mile's worth of walking in, right? That's a simple choice that I can do for 20 minutes each night with my kids and just for my health. Another thing I'm doing is just trying to watch what I eat for lunch, right? Like I'm trying to eat a little more healthy options, a little bit of green, a little bit of fruit, a little bit of pistachios is kind of what I got thrown in there. And if I found out that if I make those on Sunday, it works. I'll make me 4 little lunches on Sunday that are appropriately sized and healthy, and I can grab them out of in the morning on Monday morning, Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning. And that simple little choice has really helped my health. So let's see what you got coming in here. Getting your principal certification. Katrina, that sounds huge, girl. I was looking for simple choices, but cool. Go ahead now. Becoming a team leader. Good job. Getting your master's. All right. Show up, smile, listen more. There you go, Miriam. That's exactly right. Those things like that really change the culture of a school. We can do big initiatives. We can do this, we can do that. But I think if you just smile and shake someone's hand or ask them how their kids or their dog is doing every day, that really makes a big impact on school culture. Yeah, good stuff. Drink water, eat less bread. Oh, Edna, I love bread. So good luck to you. All right. Making time for me. Good. Being mindful. Love it. Being present. Cool. All right, love it. Good, taking more time for yourself. Good job. All right, cool. Well, let's keep this rolling. Feel free to be vulnerable, share those ideas in the chat. I appreciate y'all doing my little bell ringer activity though. Summer work from home is difficult to do alone. Yeah, all right. I see you. You pet a person or listen to others. Awesome, cool. Well, let's keep it going. All right, so in the same vein of thought, or the same kind of token, same thought strategy here is simple choices make a big impact. And that's why I love the tool I'm going to share today with you called Magic School AI. They've done a lot of simple things, just simple ways to use generative AI that I think are making significant big impacts for educators, right? Made just a lot of simple little choices to make impact. I'm gonna be with you. I got some teammates over here giving me a hard time. So I'm gonna wave and give a thumbs up. All right, anyways, simple choices make some significant impacts, right? They're trying to distract me, forgive me. All right, anyways. Now I'm also honestly in that same vein of thought. ChatGPT, I don't know if you've used it before, but it can be a little challenging. When I log into ChatGPT, I don't always know what it can do. Like I don't know how to phrase the prompt well, what all criteria I need to give it to get a really good output. And so sometimes I just feel like, well, I spent 15, 20 minutes, but I didn't really get what I needed because I didn't have the right prompts, didn't use the right criteria, I didn't tune it well. I don't know. Although it is helpful, but I think that's why I love Magic School because they're making these simple choices that lead to significant impacts. All right. Another one reason I love this tool, or another why for me, is that it's just built for educators. I've really had the pleasure of getting to know some folks that work there. Miss Jenny Long, who's down there in Texas, Adil, who's the CEO who started this company. And y'all, it is just apparent that they care about teachers, that they care about the profession, that they care about educators in general, and they're trying to do their part to prevent teacher burnout and to just really give you practical tools that really empower you. And just, it's just evident in the way they're communicating, what they're building, and where they're heading. So it's built for us by us, I think, built for educators by educators, right? Next thing is, another reason for my why here is that just the job description is growing. I don't know about y'all, but even when I was in the classroom or even in my current role over the last 8 years, more things keep getting added to the plate of leaders, right? Now you got to do this. Well, now you got to do this, but you never took anything off the plate. I don't know if I'm just preaching to an empty room right now or if I can get some amens or what, but I feel like that's the general trend for educators in general, and specifically the principals, the administrators, district level admins that I work with. We're just getting more and more asked of us, but they're not really streamlining or removing anything for us. So that's where generative AI comes in and a tool like Magic School AI comes in. And then next is that it's just free. What? That's so awesome though. Like I think you can do so much with Magic School AI and their free version. Now I will be honest, they do have an enterprise version that you can buy as a school district. They do have some things where you can. I see you. All right. Yeah. All right. They do have some advanced features that you can pay for, but y'all, you can do so much in their platform for free. And so I want to show you some of that free stuff today. That's really, really incredible. Cool. So let's keep it rolling, keep it going. Now, here's going to be our agenda today, right? I'm going to try to just keep this session basic, get right into it, get straight to it, right? So here's our agenda. We're going to start with just an account setup. And I'm having a little bit of internet issues. I'm going to be real. My internet's been a little bit buggy, so I don't think I'm going to have any problems, but we'll see. We'll get you set up. From there, I'm going to give you an overview of the platform, like what's the lay of the land, like how do I find things, how do I use it, interact, whatever. And then from there, we'll move into some tools for leader. I'm going to survey 3, but I'm going to give you some explore time as well. Like I want you to play and find some stuff that you think is going to serve you in your role as an educational leader. Maybe you're a special education specialist, or maybe you're an administrator, or maybe you're an AP, maybe you're an instructional coach, maybe you do stuff for your district. I don't know. I want you to find stuff and share it with the good of the group, right? Share that out in the chat. I'm going to give you some explore time, and then we'll wrap this up with a little closure activity on AI. Cool? Sound good? All right. And feel free to drop questions in the chat. I'm going to be trying to monitor those over there. But all right, let's get started. So from the beginning, all you need to do to get a Magic School AI account is go to their website, which is magicschool.ai, magicschool.ai, and that will take you there, right? You can also Google search this. It's not, you just Google search Magic School, and it will be the first link that shows up. I mean, it's really prominent right there in Google. So you're going to want to go to magicschool.ai, and I've got that link in the chat for you. I also have a QR code for you here as well. If you would rather just kind of like practice on your phone for now, so that you can kind of stay in the Zoom chat with me. You're an adult. You learn how you learn. I mean, you do what you do best, right? If you want to scan that QR code, you can do that and follow along with me. If you would rather maybe split screen, do a tab here, do a tab there, and open it in a new tab, that's okay as well too. So magicschool.ai is that link. I'm gonna give you another 5 or 10 seconds to scan that or type it in. And then from there, you're going to go to what's called the upper right, or you're going to go to the upper right hand corner, and you're going to click on sign up free. Now, good thing about Magic School AI is they've got some various different ways to do it. You can create your own account using a personal email. You can use Gmail. You can use a Microsoft account too, as well, using Azure. So they've got easy ways to on-ramp you into the platform. And then once you create your account, I'm going to give you a heads up. They're going to do a 10-step tour, if I'm not mistaken. It's usually like 10 steps. You know, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this. You can click and go through that if you want, or you can click next, next, next. I'm going to try to give you that tour here as well. You can always get back to that as well too in the preferences, I think is where that's at. So you'll go to that right-hand side up there at the top, sign in for free, and then we will get into it. I'm going to assume that you've got this now. So I'm going to jump out of full screen and just kind of start to demo a little bit, just kind of show you, come on. There we go, out of full screen. And I've got Magic School AI pulled open right over here in my Chrome browser. So I've already logged in. So now I get it. You're either going to have to kind of watch me, or you're going to have another tab where you can kind of click and play around. So just be mindful of that. Do what you do best. If you want to listen and follow along, that's okay. Split screen and follow along, that's okay. Or if you would prefer to just kind of watch me and do it that route, that's okay. Follow along on a phone, that's okay too. But I'm here for you however you need me, right? Cool. So let's get it going.
Shane.
Yeah.
Hello,
sorry.
Shane. Just 1 second. I just want to remind the folks here in CFISD to when you log in, to not use login with Google. You need to use and I didn't tell you that, so my apologies. So just sign in with your email and then create your own password. Okay. And also, this is open for teachers in CFISD, and AI is open for teachers in CFISD, but it is blocked for students. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Thank you.
I'm in the same boat. We have it blocked for students currently as well. So there are a ton of cool student features in here. And I've got a session on that one that we can come back to another day. Or you can always reach out if you're in a different school district and you'd like some ways you can use it with your students, or you'd like me to help you show you how to use the Magic Student side. I'm happy to do that. But for today, we're going to just focus on that Magic School side that all my SciFair folks have access to. And we're going to specifically look through the lens of educational leaders as well, right? So here we go. This is what it looks like when you're all the way logged in, right? Now, couple areas. I think there's 3 general areas. You have the left-hand side down here on the left-hand side, where you've got your magic tools, which are essentially your generators, all the magic tool generators that you can use. You've got Raina, who is almost like an IC chatbot that you can interact with. So think ChatGPT, but ChatGPT that's been trained to teach you, trained to interact with you like a teacher would, or like an instructional coach would interact with you, right? She's trained on best practices. And I did get clarification that Magic School does refer to her as a she, so we'll call her she. She's been trained on research, best practices, pedagogy, classroom management strategy. So good stuff there. And you can also select between models here. So you can go the fastest or the smartest. I generally actually tend to go to the smartest. So you can kind of toggle back and forth between that. There's an output history here that will keep a log of your outputs. And then when I have created stuff, if I want to share that with other leaders at my school, I can do that from this output tab. You have the option to kind of have it just locked and private to you, but you can also share it publicly with other people. That's from the output history tab. If you make maybe an icebreaker and you want one of your colleagues to select the best one, you could do that. There's a launch to students for people outside of SciFair, where you can dig into that student side. They've got a love here where you can kind of share the love for it. You can go get advanced trainings from here, from their website. You can share the magic. You can get a Magic School intro. And you've also got your settings and stuff down here on this lower left-hand side. So that left-hand column is almost like settings, preferences, and really just navigating between Magic Tools, Rain, and your output history. I think that you're probably going to spend 90% of your time on this Magic Tools tab That's the one that you'll spend a lot of your time on, but you may be interacting with Raina or your output history a lot more than I realize, right? All right, so now we're going to shift. We're going to move into this top area. Now, this top area right here in white is almost like your search bar and your filters bar. So think of search and filters in Google Drive or wherever, right? I can search for a tool like icebreakers. Maybe I've got, I'm responsible for doing some back to school icebreaker activities. Boom, I can search, I can find it, I can click it, there it is. Or maybe I'm working with a teacher and we're just trying to come up with some behavior intervention strategies. So maybe I search for BIP and there's a BIP generator that I can use to kind of come up with that. Or maybe I want to do restorative reflection and I need to find some restorative reflection activities for a student. Or maybe just as I'm an IC and I'm just trying to give my teachers some variety in the multiple choice questions that they're asking. I can type in multiple choice and search and find that one. All right, so that's the search bar. Okay, now across the top, we also have some filters that we can click on. You can click on planning. We can go to content. We can go to questions, intellectual prep, student support, communication, community tools, and admin. I'm very, very excited to see that they just released this one. This, honestly, I was just talking with Miss Jenny Wong a few days ago, and this is literally brand new. So you guys are getting to see some cutting edge stuff that they're pushing out right now. So this admin tab is there for you. So that's got some of those, and I'm going to show you a few of those and a few others as well. But there we go. Those are some filters, or you can just go back to all. Honestly, I generally will leave it on all, but they are adding more and more and more. The last count I had was over 60, but I know they've added about 7 or 8, 9 more at this point. So we're probably getting closer to 70 tools at this point that they've got in here for you. But one thing I want you to point and realize, if I've clicked on intellectual prep, right, and now I search for BIP, you might have problems finding it. So just kind of keep that in mind. Whatever filter you've clicked on is what you're going to be searching within. So use one or the other is my tip. Use one or the other. Great. All right, so that's the filter search bar across the top. Now, when we get down here, these are all of the magic tools. We've got report card comments, right? We've got professional email help. We've got a text translator. If you've got a newsletter going home from your school or you send a s'mores, it'll translate that for you, right? Maybe you're challenging your teachers, you're an IC, and you want them to be asking deeper, harder, more challenging questions. Maybe this DO questions generator is good for you. Maybe you are the liaison for IEP meetings. Here's an IEP support generator. So moving down, we've got all of these just generators is our magic tools is what we should call them actually. Now, another way to think about these is really you can do these through ChatGPT, but I guarantee you're not going to get as good of an output as quickly. All right, and here's why. I'm going to just kind of click on one and show you. Let's try, you know what? I'm going to try one of these new ones. I'm excited to see. Let's do this survey creator. Oh, no. Let's not do that. Let's go. Let's just try on, oh goodness. Let's go with the OK questions. Fine, whatever. So if I click on it, the reason I love Magic School AI is that they get a little more information from you and they use that information behind the scenes to write a better prompt that will then go out to a GPT. It'll go out to, ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot or Gemini or Claude or something like that. It goes out and it uses this information you've shared to get you better output faster. If that makes sense, right? So I could come in here and say, I'm working with 10th grade. I could use voice to text now and say, I could read the standard, or I could just say I want DOK questions about mitosis, or I can actually upload and it will extract that information from that PDF upload there. So notice that upload feature there. It will go straight and pull from images or a PDF, and then I can click generate and get my output. Now, notice that there's an exemplar button right here. If I click this, it'll show me just kind of what a good example might look like, or what good output might look like. So notice that that is there, right? Now, that's the exemplar button. Now, once I use something, we use this forces motion. If I don't like the output, I could always kind of come back and change it. I could come back and manipulate it. I could come back and actually put in those Texas standards straight from your standards and objectives into here to get better output. But let's say I don't like this as well. I could even write it down here and just say, you know what? Oh, wow, it's going really, really well here. It's giving me a lot of great outputs here. So just notice how I did that in no time at all. That's so amazing. Now, let's say I do like this. I can click copy it, and I could go copy and paste this into a Google Doc. With your free access account that you're going to be using now, if you just sign up, you've got their free account, you'll actually have the ability to export it to a Google form or a Google Doc, depending on what you generate, for the next 14 days. If you're using a free version, that will go away. So that is a free enterprise version that they have there. They've got a read aloud feature, and they've got more here where you can just kind of save it for later. Another thing you can do here is, as well, is you can interact back with it and just tell it to translate it. So I'm going to go back and do a different one now. So that's just really simple how you do it. Let's pick another one. Let's go with that restorative reflection. I'm going to demo that one really quickly. Restorative reflection. So let's say I'm an administrator. I get this kid who just keeps getting sent to my class for the same issue, or sent to my office for the same issue. Maybe this one's a good one that you could use, a restorative practice. Maybe it's one that you can share with your teacher, and they can start to figure out how ways that they can manage the classroom behavior within the classroom, right? I don't know. But here we go. Let's say I'm teaching 7th grade. I want 3 questions. And the specific details, what the student was involved in, or other relevant information. Let's just say the student is having difficulty, and I could use that voice to text, which I'm actually using a lot more than I realized I would, using difficulty managing their impulsivity, right? And using their cell phone well, we'll just say using their cell phone when it is supposed to be put away, right? Let's just see what happens. I'm just kind of coming up with one. Once I click generate, it's going to come down here. Now, could I do this in ChatGPT? Probably, maybe, but it's not trained to be a teacher. It's not trained to just work with educators. So that's why I love what Magic School's built, right? So we've got student reflection, directions. Please take a moment to think through your recent behavior. All right, it gives them 3 restorative questions. What happened in the instant? What were you thinking at the time? How did it affect other people? I love that that's pulling that one in. What could you have done differently to handle this in the future? Cool, it's making them think about the future. So that's one example. Awesome. Maybe I can now come and say, will you translate this to Spanish? I could do that here. Oh gosh, I misspelled it. There's also an actions button where you could click translate. Maybe your student doesn't speak Spanish. There's over 100 languages in here that you could translate to though. So I'm gonna go down. I'm just gonna do it this way though. I'll click it, click translate, and now it's gonna take this restorative reflection activity, write it in Spanish as if it's maybe a newcomer who doesn't speak any English. I don't know. But that's there and they can now access it. So there it is, good stuff. Cool. So that's one called restorative reflection. Now, one more time, I really want to emphasize this. Could you theoretically do this stuff in ChatGPT? Maybe. Are you going to get as good an output as fast? Absolutely not. And that's just because it gets a little bit of information from you so that you can then get high quality output a lot more quickly, saving you a lot more time. Multiple choice example here too. You've got the opportunity to put in chunks of text. You could copy and paste in your standards. You could upload a copy of your standards. So all kinds of good stuff you can do there as well. So those are a few examples. What I would like to do now is I'd just like to be quiet. I'm going to just like stop talking for, I'm going to say 2 minutes, right? I'm going to jump back into my slide deck. And for 2 minutes, I'm going to let you just explore, okay? I'm going to let you explore for 2 minutes, find one tool, play with it, find something you love that you think that you can use as a leader in your current setting, doing what you currently do. And then when the 2 minutes is up, I want to have you just jot the name of that generator or that magic tool in the chat so that the rest of us can learn from you. And if you don't need 2 minutes, that's fine too. But find one you love, tell us why, put it in the chat. 2 minutes starts now, and I'm going to be quiet, just kind of see what you guys see what you experience. All right, Kimberly, I appreciate you. She's already shared she loved the tongue twister version. That's fun. Is there a Magic School app? That was a question that was asked. There is no Magic School app on your phone per se, or at least I can't go to the Google Play Store and look for Magic School AI. But what I can do is I can just use it through my phone exactly the same way I use it through my laptop. So I'm logged in on my phone, I'm logged in on my laptop, so I'm seeing both output. I can retrieve information from both accounts or from both devices, the same account. So there is no app. So great question. Who knows what they're going to do in the future? They're coming out with all kinds of good stuff. Ronald, I appreciate you. He said he's loving the restorative reflection one. Good stuff, good stuff. The translation button is perfect. It really is, author. I mean, we have the schools I work with, I'm in Title I. All my schools are Title I. I've always only ever worked in Title I. And that translation feature is becoming more and more important every year. You're exactly right. Awesome. As you find a good one, let us know. Let us hear about it in the chat. I almost kind of treat this as a fail forward. Just try it, see if you can break it. I guarantee you're not gonna break anything. So that's not gonna be a problem. But I think you're gonna find something you really like when you play in here. All right, Melinda is sharing that she loves that recommendation letter. I get it. Yeah, you're right. Like I know, especially if you're a high school or you're a leader, you're asked a lot of write a lot of rec letters, and that can be daunting and challenging and take a lot of time. So there's probably a healthy balance here between like, well, you want it to be personal, um, and about that individual, but you also you got a lot to do and you need to save time. So that recommendation letter is a good feature. You can go in and give criteria and say like, this person was a 4-year letterman on the basketball team. They have great work ethic. They are on the beta club or whatever. So you can give personalized details and it'll help you crank that out together. All right, so time is up. If you don't mind, jump back into this chat. Let's see what our people are sharing. There's a lot of good ideas coming in. Wow. Okay, we've got the math word study problem. Good. Yeah, I've had a lot of success with that with elementary, specifically the math word story word problems. I haven't tested it with high school yet. I'll have high schools next year, so we'll see. The lesson plan feature is great. Yeah. Nicole, my recommendation for the lesson plan one is, you don't have to copy and paste that exact lesson plan, but use it as ingredients. Like maybe you like that bell ringer, maybe you like that closure activity. So use those ingredients. So yeah, great. A good starting point. College applications, the text scaffolder, good stuff. You love the class newsletter. Good job, Daryl. I'm loving it. Yep. Let's see if I've missed any translation tool. Oh man, can we submit a specific logo? Cynthia, I have a session built all around image generators. So with theirs, you're working together with Adobe Firefly. With Adobe Firefly, you do have the ability to upload a logo, or you do have the ability to upload styles to help it learn about styles. But I'm not sure if I actually understand your question completely. All right, lesson plans, recommendation letters, college applications, good stuff. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate you all just taking it for a test drive, trying it out, and sharing what you were able to find. Right? All right, yeah, we've got 20 questions exported to a form. Now that is a premium version, so if you're gonna do that, you want to do that in the next 14 days. IEP generator, cool. All right, what I'd like to do now is maybe I'm gonna highlight 3 or 4, and then maybe you can play around with some other tools if time allows. So the 3 or 4, oh goodness, let me get back here. Sorry. Oh, my slides. All right, cool. The 3 or 4 that I thought I would like to highlight right now is just the teacher observation tool, the icebreaker tool, behavior interventions, and I've already done that restorative reflection and behavior interventions to some extent, so we'll probably just do those first 2. So I'm going to jump out full screen, jump back into Magic School AI, and just show off some more of, well, hold on, I started to say show off some magic. But one thing I love about this company is that they are clear to say, listen, our tool's not the magic. AI is not the magic. You, the teacher, are the magic, right? The teachers are where the magic happens, right? So you're the magic. We're not going to refer to this as magic. This is just Gen AI tools we can use to help us be more magical, maybe. I don't know. All right. So the first one I want to demo is just that teacher observation tool. So maybe you are a mentor for a teacher, or maybe you're a leadership and you have to do a formal evaluation. I'm not sure. This teacher observation tool is really great because it kind of comes in and it frames it for you, right? It gives you some strengths. So one thing I loved about the class is they had great lesson structure and pacing, right? I'm going to give some examples here. They called on all students engaged, right? Another thing, maybe an opportunity for growth here is maybe they need to ask more rigorous questions, and maybe they want to give students more time, think time. I don't know. I'm just kind of coming up with some stuff here, right? Additional details. You can add more stuff here if you like, but just like that, boom, I'm gonna click generate, and it's gonna create a nice, brilliant observation output, and it kind of expands those thoughts out and explains them for me. So this is something that I can now just copy and paste and email to a teacher, drop into a file, send through a Google Doc or Word or an email or print it out. I don't know what you need to do with it, but just like that. It is awesome. It created these areas of strength with pacing, well organized, flowed smoothly. Material, oh man, it wrote better than I would have wrote it. So this is good stuff. I'm excited with what I'm seeing here. Ask more rigorous questions after reading. You might ask, all right, cool. Now, what if I don't like this? What could I do? I could also come here and say, can you give the teacher 3 strategies for improving and asking more rigorous questions? So watch what it does now. I've never done this one before, but I'm sure it's going to be do a good job. Let's see what happens. We're going to chat with it now. Boom. So now it's also going to give us 3 questions to build in more rigorous question acting, right? We can do this really about all kinds of things here, but that is just really cool. And I can copy and paste that. Now, one thing I could do is I could even come here and say, will you rewrite this all into one output so that I can copy and paste this into the teacher if I wanted, but I'm going to skip that for now. So that was the first one called teacher output. I'm really, really excited about that. Really like what I see. Oh, there's a share button there as well. I went too fast. Let me go back to output history and I'll show you the share button because I missed demoing that one. Come on, internet, keep up with me. Let's open this one back up. So there's how I can retrieve and get back to it. And now I can click share. I could change this to say with, share publicly. I consent to that, done. And now I can copy this link and I could actually send that to someone if I wanted as well. I want you to know that feature is there. I think the one that I find myself using more often though is just export to a Google Doc or copy. Now export, some of those may be a little bit more enterprise features. So I think copy is usually the way I'd recommend going, but just know that share is there. All right, cool. Sharing is caring. Awesome. So the next one I want to demo really fast for my leaders is the icebreaker. Now, we're about to head back to school. And over these next few weeks, I guarantee you're going to have to play some awkward icebreaker games, whether you have a love or hate relationship with them. I don't know. They're going to be a part of every back to school week, but, so they're there. I'm sure you're going to see lots of Post-it notes posted on walls and stuff like that as well, too. But let's say that you're in charge with coming up with some of these icebreaker activities. You want to, dust off, get some fresh ideas, try out a few new ones. Magic School's here for that, right? So let's say you're doing it in person. Let's say there are 60 people in your staff. Let's say you don't have any materials or you have some materials to use. I don't know. What's some context? This is back to, I'm going to say it is back to school for my teachers and staff. I misspelled it. That's okay. I want them to share highlights from the summer. I saw you mentioned self-care earlier, so I'll throw that in there. I want them to share fun ways they will practice self-care this year. I want some funny facts. I don't know. And let's do, I'm trying to break it. I'm trying to see how hard I can make it. Let's make it, I want there to be music involved. All right. And I want teachers up and moving. You may love or hate that I'm writing that as you think about going back to school right now, but we'll just see what Raina comes up with. All right. Oh my gosh. Not only did it give me what I'm saying is it's giving me multiple options. That's crazy to me, right? So the first team builder activity is the summer highlights circle of simple, creativity. You get everybody in a circle, you play some music, they share their highlights. There's a talking stick, all right, some experiences. I might, you might want to put them in smaller groups so everybody has a chance to speak. The self-care dance party. Oh, it's even got the Happy by Pharrell. That's my wife's favorite song. Right, so they're going to have that. They're going to be moving around, 2 minutes of sharing, restart the song, repeat the process. Funny fact flash, okay? It's telling you to divide them into groups. Love it. So it's coming up with a lot of good ideas here for us. Now, what if I don't like these? Am I stuck? No. You're not going to run out of tokens. It's not like you only can use this so many times. I could come back and say, I don't really like these ideas. Will you give me 5 more? Right? And guess what? Raina is going to do that. Option number 1, the summer bingo card. Option number 2, the self-care sculpture. Option 3, the musical cares something self-care relay race. So yeah, I love it. Like, this is cool. This is coming together. I hope that you guys are amazed with this over there too, as I am. Like, it's coming up with some good ideas, right? I didn't even, I told it no materials. I could tell it that we've got post-it notes or sticky notes or something like that, and it would do those as well, or whatever. But yeah, cool, cool. So there's just under a few of them. I think I've already demonstrated the restorative reflection behavior intervention one as well. So what I want to do now is just pause. I'm gonna be quiet for another minute, and the smartest person in the room is the room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start another 2-minute timer, and I'm going to let you play around for either 2 minutes, or if you have used a powerful Magic School tool in here, share it with the chat, and I'm going to be sure to give you a call out as you do that. So you've got 2 minutes now. Treat this like a playground. Go find yourself another leadership tool, or share one in the chat that you know is just really, really great for leaders. And I would love to learn from you. Love to see one that you've enjoyed using. That 2 minutes is starting now. I'm going to take a sip of water and watch your brilliant ideas come in. Hey, Bonnie, I see that you have a question that's come in. Is it worth purchasing for the year, or is the free version enough? I'm going to say that that's kind of case sensitive depending on you. As you get in here and you figure out, I really do like that feature. I don't need that feature. You can do a ton for free. You really can do a ton for free. I do have an enterprise account though, and I do use some of those enterprise features. A lot of the enterprise features have to do with when you're exporting it to a Google form or a Microsoft form. That's where you may lose some of that behind the enterprise wall. But I do think it may be something that's worth exploring. And I don't want you to foot that bill. I think that maybe reach out to your district and just show them, like, listen, this one is an all-in-one great tool. So maybe they would pay for it for you, or maybe you do a little crowdsourcing, GoFundMe, something like that, and get it paid for as well. So, or clear the list. Maybe this is something on your list that they do for you. So something to think about. Awesome. So cool. We're seeing some good ideas coming in now here. Catherine says the rubric generator. I'd love to see some of your ideas. What were some tools that you tried out that you really loved, that you were using, that you enjoyed? What did you see? What did you explore? Let's see what you got. All right, come on. Let's see. What tools did you find that seemed really helpful within Magic School AI today? All right. Well, while you're typing that in, I'm going to show you a few more leadership tools that I think are phenomenal. The first one is that translate feature. As I said, I've been Title I my entire career, and in our Title I Cs, we're seeing a large rise in ML or ESOL or whatever acronym we're using these days. We call them MLs now. So that translate feature is there for you. It's really powerful. After you generate an output, you click actions, you click translate, and that's there. But they've also got a built-in translator. There's some IEP ideas and IEP generator ideas. Of course, I'm not going to tell you to copy and paste this and use it for a student, but I do think the ideas are definitely great for exploring. Like, let it come up with 10 accommodations or modifications that might be helpful, and then use those, pull from that list, right? Sometimes we just get tired. We run out of creativity. We don't know what to do. We feel like we're writing the same thing. So that's where I really tap in Magic School here to help with those IEP ideas, right? Another one is the email responder. Maybe you just get that nasty email from that parent wanting to know why that kid's failing that class, and you want to quickly shoot one off and reply real fast. But we know that's not professional. We want to reply with some grace and some humility, some patience, some kindness. So you can come in and use that email responder tool and just say, reply to this email with patience, kindness, grace, and let them know that I'm going to look into it and figure out why their student is failing the class, but also point out that their student probably needs to be turning in their work or something like that, right? And it'll help you write that email in such a delicate, professional way. So the email responder tool, I highly recommend you checking out that magic tool. And then another one just is, we're all instructional leaders. So they just have so many tools in here for instructional leaders. Maybe that's they've got some cool problem-based learning. I don't know if I can type PBL. Can I type PBL? Let me type in problem. As an instructional leader, if you're working with project-based learning, they've got a project-based learning magic tool. Math word story word problems. Maybe you want to share that with your math folks. Math spiral review. That's really critically important. Share that one out. For my science folks, they've got one called, or maybe you lead science teachers. They've got one called the 3D Science Assessment Generator. I love this one because you can come in, you can give it your criteria, your grade level, the number of questions, and then you can have the output type you want. If I want my students practicing analyzing data, I can ask for a data table. And let's just say we want that data to be all about cells and organelles. I don't know. I got the cells and organelles in my mind. It will come up with some pseudo data, some fake data, but really just a great way for them to learn to practice analyzing data. And then it'll come up with questions. So these are definitely the styles of questions they're going to be seeing on those state standards. So it'll create that for me because maybe you just don't have time to be creating all these yourself. Great. Create another about osmosis or something like that. And let it create another output like that on osmosis. Phenomenon, there it is. It's giving us the data, and now the students have to analyze that data set. Now I'm going to go back here and point out that not only does it have that, but it'll write text in the style of a scientific article. So if we're trying to teach students to read like scientists, they should probably be exposed to writing like scientists, right? So it'll do that here as well. So maybe you share that with your science teachers. There's just so many just powerful instructional features in here. So feel free to dig into those. All right, as the instructional leader of your school. So let's keep it rolling, keep it flowing. I want to pause really fast and give the DLC team time to share their code, here, right? And so we want to close it. We want to land the plane. And so here's my little closing reflection questions for you. If you don't mind, drop these in the chat. Letter A, what is a small, simple choice you're making to A, accelerate your personal or professional life this summer, or as we move back into the school year? Share your accelerating idea, and that can be personal or professional. And I, insight, as an educational leader, what has been your most significant leadership insight gained from Magic School AI today? So give me your AI reflection in the chat over here. I'd love to learn from you and grow with you. And then I will also share a resource link and contact information right after this. But let's see your A and your I's come in. And of course, you can keep that short, sweet, simple. I know I don't want you to have to type too much. So let's see your A's and I's come in over here in the chat. And while you're doing that, I will go ahead and just share. I would love to connect with you through social media. So I'll drop the LinkedIn in here as well. I'll drop some X, some Twitter if you are using that platform. So my teammate also just told me I need to get on Instagram. I have not posted anything, but I'll put that in there for you as well. If you're in that platform. Oh, great. There's some A's and some I's coming in. Let's see what you got. A, personally, you're going to try to get your 3D printer working. Go ahead, John. That's cool. I love it. Love it. A, you want to be more positive, Martha. A, you're reading some professional development books. Love it, love it, love it. Feel free to share those for the good of the group. I, is this a good way to reply to interesting, John, I see what you did there. Those interesting emails. Okay, yep. A, you're going to do a little bit more walking for your mental health. I, this is great. You just love it all. Cool. Me too. That's why I love sharing about this one. A, start small. Good stuff. Good stuff. Learn one new thing every day. Good tip, Jake. Yep. Start small. One thing every day. Good stuff. I mean, after 365 days, you'd be like 365 days smarter of one thing. So that's good. Cool. All right. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you guys sharing your information here in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and just drop this up there. There's a resource link there for you. I would love to connect with you through X, LinkedIn, YouTube. I've started releasing some YouTube shorts and stuff like there to help out my teachers. And apparently I'm going to start to try to do Instagram now. But I don't know if I'm going to do very, very good at that. But we'll see what happens. But I've enjoyed spending some time with you guys today. 51 minutes of your life are in the rearview mirror. But I hope that you gain some valuable ideas for using Magic School AI as a leader in your current setting. Or maybe you just learned a practical small choice significant impact from some smart person in the room today. But I've enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out with me, and thank you to the DLC team for being the pilots today, the co-pilots, and just helping me deliver a smooth session.
We'll share them. Alrighty, I'm Manny, Super Manny. I used to work there, yes. So I've got some text messages and emails saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna be in your session." So awesome, love it. I'm the community person, and I don't know, love talking to people, go to conferences. That's my job. Yeah, best job ever. All right, I think the first one, it's an app smash. So I'm gonna show you some of the new things that we have been releasing kind of quietly in background. Alrighty, so if you are inside Fair, you all have the premium version of this, so which means you have access to all this. All right, I'm gonna start with the simplest things, just going to, this is my demo video. Why? Because it's long. People love Amiibo Sisters, so there's a lot of videos from teachers that are, Amiibo Sisters, so I use this one. If you have the recorder, that it's a free extension, hence, did you know that we had a free extension that lets you record all the things? You will see this magical button here, which with one click, boom, it automatically takes you to the editable version of the video. And this is an approved app. Hello, goodbye. I know Danielle's gonna get on to me, but this is approved. If you don't have that, so sad, you need to go and download it. Click share, copy, and then you go to Edpuzzle, and you paste it, right? And then you search. It will be the same view as with the button, with the little extension app. See, it's a lot easier when you just click one and it's done. All right, we are not a video editing company, okay? We don't edit videos, we create video lessons. But especially when I was working with my loads teachers, they go like, Manny, I found this amazing video, but they showed this one thing I can't show my students. So I got you. All right, so we have this little, I don't know what the name of it is. I call it the black thingy. So I will move it to wherever is the thing you can't have, and then you cut. This is like not new, and people are like, what? You can cut in the middle? So I'm gonna show you several tricks. All right, then when you move this thing again, guess what? You can cut again, yes. So whatever it's in the gray, it's going to be removed. And when you go to the questions, it's automatically stitched for you. Now, again, we're not an editing company, so it's not exactly accurate. So just go back and forth to be like, oh, I kind of messed up on the word, so let me go back and add a little bit more. And then you go to the questions, and then you watch the video, and then it's like cut off kind of. Then you go back, and then you go like, well, I need a little bit more. Okay, that's it. That's as advanced as we get. And of course, you can add you can edit the ends. All right. This is a YouTube video, so you cannot do voiceover. So sad, let's copyright. So record your own videos with our Chrome extension. Questions. I have several new features here. I use this video because with the generate questions is our AI feature. And with 2 clicks, it gives you a lesson. All right, so I'm gonna click generate questions. The answer is always both, because when you're picking shoes, you go like, I need both, right? Both. And look, are you ready? Are you ready? Boom, it's automatically giving you suggestions. Now we use this to do like a quick lesson, because sometimes I was one of them. I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't done my lesson. So you know what video you're gonna be showing, because either district send you the YouTube video or you know what you're doing. So you click teacher assist, boom, boom, and you are done. Now, we just suggest you take a look at the questions because the rigor sometimes it's not quite there. This is AI generated. We use teachers from all over the world that have used that same video and that have added those questions for you. So again, Cypher is its own thing. You need to do the right thing, this, the critiques and all of that. Make sure you make the edits and you do what your coaches want you to do. You all know what Cypher wants, so you do that. All right. But then their suggestions are here already. You can just change whatever you need to change. You can leave it the way it is. Click finish. And that's it, because you're in Cypher. You don't assign here. You go to Schoology and you assign in Schoology. All right. If you're not in Cypher, we have all of these LMS integrations, and they all work differently. We have certifications. So you just Google Edpuzzle certifications, and then you'll find them. Yeah, but we integrate with all of these. All right, so that was teacher assessed. And it says, but Manny, I was able to generate questions with 2 clicks, right? And then what about all those? I need to read. It says discard and exit, which is what I want to do. I never read. And then I get onto my mom. Mom, you never read. Yeah, that's me. Anyways, when we have open-ended questions, we also have AI that takes care of us. This is not new. You've seen the 4 new answers to grade, because we used to be able to do it manually, right? You click, and now you have this magical button called auto grade. You tap, and you put the teacher answer, the perfect answer, make it as comprehensive as you can. Picture like an umbrella and all the possible answers that your students may spell or misspelled. It needs to be able to catch them. Now, it is AI, so it is going to catch variations of it, yes. I mean, grade differentiations, not so much. This is immersive technology. Just know it's new. So it works for the most part. So put the teacher answer here, and you click auto grade, and it's magical. It's automatically graded for you. Boom. That saves a lot of time. Now, we do say go back and check because, again, it's new. So sometimes it might not be right. I am checking the questions on the side, just so you know. I got really good at having my questions here and my things right here. All right, so I've shown you teacher assist. I've shown you, what else? Oh, questions. Okay, I'm gonna go into my mitosis. I'm gonna grab this. Oh, I have it here already. Yeah, questions. Then I'm going to add a multiple choice question. Yeah, what I was about to show you, it's in the next session. So nope, I'm not showing you that. You're gonna have to wait. Oh, I'm gonna do an outfit change. Next session. Okay, so at some point here, you are going to stop the video, right? Identical cells. And then you can add a open-ended question, right? And if you're a language teacher, just know that you can record your voice so your students can listen to you and read you, because sometimes they need that. I mean, I taught first, second, and third grade, and they're all bilinguals. So I would recommend you get your emoji keyboard, and you will say question, and then you put a 1, because they need to know there's going to be more than one question per se. Come on, why is it not working? You saw that there's a question mark there. Okay. There you go. All right. And then you have the question. What does mitosis need or something? I don't know. You put the question there. The point is you have an audio. They have to listen to the audio file, and then they'll be able to respond. They have to listen to the audio. And you allow students to respond with audio. Now, you don't need to have text or emojis. It can just be the audio file. You can test for audio. That is like, what? Yes, language teachers, we got you. Oh, again, this is not new. LaTeX. When I show this to math teachers, so this is way above my head for math, but it looks as it should look. This is way too intense for me. But students, you can put this in the answer choices or in the questions. Okay, so you have the audio responses, and then you can turn that into a multiple choice question, and you can also have audio messages be answer choices as well. So here you can say mitosis is when a cell reproduces, as a twinsy kind of thing, and then you have that. Mitosis is when you have different cells reproduce, and that'd be wrong. So, so forth. So you don't have to have text. You can add emojis. When I add emojis, people are like, what? You can? I'm like, yes, that's beauty. That is an option. I remember, for the students. You can also put images and GIFs. Okay, it stands for graphics, so it's a GIF. So I have the Giphy here, and then you can download it and then upload it. We'll be like, I will put that as a feedback, just to say this is the wrong one. I'm gonna add the feedback. I don't know if you know that this is again not new, but teachers don't know about this. Click back, image, upload an image, and then I have my little GIF right here, and I'm gonna change it to 200. All right, let's see. You'd be like, no. You can change it to something smaller. That was a little too big. So I'll just redo it and then put it smaller. But you don't have to wait for your teachers, for your teacher to grade it for you. You can put the feedback. What's up with that? Some teachers put QR codes or letters, and they use the feedback feature as escape rooms. Also, boom, right? You add another choice and so forth. If you want to be that teacher that says that there's two are correct, you can't, but so sad. Anyways, all right, so finish and you assign it. Oh, wow. All right, something that is recent here in our Edpuzzle Originals, we have study skills. This was the last set of originals that we have out. We align them with, we're suggesting a grade level. They're already ready for you. Some of them have, they tell you that this is only in English because you don't have a drop-down menu. I'll show you some that there are. So there are in different languages. They have with questions already. All the students are going to be able to slow down the video, every single one of them. And you can toggle if you want your students to speed up the video. You're welcome, Tammy. This is an option. Now, I feel like sometimes it depends on what kind of video it is. Sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, come on, Helen, let's go. This is slow. I'm like, and some students aren't like that, right? And some is like, I need to slow down. Like my students will be like, Manny, you talk so fast. I know, I talk fast. This will be recorded. You can slow me down. You can pause me. It's fine. But you can slow down the recording. So again, speed up. You have to enable it. Slowing down the speed of the video. Everybody has access to that. And then our originals have closed captioning. If we have the audio in all the languages, we also include it in here. It is automatically generated. You can't edit. When you upload a video into Edpuzzle, we are starting the closed captioning as well. Obviously, if you use a YouTube video, it comes from YouTube. We have digital citizenship. People don't know about this either. When you see this, it tells you what other languages we have them in. So the audio is in a different language with the questions as well. So you go. So the audio now it's in Spanish with the questions being in Spanish and the entire thing is in Spanish. So they're working on more languages, but this is what we have so far. All right. Now, I don't want to run out of time. I already showed you some of the new features that we have with the speeding up the video. Oh, the multiple attempts. Hello. I'm going to grab a lesson that I already have made. Probably the one that I had. Okay, when I assign it, I am assigning it to this class. Now, again, you're going to do this in Schoology, okay? You're going to go to Schoology, you're going to click Add Materials, you click on the tab and the little icon, little app, and then you'll see what you see in my screen, but inside Schoology. That was the times during COVID, Schoology. Okay. If you have multiple choice questions, you can let your students have unlimited. Some teachers I've heard that says, I don't care how many times you're gonna take this, honey, you're gonna do it until you get a 90% or an 80%. And you have to take it for a grade unlimited times, or once or twice, regardless. That's what you do. All right, so here is the speeding up the videos. If you want to let your students speed up the video, boom, you put it there. All right. And then what was I going to show you about? I already forgot. Assign and oh, that's right. I need the code. I am thinking about what I'm going to do in my next session. Okay, once you share the assignment, here where it says share assignment, you need this code to do the AppSmashing, which is the actual lesson session that I'm doing. All right, you need the iframe. You're going to copy the code. This is important. Know that over here says assignment. This is a lesson that I have assigned already. It is not in my content. Anything that's in my content, this is the raw lesson. This has not been connected to a grade book. It says media. When I share this one says media. That's very important. And you say, why does it matter? Well, because when I go to one of my classes, like I said, I think it was the AppSmashing. Here's a lesson that I just did in July 25th. This assignment has been connected to a great book, to my AppSmashing lesson. All right. So this one has assignment. When I copy the code, the first, what am I doing first? Right here. I already organized the tabs. Look at you. Okay. Genially is the first one. It is an approved website. All right. For site for people to go to. I'm not showing you how to do any of this because this is not a Genially session. So meaning that when you are doing your slides here, it's similar to Canva, yet is not the same as Canva. When you're presenting, it looks really pretty. The animations are cool. I didn't share my audio. It doesn't really matter because it's just background music. But the animation looks pretty awesome and the transition. So you can be recording your slides presentation either with our extension or with whatever recording app you want to use, but it looks appealing. You can create graphics and all kinds of things in here. I think we did the open house not that long ago, well, in Fair, when we have the COVID, all the things. But I like to always send something to the parents because I'd be like, what do you mean you did not know? No, I sent you a video. So I am trying to exit. Oh, I just need to close the app. I haven't used Genially in a while. Alrighty, so the key point here is it's pretty, it's animated. I don't have to do any of this. The only thing I did was I added my picture. Everything else was already there. The animation was already there. I changed the font here. So the key here is I am going to download, and I'm going to download this as a video. And then guess what? Guess where you're going to be adding that? It goes into Edpuzzle, right? And then you add your questions and things. Then you share it to your parents, and boom. Now you have analytics and proof that your parents actually watched the video. You'd be like, what do you mean they don't know what they're doing? It's right here. You watched it with the analytics in Edpuzzle. All right. So I'm going to show you that they have all kinds of templates already done. They have free templates, a lot of free templates, and a lot of paid, but the free, that looks so cool. See, it's like, oh, MG. connect. There you go. Look at that. OMG. And it's already all done for you. Alrighty, so that is Genially. Now, when I go to Wakelet, that is when I actually need the code. I didn't use the code over there. It was a video download. This is a session that I did with Tisha. Again, I'm looking at my questions from Wakelet. So I'm not going to explain what Wakelet is. Again, also an approved app. It's important. I want to show you 3 examples in where you can use Wakelet and Edpuzzle together. The first example is virtual open house, which is something similar that I show you in Genially. So when I create this Wakelet, I'm able to put like a fun background. I don't know if you can tell that I love anything glittery and sequin and things. And this is, instead of sending that PDF or that one piece of paper that we are going to lose, I became that parent that teachers don't want to be dealing with. I'm going to lose this. Like, send me email. Better yet, send me a Wakelet that I don't have. I can just bookmark and automatically just refreshes, and I can have all of these things here. So this will be, hello parents. Look at, yes, Henny ISD. I'm introducing myself, right? And here is my Edpuzzle that's embedded. Now, in this case, I embedded a lesson of, I was introducing myself to the students. I recorded myself. It was not my classroom. It was my son's classroom. But I started the video in the entrance of the school, and I was showing them what was around, and I was talking to them. I'm like, when you come and meet me, you know, you want to turn here. Here's the library. This is this classroom. This is this other thing. And then you get to me. And because we're open concept in elementary, my classroom is the one on the back. And I show them all of those things. And I show them my classroom. This is what this is. Notice that I am logged in, because if I have questions here, as in like, what do you like to do for fun? Or what do you this or that? If I need some feedback from either the parent or the student, I want to collect that as data. You want students to play with EdTech because they're going to play with it anyways. So rather to start with fun ways to use technology so they're familiar with it. So whenever I put content, rigorous content in Edpuzzle, they're already familiar with it. So, you know, started, and here is the lesson. So the way I do it is I just, you know, put this one. So this one actually wants the web address. Book Creator wants the code. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna get this link. All right, I'm gonna go to, is it this one? I think it's this one. There you go. And then I paste, and boom. Boom is done. How easy is that? Okay, so caveat here is, yeah, I remember Becky was say caveat. Now I know what it is, because I didn't know what that was. Since this is connected to a gradebook, you're going to have to make one Wakelet per class, because if you share it with all your classes, they'll be like, I'm sorry, this student is not in this gradebook. What did you want me to do with this data? So it's going to show like it doesn't work. So you can share the raw lesson if you want to, but data is always important for me. So I wanted to share this one link, and I'm going to remove this because Tisha's going to get onto me. Manny, what did you do? Okay, so here's the example. Alrighty, so that's example number 1. Okay, example number 2, it's the actual newsletter. I think I said newsletter in the open house. I think that's what I did. So in the newsletter, I am collecting multiple things, multiple items, and this is a live document. The other one was just a one-time thing that I'm included in here. I also included, this doesn't have a login. This is a raw lesson that students can go through. See, this is an open class. I don't have to have an account. It doesn't say that I'm logged in or anything, but when I go through it, it's going to generate data for me. Then I have announcements, and then, you know, I love me some Scholastic points. So it's all here, right? And then I keep adding more items within Wakelets. So this becomes a live document that a parent can just bloop, bookmark, and you can keep sending all those things there. So it embeds. So think about doing, Wakelet to communicate with parents. Unless they tell you to do something else, they'll be like, Manny told me, because OMG, they love throwing me under the bus. Okay. This is for like people that are like very familiar with both Wakelet and Edpuzzle. This is an actual fiction unit that I made with Tisha. This is a different layout. Okay, we have columns. Self-paced, because we like everything to be self-paced. Okay, first column is the actual lesson. I am pulling small groups, and the students are doing this on their own. I am putting my instructions and my teaching, my lecture, whole group is in a video that gives me data, right? So I'm giving them the lesson in the first column. Second column is they're gonna have to do the research. So I give them the list of topics, could be a document or YouTube video links or whatever it is. I think I put the library, Houston Library, but it's like your school library. And then some other videos or resources that the students can go through and research on their own. Then I created wakelets for each of the groups. They're gonna have to put in themselves in groups, obviously. And then this links, when I created it, whenever I share it, I'm letting them edit. So with Wakelet, I love it, is when you share a link, an editable link, it's gonna ask me for my name. And I can only edit the information that I put in. As you're a teacher, when you share editable documents, you're like, why did you delete somebody else's work? OMG, so sad. So with Wakelet, you control that. You can only edit, move around the things that you have entered. So they're going to organize their thinking in here. And then we have a student project link in here that is linked into a class, an Edpuzzle class. So that Edpuzzle project is you let students create a lesson for you. You can let them upload a video or use a YouTube video, and they have to put where the questions or notes are going to be, and they can submit it through here. I have questions now. Yeah. It does work. Well, the link classes. I understand it's a lot easier for you. When you take this certification, okay, I don't remember the link, so I'll put Edpuzzle certification. And if you misspell it like I always do, it finds it for you. I suggest you take this beginner course with Schoology because you may know how to assign lessons already. You need the troubleshooting parts, or you can just Google that video. It's in our YouTube channel. There is a button that if you click, it's going to create classes, and then you're not going to know. It's Schoology's. I don't know if there's anybody from Schoology here, but it's we say it's them, they say it's us. I don't know. It works. It works. But take this just so you know where you're looking at for the link classes. Edpuzzle with lowercase p, yes. Why does Edpuzzle work with one class but not the switch class? You don't add students into Schoology. So when you go into Schoology, you have to link your Edpuzzle class to each of your courses in Schoology. So unless you have all of them in one, which I don't think they do because it populates, the district does the classes for you. So you have to link each grade book, each class in each Edpuzzle account into the same Schoology account. I don't know if I'm making myself clear on that. This is confusing. I had times that when all the students in one class. So sometimes you don't see the students in Schoology. Why? I don't know. But when they click, the students see the lesson. When they click, the student populates in Schoology. I don't understand how that works, but it did. So when I was in Sci-Fi, that's what I saw. On the newsletter, those filter the new added. You can you can add it on the top or at the bottom. So I can add stuff on the top or I can add it at the bottom, wherever I want to. And you can move them up or down. But it's up to you. I mean, most people start putting the new things at the bottom. I like to see the stuff that's on the, the top. So I usually, put my announcement here and then I add it here and everything else just pushes down. So, yes. All right. I think I have, I didn't do my slides. Hello. On the slides, it shows you, there's the GIF of what you need to be doing. Okay. And I remember that I needed the slides because attendance is coming. Okay. Here it shows you how you do it, because this is the worst way to teach. You're going to forget everything I say because you're just mesmerized full of things that I'm saying. And I know I speak fast. So I've given you like step-by-step how to do, so you can go back and do it. All right. And then I put my danger, here's the attendance code. See, I remember. I was trying to be good. So this is where I stop sharing my screen, right? And you're going to share the code. That's how the last 2 years have been.
Hey, hi. Yes, I am going to share. I was lost in Schoology because I was actually reading all the Schoology questions. So
I don't see the same
little
questions that you have.
I was a little bit distracted. Let me get the attendance code, and then I want to talk just a short bit about Schoology. So this is our 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me share the 1 o'clock code I know everyone's been waiting for. So July 25th, 1 o'clock. So we'll give y'all a chance to jot that down. And I saw Jolene put an answer in the chat. I had to add separately to each course, then activate grading before the students had access. And that is the way that I understand it. So I was reading through all of the different suggestions, and what looks like Jolene Garcia wrote, that's how I understand it. So you have to add it separately to each course.
Yep.
And then you have to be sure that when you go into your assignment that you click, check the little grade
here and then edit and then enable grading.
Right. Enable grading. Correct. Enable grading is the magic check mark. And then
if you put non-grade or not graded, obviously it doesn't collect grade, but you'll be surprised. People are like, why didn't it collect grade? I'm like, well, you put non-graded or whatever that field says. It needs to say something that practice or checkpoint or whatever it is, and it will collect the grade unless you checked not for a grade.
Correct. Yes, I'm scrolling through all of these other suggestions and questions right quick. Yes.
The questions are on the YouTube channel. I did not pull that out. I'll pull it out for the next session. So I could be like, yeah, because here I'm all lonely in the chat.
Yes.
You and I.
Yes, I thought you definitely need to just go onto the DLC CFISD.net/DLC website and search for your name, and then you'll pop right in. You can view the whole chat.
Okay.
And Annabelle. So I'm Amy Kiner, everyone. I think I forgot to introduce myself. I'm one of the EdTech specialists here in Sci-Fair, your Room 7 host, and Annabelle Messer is also here with me, and she's one of our math curriculum specialists helping with all the behind the scenes. And so we are monitoring the chat and trying to get all the answers for you, and also make sure that Manny sees the questions so he's able to answer all the Edpuzzle questions. So we'll work together to try to get all your questions answered. Okay, Manny, you can go ahead and click share and continue on.
Okay. All right. Oh yeah, this is a lot of conversations. I'm like so sad. I forgot that. All right. Do we still? Yeah, I want to share my screen. All righty. And then the next one is, I think it's book creator or book creator. Okay. All right. Also an approved app. All right. Again, I'm not going to show you how to create a book, but here is the cover of my book. And then when I go into the next page, so think that this is going to be the page on the left, right? And then the next page is going to be empty. And guess what is going to go there? You guessed it. I don't know if it's still in my little copy thingy. So I'm going to copy the code clipboard. So I'm going to copy the iframe again. I'm going to go into book creator. I'm going to click on the plus and then more, embed code. And then you paste the iframe there. Boom. I'm going to change this to, I don't know. Fun mitosis video. Put the title. It doesn't even show. Oh, yeah, it does show. All right. And then I make this bigger because yes. Okay. So I've tested it. Whenever you center it, because that center, it shows odd. So I like to center it like to the left. And then it will show normal on the book. Okay. So this is, let's take a look at the book. Whoops, I was supposed to do this and do the magical appearance. So it is a book, right? So it could be unit, it could be at the end of the unit, whatever you want to do. I think this was a thing that I wanted to do with the teachers, like put this is how you use Google Classroom kind of thing, or how to use Schoology could be a thing. And then you put the instructions in one side, and then the Edpuzzle lesson is in the other side. So when you click on it, it's here and it's logged in again, because this is an assignment that has been connected to a grade book. And then it collects grades. Get started, and then you start doing your lesson here. There you go. Here's the Edpuzzle inside your book. All right, let me see. Yeah, book creator, I know. And all right, I'm gonna put a video into like Edpuzzle. It's lowercase p. Okay, don't hurt my eyes with all this capital P's. I made a video. This is lowercase because it's a logo. It's a logo. And I knew I was gonna have time to do another one. So dun, 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 dun. I know people will go cry for Canva. So you can record in Canva. I'm sure people are very familiar with Canva. I'm going to show you some things that I learned at ISTE. I was like, what? You could do this in Canva? So I'm going to show you something. I'm going to look for a desk, okay? Now, I practice, obviously. This is not design. I need an element. There you go. Desk. Because when I was doing my practice teaching or my hours in kinder, I had the hardest time with my students to understand what is under, next to, behind. Oh my God, it is so hard. So in Edpuzzle, you can create animations and it will do it for you. All right, so I have a picture of a desk. And then I want to have a picture of a bear, a teddy bear. I think I already have it here. Yeah, teddy bear. All right, I'm going to do this one. I'll do it smaller, obviously. All right, just bear with me. I'm like, why does Manny have this? Okay, so I want to be like, it's going to enter here. So I'm going to animate it. I did not know this existed. Granted, I don't work for Canva. I am not a teacher. But look at this. You can drag any element and it will animate it for you. So if one of the questions I'm trying to show, and this is actually a teak in kinder, okay? You have to show where it's under. So I will grab this bear and I will put it underneath, right? And here's the animation. Look at that. It was so easy. I just drag it and it's done. And I can share, download, and I can download it as a GIF. Done. I love it. So there you go. Size, download it, and then my GIF that shows under is there. Now, sometimes I have seen the teacher says like, well, we want to show where there was a teacher, I don't remember what district, but there was a teacher that said, I don't let my students go through the lab before they do my Edpuzzle lesson. My mom's calling me. Because they waste the materials. So she created animations and how the energy through the circuits will go before they actually start building the circuits. I'm like, genius. So when you go into Canva and you put an arrow, it will give you animations already. Like you don't have to animate them. So just download that as a GIF, or you can download that from Google and then just upload it as an answer choice in Edpuzzle. Now, something that I thought it was very cool here in Canva, it could be you're testing for the water cycle and you are teaching lower grades. Look at this. What is so one of your answer choices, because your littles cannot read. The water evaporates. So you can either have, that does not look like water. That looks like something else. There you go. You can change the background so it will show better. Right? You can even add, I don't know, water. There you go. And you can show it like this. And now it looks like the body of water, it's evaporating, right? And then you can add the sun. You just add here. I know it doesn't take all that long. There you go. Boom. So you have this, and now here's your answer choice. It does not take you all that long to make a fun animation that shows evaporation. All right. And then your next answer choice could be, let me remove the background. It could be, I don't know, the water freezes. So I just put freeze. And then I want an animation. The graphics. No, I think I put ice. What did I put? I don't remember. I think I put ice. There you go. You get the point. I think, how about snow? Snow, that'd be a good look, and it's animated. There you go. You can have so obviously you can't see the background, so let's do this. Boom. Okay. There you go. And you download that also as a GIF, and it will be very easy for a kindergarten to tap. I'm like, this is what happens to the water, right? So far, you just find the animations here and you download them as different GIFs for your answer choices. Does not take all that long. So I love me some Canva. Very easy. It is free, because you're an educator. We pay for it because we're not an educator. But yeah, just make your GIFs, just click, share, you download, and then right here. And you can send them as a GIF. You can record, you can create your slides and download them as a MP4 video, just like you can do in Genially. Now the animations are not the same, the templates are not the same, but this is another fun way for you to do it, right? And I think I have 5 minutes. Because Tammy will get on to me like, you are running late, Manny. So cool. Yes. I got you hooked on that puzzle. I don't remember. Okay. So link classes. I don't remember. I think we can find. Okay, let me do this live. See if it works, and if it doesn't, you'll be like, I don't know. Edpuzzle Schoology. There is a video that we have. I think it's a trouble. This one, because Alex made it. It's not new, but it's the same issue. I'm gonna put it on the chat. At the end of the webinar, it shows you some troubleshootings on Schoology of what
I'm constantly being bombarded by emails asking
I know you
me,
can't
can
hear
you
the
do
audio.
this?
Doesn't
Can you
matter.
send me that? It must
Give folks a minute. I'm student number 1.
Yeah, at the end it
Let's
shows
sync
you
it.
all the things that
Grades
happen
are
in
automatic.
Schoology.
To recap how effective these
So-
sessions are.
Anyways, I'm crazy that it happened live and I was able to find it. But if you send an email to support at edpuzzle.com, they'll be able to help you with all the things that you need. They're very fast. I don't do IT. It just, look, I just wear the sequence. I don't know. There's a lot of things like, we don't have access to that, but they do. So send them an email if you have issues with link classes. They work. They're just get a little bit jiggly. Alrighty. Yeah, support at edpuzzle.com. There you go. Now, I know I'm going to get in trouble for telling you this, but I think this is a hidden gem that we have. It does not work in Schoology. So you're going to have to be, they're going to get onto me. So there you go. Figure it out. They're going to tell me, Manny, don't be showing people that don't do things in Schoology. So I just show you where it is and that's it. Right? Otherwise, I'm going to get in trouble. What else do I have in the slides? I think I didn't even have Canva in there. So we have beginner, intermediate, coach. Inside of coach, when you finish coach, you have the actual, they have the link to do trainer, which I'm gonna do a part of trainer on the next session. I'm gonna give you the best practices. How do you make better lessons to package that up and then send them to your students? A little bit of it is in trainer. And then ambassador, I have 34 people that represent countries or regions in the US. This is an application. And then you'll be admitted or not. And I think that's all I have on the thing. Oh, here you go, the slides. But Amy she has a link. So either or. I think the link is better because you're on the computer. You're not gonna be taking this screenshot. I think that I did this in ISD. That's why I have this. People were not in the computer, they were just looking at me. Yes, so I have 1 minute. I am so good at timing. Okay, so this is a little section of what trainer looks like. And I thought it was so good. And I'm like, I need to do this into a session. So here are the best practices that we promote when you are creating your Edpuzzle experiences. Okay, so let me see. Come on, mouse. There you go. Okay, we're gonna start why. We always start with why. We should always start with why we do what we do. And then I'm gonna show you the process. I'm gonna build a lesson along with you. Well, if you wanna do it along with me. And then we're gonna take a look at the notes because I think notes are not used enough. So I wanna show you how you're gonna be creating notes with questions and all the things. And types of questions. Okay. So when I was building this, I had a hard time with some of the questions. I was like, I don't understand. We're so not used to using these strategies, which they did not come from me because I don't know everything. I found this teacher when I was at a conference in Illinois, and I was sitting on her session and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're amazing. I need a video of what you're saying. And she did. So she taught this session is like her strategy. So how she creates better questions to ask students. So are we ready? I want to just shout out the people in the chat, but I'm not. But oh my gosh, I get all the feelings. Okay, we start with why. Why should you be using Edpuzzle? I'm gonna tell you, it is not a babysitter. I'm gonna look at the camera. I'm like, don't be using Edpuzzle just to keep your kids quiet when admin walks in the classroom like, oh, they're doing all this. I'm like, So I'm using it to create experiences, obviously, but use the data that comes out of that. All right, so here is the typical classroom. I did whole group because I didn't know any other way to teach. And then Peter showed me what technology was, and I'm like, oh, what is this? I can record my lessons. I can have students record. OMG, what is this? This is the best thing ever. I don't know if Peter's in the chat because he was in the chat. Anyways, so when I was a teacher, that was me at the end of the day. And that's probably you at the end of your period or your day, because we get tired, right? Kids are lost because they already understand some of the concepts. Kids are lost because they have no idea. No, lost, bored because they already got it. Lost because they have no idea. Hot mess express. And some of my students, they say, my best friend doesn't want to be my friend anymore. And the day has ended. They are not ready to learn. And they're like, whatever, nothing is getting into that brain because their attention is not on you. And when you do what I'm doing, which is whole group, which is the worst way to teach, you're going to forget it. It is a one, you take it, and if you are not paying attention, it's gone, right? And all of that creates stress because I am expecting that every single person at this moment is understanding everything as fast as I talk, and with my English not being my first language, I'm going to assume that everybody understands me, and it's not true. So it's stressful for the teacher and for the students. So the best way is obviously to differentiate, right? So we use Edpuzzle to sift students into smaller groups. So you look at your analytics and you're going to be pulling small groups based on that. That, honey, is what you use Edpuzzle for. Alrighty? So when you start a lesson, we're going to start with why. Why in the world are we making our students watch this lesson? So let's do that. I'm going to go into Edpuzzle. And I think I still have my Amoeba Sisters video here. I don't know what video this is. I think it's not. The Schoology question. It's fine. Anyways, so I am going to go into the questions and I am going to click on a note. And here I'm going to tell my students why are they watching this video, okay? And what is the purpose of this video? I don't know if I can spell purpose. Purpose. It has some U there somewhere. And then what to look for, kind of thing. And because you know your students are not going to read because adults don't read either, you're going to record your note. And you're going to force them to listen to your lovely voice. Because when you have audio in a note, they have to listen to the audio before they continue is enabled. It is the best thing ever, because that way I was like, oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean you don't know what you were doing? You had to listen to me. And if you didn't, it was on purpose. So you put the why, you put the purpose, and then you save it. And I think I spelled purpose wrong, but it's fine. So the video lesson, before the video lesson starts, there's the why they're doing this, what they're looking for, because you are busy pulling small groups, right? This is self-serve. You're not taking care of them. You're not doing the whole group because they're gonna not paying attention. You do it through video. Then the video starts. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna pretend that there's something here. Okay, don't do 30 minutes. This was the video that I had on my clipboard from the previous session. We recommend less than 5 minutes for elementary, ideally 3 to 4 minutes for elementary, and then less than 10 minutes for secondary, ideally like 8 minutes. It's important, honestly, because force yourself to watch how to code with Java, how to do coding with Python. Well, for me, I've always wanted to learn how to create amazing videos using Adobe Premiere, and I just don't get it. I don't understand. I'm like, he's speaking English, but when you put the words together, I don't understand what this means. Same thing when you're reading when they explain the policies for you or a legal document. You know it's English, but when you're trying to make sense of it, it makes sense. So just be empathetic that your students are not going to understand the content. Make it short. Short. Just saying. All right. So at some point, you're teaching, right, something. Catch yourself in the beginning of the school year. When we teach, we're doing something on the board or we're using something on the table, and then we look at them. We use a sentence or two to make a connection, and then we ask the question. We do that. It's just normal. So we're trying to replicate that with the use of notes. Let me go back to the slides because I think I'm going back. Where were my slides? Did I close them? Yes, I sure did. All right. Here you go. I make connections. Okay, so I told you why, and then I'm going to make connections. That is the next one. So when I'm in my note, I am going to put a note here, and here's when you put the connection. When did we cover that? Did you see this somewhere else? Do you remember last week when we did this? Something like that. You're making a connection. You can add audio if you want to, and then you save. I don't think I have. Right. Okay. And then you save it. That will be the connection right here. And then the next one is you add more than one. Yeah. This is something that teachers don't do that we encourage for you to do. You already have them stop. So down here, you can add a question. You have them, you told them the why, they watch a section of the video. You already have them process the information. You haven't even asked the question yet. You're trying to make connections. You're having them think about what they just watch because this is self-paced, self-serve. You're not there to prompt them. This note is the prompt. And then you're going to add an open-ended question. Here will be the content question. That you could be with audio responses. You can record the audio if you want to. You can save it. And then you can add yet another question if you want. You don't have to. But know that when you're making your students stop, frequently, it's like you don't let them process the information. Now, when you do math, obviously, it's very, like I show you one little thing of that, equation or problem, whatever it is, and then you do it. Like I do, and then you do it. And then I do, and then you do it. And then eventually we're going to do it together, right? But math, it's very like square, like systematic in a way. Language arts, social studies, not so much. Let them see the content, process the content for a minute or more, and then on the same stop, you can ask them more than one question. Ideally will be the note to make them think, because if they're clueless or they were not paying attention, they'll be like, OMG, no, I did not notice. Let me click rewatch, and they'll watch that section again. So when you do it this way, you're keeping them on their toes. I'm like, okay, this all these questions, I really need to pay attention because this is all it grades automatically the multiple choice questions. So I have I'm going to cancel this. I am going to this saved already. Notice that you have the little interactions here. You have 2 dots, and then here only has the black dots, right? Because this is one interaction. I only have one. And then the second one, there's a white dot in there. That means there's more than one interactions. So you have one, and then when I click the next question, the blue dot goes to the next one. It's because if you add obviously another one, it will be another dot. So teachers don't use this enough because it's down here. I guess we don't really put it in a way that, that you guys will see it. But use this to your advantage. We do it normally when we're teaching, face-to-face. It's like we ask more than one question. Use that. Try to replicate the way you teach in the way you do it virtual, like self-serving, lessons in a way. All right. Yes. Oh my gosh, Monica, of course. I'm going to edit. And you have here the image. You can I have a hard time sometimes with the URLs. I do. So I think I downloaded an image earlier, which is a GIF. Oh, look, my table. My anime. Oh, look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna do probably this is a really big image. Look at that. We did this in the previous session. It's the animation. Ah, how cool is this? So, and we've made it like super easy. So you can have text, images, you can link, and then we have a math equation thing here, latex. This is all foreign to me. I'm sure Annabella's like, maybe it's so easy. No, it's not. I don't understand any of this. But math teachers love it because it looks like it should look. So they say, click OK, and then it works. You have that choice on answer choices and multiple choice question. No, answer choices and questions. Yes. Same thing with feedback. When you click feedback, which was last session, you have the same options. You saw me that I put a GIF in the feedback. Okay, so that's the thing. You are going to be adding multiple questions on the same stop. All right, let me pace myself. All right. Okay. This is the one that I had when I was talking to my friend. I was like, how do you make the questions different, right? Because we're so used to making them content specific. So this is what, well, it's in Trainer. It explains each type of question. Oh, there you go. Look at that. I paced myself. This time is really early. Okay, so here are the type of questions that my friend Kim Darsha is suggesting. Okay, so she says, how do we know that it's true or false, or the evidence? So when she was talking about this thing, we always, I mean, at least I always say, ask questions regarding to the content. But when you change it to make deeper, like more critical thinking questions, that tells you if they're understanding by what they're answering, but the way they're answering, right? So evidence that helps prove the point of the video, because that tells you if they are able to come up with those, is like the student is actually understanding and they're processing, you know, the information. That's like what? Next level. All right, this is also something that I never did that I wish I would have known, but view it as a different perspective. That is as showing them a model, showing them something like, okay, but if you were, you know, like for me, I was language arts. If you will see, I always think of Piggy and Elephant. If Piggy was behaving differently, if Piggy was, I don't know, not a good friend, what would it look like? How she would act? I never thought about asking questions like that. And I think that will make this type of questions makes them think and just, you know, imagine in different scenarios. And that will tell you more about the student. And it's not as easy as Googleable or to put it in, you know, ChatGPT. Which, talking about ChatGPT, I remember when, well, not really, because I was not that young, but when calculators came out, I remember math teachers was like, they're cheating, they're cheating. And then the internet came out. The internet did not make us geniuses, okay? Because it's there. Same thing with AI. Make your questions in a way that your students cannot find answers like that. And this will be an example of it. Because you have to think about what the video covered and then process your own answer based on the scenario. It's very hard to come up with questions based scenarios like that. So my teachers will tell me, Manny, figure it out. My kids are Googling my answers. As well, honey, your questions are the problem. So this is why I think it was great. Asking them questions that they have to come up with some personal connection or something that they have seen in the past to come up with an answer. They won't be able to Google that. Just saying. All right, so this will be in the slide, the presentation. We will give that to you. If you're really interested, which to me, these types of questions are like, what? We have a video. It's free in Trainer. You have to take Coach, and then after Coach, you have access to Trainer. All right. Kids would never do that. No, they would never find answers in Google. Alrighty, okay. What if they were different? There you go. It's like, honestly, you will never think of, well, I mean, I never did. To me, it was always content related. What Kim was saying is like, grab the content that you're teaching your students and then shift it and see if they can give you an answer this way. So we covered the evidence, true or false, but the prove your points will be the way, a way to do it. And at least my students will give me a better answer if it was oral. We don't transcribe, Edpuzzle does not transcribe, you'll have to actually listen to them. But students are just like teachers. If they'll re-record, they'll delete it and then do it again and do it again and do it again. And they're practicing. So, you know, that's that. So different perspective, that's really cool. And then connections, how we talked about this before. That's great. Because I think in the Amoeba Sisters, it talks about when the cells are reproducing and they're making identical twins to see if they have seen when cells reproduce, which the video does talk about. Cells do reproduce in different ways. Another cell can create a mother cell or something, but I mean, that's different. Anyways, but making those connections, right? That is the key point here. I don't know if you guys have taken pictures, but to me, this is like the main core of the session, like the types of questions. All right. Well, I guess core of questions, because now we're going to talk about with the open-ended question, open versus closed-ended questions, which that is the key, I guess. Multiple choice questions. The closed questions will be graded automatically. And then the open-ended questions, I didn't show it on this. I'll show it after this. The teacher assess, which is the AI feature that we have, you can input the teacher answer, the ideal answer, and it will compare the student answer with what it should in reality be, and then it will give you a grade. So it's not necessarily automatically, but it is with a few clicks or in some types, then you can get a lot of answers in one click. All right, but see what kind of answer do you want? When I came to the US, there was a lot of multiple choice questions. In Mexico, we always use open-ended questions, always. It is very rare, even with my friends now, that they teach us, like, we always leave them open. We want to know what they're thinking, and if you give them nothing, then they have to, give you something. If it's multiple choice, they can just guess whatever it is, and they're guessing. So I was always more up to doing open-ended, and then I click really fast. I went into multiple choice because it was a lot easier to grade. And we remember the Scantrons that we used to use. So, but either way, I do believe in open-ended because, again, you can respond with audio, the scenarios, things. You get better answers, in my opinion. It gives you a better sense of how your students are handling the information that you have. And this, the easiest one to remember. And what else? When she said this, I said, oh my gosh, Kim Darsha for president. This was, wow, so easy to remember. And the level of rigor here. Okay, what else can you tell me about this? Now you need to give new content on what you just watched based on your experiences. Go. I should be looking at some like happy faces or be like, oh, MJ, this is amazing, because this completely changed the way I saw questions. Like, what else? What else can you tell me about this? That was mind-breaking. Anyways, pushing the thinking with and what else on the questions. Society. I don't know, it's the chapter where like, this is amazing, and nobody's really saying anything. Or maybe you were like, oh my God, this is so cool, and then you're not typing anything. Yeah. Anyways, so this type of questions really resonate with the 3 top levels because they're evaluating the content, they're analyzing the content, and they're like when they end what else, they're creating like more not content, but they're making their connections and then producing something that is not in the video for you. It's taking care of all the high levels of blue, just saying, right? But again, when I was a teacher, I did not realize that. I was really asking questions about the content that we just watched. But this, oh my gosh. And whenever we present or we say, hey, this is some suggestions on how do you ask students better questions. And it's hard to remember because we're so used to doing the same thing that we always do. So she recommends to start with 1. She says, go into, and you pick 1, like stick to for 2 or 3 weeks, purposely create questions that provide evidence. So focus on the evidence of, whatever next content and get really comfortable generating questions that promote students to create evidence. And then once you have that one down, then you move to something else. She says, start with 1 skill and then you move to something else because you want your students to get used to it. And then you move to something else. And just like with EdTech, don't forget that you're using this with your students. Just because you already got it, that does not mean that your students understand it. So understand for example, this viewpoint well, generate the questions that actually fit like your perspective, and then have your student make sure that your students understand the way you want them to answer that does answer the questions, because sometimes they give you an answer, but I say, honey, that does not answer the question. What are the key words within the answer that you need to have, that will match? Kind of thing. So once they're familiar with it, then you move on to something else. And then eventually you will be a master of answering questions, asking students questions. But next year, your students are not going to be familiar with it, and you're going to have to start again, getting them comfortable in how you want them to answer. Talking about that, I remember that. I did not pass my Spanish certification test. I didn't know how to answer. I did not know that I had to answer with the question, with some words from the question. I just didn't know. And then my partner teacher, Dennis, she taught me how I should answer questions. And then I passed. So answering the right way matters. All right. And then I show you this, and I show you this. And then we have, closing. Important. When we're going to start building our lesson, right? I'm going to probably cancel this. Okay, I have 1 question. You're going to start building your lesson with stops. So I have the why, I have a note and questions. So at some point, I'm going to have another note and questions, right? So this is how you're going to be building your lesson. Depending on the length of the video, it's how many stops. We don't really recommend a number because, again, with math, it could be a lot. It could be, not so many. It all depends on the content of the video. What we do say is, if it's a 2-minute, 3-minute video, don't make him stop like a whole bunch of times because, good Lord, let them breathe. So just be mindful of that. So at the end, this is what this is. You're going to be closing with a question. Sometimes when we do self-paced learning, or what is the name of this? Self-serve lessons. I'm like, what is the name of my session? We forget to allow our students to talk to us. Remember that Edpuzzle is not a babysitter. We're going to be doing this because of the data analytics that we get, right? So we are going to be busy pulling small groups. And I have something on the chat. Let me see. On the other chat. Then we need to be able to Students are not able to create their own puzzles. Well, if you have a student projects, they can create Edpuzzle lessons. Edpuzzle student projects does not work with any LMS. So you have to go into Edpuzzle, create the project there, and the students have to go to Edpuzzle. Now, Cypher does not want you to not be in Schoology, so, but it's available. Notes section. Annabelle, I don't remember which one. I need to be now. I have both chats open. Yeah, so this was not a great example. This is just a 30-minute video that I had on my clipboard, but it should be secondary less than 10, 8 minutes ideal. Elementary less than 5, like short. Yeah, so whenever you do, like for example, it will take them about double the amount of time. If it's a 10-minute lesson, because the students have to stop, read what you're saying, think about what they're going to be answering, and probably going back and watch it again. It's going to take them about double the time. So you want them to be short lessons, because that's 15-20 minutes of your period. That's a lot. So short. Okay, so at the end, you are going to add an open-ended question, and here is where you allow your students to talk to you. Again, you're busy with your small group, pulling small groups. You don't have time to talk to your students, especially if you're in secondary. You have so many, and you have very little time. So here is you're giving your students a space to talk to you. So here's where you put, what was hard for you? What questions do you have for me? And what did my spelling is horrible. And why is this is how you spell you. Why is this not? Oh, because I didn't put you. Okay. And it's a lot easier for students to say, this is question 1.
Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Okay. And then this is question 2. It just reads a lot easier. There you go. And you can Google, how do you put your emoji keyboard? This is not really inserting images. This is an emoji keyboard. Question 1, question 2. There you go. All right. You can allow them to respond with audio if you want to, or you can record that. You can allow them for audio responses, or you can just leave them like that. This will be a way for you to talk to your students when you're doing the teacher life, everything else. So you take a look at these answers to base the lesson for the next day. To be like, how are they feeling? Because if some of them are lost, then you know who you're pulling first. Okay, so allow students to talk to you through this. Now, if you're in elementary, like I had some lessons in where it was 0 content. Obviously, they could do it whenever. I taught them how to breathe, how to calm down, all through Edpuzzle. It was a video of me, talking to them like, here's your cocoa, like help me blow. And when you're teaching them how to breathe, because this kid is angry with the world and they're trying to calm themselves down. So you're teaching them how to breathe and how to talk to you. I know it's a screen, but they do it. They do go noodle. Okay, so they're going to do this. And at the end, you can do something like this. Anything you want to talk to me about. And sometimes they just want to let it out. And you have a space for them here. How about that? Okay. I'll have questions. So the video might be about 2-3 minutes in real time. It takes my kids. Yes, Adolfo, something similar to that. It all depends on how many questions you have, but we say about double the time. If it's a 3-minute video, it could be like 6 minutes. 7 minutes, something like that. you can, yes. Oh, let's do that, Alyssa. Thank you. Let's do that. I'm going to save
And
this,
today.
and I'm going to
and
be,
today.
oops, I'm going to cut it. So how am I going to do this? I'm going to do this. Probably. Obviously, you want to make sure that you can cut it here. And yes, I know it's going to cut some of the questions. It's fine. Cut the video. All right. And then I want to finish. And then I'm going to assign it. All right. And then I am going to go to my content. Oh, my content loop. This is the video that I already edited. And then I'm going to make a copy. And then I'm going to watch it because I need to edit. Okay, so this is my second copy. Now I ended here.
That's just below.
Whoops. Okay, there you go. Then I'm gonna go to the next section and I am gonna start wherever you stop. It was like 7 something. There you go. And yes, that's fine. So this is my second version of that long video. And then I finish and I assign. So basically, if you have a really long video, make copies of it. And then you're going to show, again, we're not a video editing company, but you can cut and show the beginning, like the first section and the middle section and the ending section. And it could, you don't have to keep uploading it. You just make a copy. Right? Amazing. Yes. Hello. Goodbye. All right. Teresa, last year I managed my school classes and it will not let one of the classes you linked classes and emerging classes. They're very complicated. There is, look, if you go to support@edpuzzle.com, we have articles that explain. It's been a minute since I was inside fair, and I don't have students, so I don't remember exactly how it was. Support@edpuzzle.com. But also, if you take our certifications here in the Schoology, we have some troubleshootings at the end. There's some videos in there. And how do you get to this website? You say, well, I never remember the link. So it's Edpuzzle certifications, and I always butcher it. So Edpuzzle courses, and it will be there. Boom, beginner with Schoology. I know you're probably not a beginner, but it gives you those tricks about you have to go to each one of your Schoology courses, connect your class. You will see your my content inside Schoology. Once you find the lesson, you have to click on the gear, you have to click enable grading. All of that is in video format because it's a process. Yeah. I mean, they're all like that, Alyssa. Like they all like Canvas has their own kinks and Schoology Classroom has their own things. It's just how it is. Ms. Gonzalez, you're here. Yes. All right. So, but I have 10 minutes. I think that was the end of it because it start with why, use the notes to make connections. I showed you the different types of questions that she's the different skills that she used to ask students better questions, and then end with a why. Yep, that's it. Okay, and then here are the certifications that we have. Right. So I think the meat of it is honestly, it is the type of questions and how she broke them down. It is just like, oh my God, this is so cool. So we'll give you the slides. I know you're gonna probably, creating questions with this prompt based on the content that you have. I think that will be kind of like the trick because it's foreign to me. Like point of view, that's pretty. I mean, and I can see it even with my second graders. I can see how I could do that with pig and elephant. You could definitely do it, and even with more language arts, because I didn't teach math. That's why I asked Annabelle. I don't know how to do this. Explain it with apples, because I don't know. But there's some people here in the chat that are math teachers that were able to do that magical transition. But yeah, anyways. I'm looking to see if there's more questions. I have some time. What else can I show you? Yeah, people, Schoology and link classes and merge classes, yeah, other things. Oh, sometimes I remember this. When you don't see students there, let them once they click on the lesson, the student just populates. And sometimes when you assign a lesson in Schoology, it gives you this sad face, hit refresh, and there's some magical thing that happens and then it works. I don't understand why, but refreshing fixes half the world. So always refresh. And then don't be that teacher like me that when you go home, you just close your computer. Eventually, you're gonna have to turn it down because it gets your apps to get up a jiggity. So if it doesn't work, restart your computer, refresh. That takes care of a lot of the things. Alrighty. Oh my God, this is like so many people here. Look at all my crazy self. And yeah, make it fun for your students. I think it's like when you let them be creative with how they want you to answer, like with typed or oral, when you create like student projects and give them experiences that they can see over and over again, it just sticks better. I remember, and if my partner's here, she won't let me lie. They will tell me, Mr. Curiel, what are we doing? They have no idea. Even though you just explain it, you're like, I'm sorry, you need to go watch the video. And you don't have to keep repeating yourself. It's in a video format. So it's, if they forget, which they will, I'm LEP. I need to watch it more than once. Give me the power of watching it as many times as I want. And please don't let me feel like I'm not smart, because I felt like that when I was in college. My professor would talk so fast, like the way I talk. But English was not my thing. So if you let them students watch your teaching over and over again, even if it's a YouTube video, put your voice to make it, more personable, but let your students have access to you and your amazing teaching. So video lessons really, really help, at least my students and the students that I've seen, is you are there for them. You're teaching them and you're teaching the parents. The parents are using the same strategies as you were doing in the classroom. So
Manny, we're gonna take a little commercial break here and we're gonna get ready for our next session. And so thank you for joining us.
All right.
Have a great rest of your day.
All right. As she said, my name is Sela Estelle. I'm actually coming to you live from Greenville, South Carolina. So I love doing virtual conferences all over the country, and I love that I get to do this here in the coziness of my home, and you're in the coziness of your home or school or wherever you're participating, and then we can go grab a snack right afterwards, right? That's the benefit of the virtual conference. So I see a lot of hellos in the chat. Thanks so much for popping in there. We're going to be kind of interacting a little bit in the chat. So if you want to get yourself prepared, if you need to make that YouTube channel, whatever is necessary. If you just want to watch, that's fine too. Hopefully you'll find something helpful in this session. So I want to go ahead and take a second and let you guys connect to this presentation. So just I don't know if you've been to any of my workshops before. I was able to present at the same conference last year. And I was joking. So my friend Shane Peak, he and I both work in the same school district here in Greenville, and we do technology workshops together quite frequently. And he is doing a session in room 6 right now. And so we were texting and joking and saying, hey, if they're in mine, like I'll send them over to yours and you can send them over to mine and whatever. So happy to share. If you do need to hop out and go see his session, it will be totally worth it. And I will not be offended one little bit. So shout out to Shane. If you've attended any of his other sessions today, I hope they have been really helpful. So this is a link to my presentation. The way that I like to do my workshops is this presentation has all of the links and things that I'm going to be talking about inside the presentation. Okay, so if you'll pull this up, this is a public view link. If you'll just bookmark it, then you'll be able to go and find all the links that I'm going to reference later. My workshops, I like to describe them as a fire hydrant flow of information. Okay, so I'm going to make the best use of our hour time that we possibly have. It's going to be a lot of information, but the way I design my presentations, I want you to be able to go back and explore things a little bit later. Okay, so we've got that link in the chat, so I'm going to go ahead and move on a little bit. So just to explain how this presentation works. So it's kind of like a digital table of contents here. So each of these sections in the presentation, if you click on them, it will drop you straight to that section of the presentation, and you can kind of look from there. If you need to go back to the table of contents, just click that. A few other things, if there is a tiny little black dot in the top left corner, that's just a sign that something on this page is hyperlinked, okay? I really love to like hide hyperlinks everywhere, and so I got nervous that people wouldn't know where they were. So that's a little clue. And also, if you don't know this, your mouse will go from a pointer into a little hand pointer when something is hyperlinked. So that's just a little tip from the ed tech world. Okay, so that'll help you figure out the hyperlinks. I like to put logos and I like to put shapes, and then I hyperlink those things. So you won't see any blue live links, but I've definitely got things linked all throughout the presentation. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I already had a beautiful introduction, so I don't really need to go deeper into that other than to say, I'm really excited to be with you guys. And like my introduction said, I'm really passionate about supporting teachers and learning graphic design basics. And we're going to get a little bit deeper into some research in just a little bit, but I kind of developed this love for graphic design. I am not professionally trained, and I will not claim to be so. However, it's been a lot of practice and trying things online. And the reality is that you and I are making resources for our students because we care, and because sometimes we feel like we're not satisfied with the things that we are given. So you are making that effort, and so I want to be able to support you in that. So even if this is just like so much information today, I just want you to find one little thing, one little idea, one little tip, maybe even a website that you can use to kind of help you in that resource creation journey. Okay? All right, so we're going to start this first section discussing the need for design. And what I mean by that is the need for high quality graphic design. So the reality is we live in a world that is very visually stimulating, right? And companies are spending millions of dollars on advertising and marketing. You go through grocery stores and it's about like what label can catch your eye. In fact, my family makes fun of me. Sometimes if there's so many options of a product, I will pick the one that I feel is designed the best because I want that designer to get paid. So it's all about what can grab your eye. And like our kids are on cell phones and they're scrolling, scrolling so fast you can't even see what's happening. But something's going to catch their eye, okay? So if that's the world in which we are living, in which our students are growing, we want to make sure that we're accommodating that transition, okay? I'm not saying it's the best transition, but I am saying if we accept the reality that things are changing, we're going to be able to connect with our students a lot better, okay? So I want to watch this short clip. And it is we're not going to watch the whole TED Ed talk, but it is a short little clip by this guy, Brian, and he is a college graduate student and is just kind of sharing some observations that he had as he was observing educational resources and their graphic design. So we will go from there.
Why do we have to make data more visually engaging in the first place? And this wasn't an idea I thought about until last semester, and I'll tell you a story. So in my stats class, there was a really cute girl, and I wanted to talk to her. So one day I got a chance to sit next to her, but she was on her iPhone. So when I was waiting for a chance to say something to her, I couldn't help but notice what she was doing on her iPhone. She was on one of those blue websites with a lot of pictures like Instagram, Tumblr, or Facebook, and this is how she was browsing. She was flicking her thumb so quickly, I couldn't even see what she was looking at. And every so often, she would stop, tilt her head a little bit, and then press down on the screen, and a little heart would pop up. And then she would continue scrolling. And this whole time, she didn't spend more than 2 seconds on any given photo. So after I saw this, I stopped thinking about the girl. But I couldn't stop thinking about what she was doing. And I guess that's why I'm still single. But my point is, it's no longer about what we can have access to. It's about when you can look at so many things, what makes you stop. Now we can take this idea and bring it back to education. Think about how much stuff you have to look at on a given basis. Now, when we compare the graphics used in education to those used by competing forms of media, such as advertisements, we can see that education is severely lacking. We know what we should be paying attention to, but there are things around us that are intentionally trying to distract us. So I guess the lesson here is, if you're a communicator of information, you have to make your data more engaging. The rules of the game have changed.
It always gets me when he say that last line, that if you are a communicator of information, you have to make your data more engaging. The rules of the game have changed. And again, this is just a recognition of the reality in which we live. I'm not saying it's great. I think a lot of our students are easily addicted to their social media apps, and I don't really have specific data, but I feel like so many more of our students are becoming visual learners because that is the environment in which they are growing, right? So if we're going to be communicators of information, and we have good information to share, right? We really do. We want to make sure that our students are not only participating in the information, but they are wanting to engage in the information. So that's my motivation in learning a little bit more about graphic design. So here are a few articles for you. They are linked in the kind of the little labels there. So the top one, Ed Report. This was a report that was done at the end of 2019. So it's a little outdated, but not too much, okay? I still feel like the information is relevant. But they just went through and wanted to talk about why high quality designed resources are important. And in their study, they interviewed a bunch of teachers, and a few of the questions that stood out to me were this. First of all, they asked teachers, how many of you are readily accepting and you are accepting of the resources that your district gives you, meaning you feel like they are appropriate, you feel like they are well designed, you feel like they will work for your students. And when they asked that question, only 18% of teachers in this study said that they wanted to use the resources that their district gave them. 18%, guys, that's like less, that's less than 20, that's less than a quarter. I mean, so that tells me a few things. That tells me that teachers are taking their own personal time to create resources. And the study goes on with that. And in their research, teachers take about 7 to 12 hours each week preparing their own resources for their kids. That's outside of your work time, okay? And if you're somebody like me, it's more time than that. And then they also asked teachers kind of, where are you going to get your resources? And about 95% said they just hop on Google and look and see what's out there. And of course, that will lead you to other places where people are selling resources. And about 75% of them said they went straight to Pinterest and just started looking through. So I know we're taking the time to create these resources, right? So that means we need to have the skills and we need to have the tools available to create them well. The two other articles that are linked there have to do with graphic design in business. And even though they're business focused, articles, I think you'll find a lot of parallels between a business representing their product and educators representing their product, which for us is information and content, okay? So you will find a lot of parallels there, and I think if you kind of start to think about when we're teaching a lesson, in a way, we really are marketing the information that we have. We're trying to make it attractive and interesting to our students, to our audience. And so all of those same ideas and marketing and design and all of that, they go into this planning process, okay? All right, so you might be thinking, I am not a graphic designer. I don't know any of the rules. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here for the fun of it. Well, I would challenge you today. You do have creativity inside of you. Okay. It is naturally gifted to you. So I want you to think a little bit about different designs. Maybe think about when you go to the store, if you're someone like me, what are the kinds of designs that stand out to you? Or if you go to a library, what kind of books are popping out to you? We know you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover. Yeah. But the covers are interesting, right? Okay. So if you're looking at those kinds of books, what's going to pop out to you? What seems interesting? What do you gravitate towards? Okay. So what I want to recognize in that is you are already attracted to certain types of design. Like you already sort of have a style or even an aesthetic. You already have things that you like. And so you can take a lot of those elements and pull them into the resources that you create. All right, so for our next section, I want to take some time and actually go through some of the basic design rules. We won't take a lot of time here because if you really want to get deep and learn a lot more about this, I've got some resources for you, but we're just going to touch a little bit. So I want to start out with a game, okay? And this it'll work well. We just have a little bit of lag between this and the live stream. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to show you a few pictures on the screen. They're labeled with 1, 2, 3, whatever numbers, okay? Without thinking very much, I just want you to glance at them and I want you to pick the one that immediately attracts your attention. And whatever that number is, I want you to pop it in the chat and throw that through, okay? All right, here we go. Here are our first images. We have 3 different apps, whether you recognize them or not. I want you to pick the one that stands out to you the most and go ahead and pop that number in the chat right now. All right, I'm seeing some numbers come in. Again, sorry about the lag, but we're making it work. I'm seeing lots of 2s and 1s, a few 3s. Okay, excellent, excellent. None of them. Oh, well. All right, so I'm seeing kind of a balance of all 3 numbers, which is fantastic. So I kind of want to walk you through these. And my purpose is not necessarily to introduce you to a new app as much as it is to point out the design. Okay, so the first app is called Trivia Crack. If you've played it before, it is very appropriately named because it is a very addicting game. But basically you go on, you spin the little wheel, and depending on the category it lands on, you answer a question about that category. Then as you answer things correctly, you earn those little characters there, and then you're competing against someone, and then you win, and then you get the winning question, and it is just a rush, okay? But this app is designed very childlike and game-like, okay? So notice the fonts, okay? We've got some big bubble fonts. Notice the colors. We have some bright rainbow-like colors that kind of just give more of a playful vibe. Notice the little characters, okay? They're kind of animated, just like little fun little icons, okay? It feels very childish, but it's more like friend-focused, okay? Then, of course, you have Target. I don't need to explain Target other than a lot of companies are so intentional in their color choices, okay? And so when Target chooses that red color, red is a color that communicates urgency, or sometimes that there's an emergency or something that needs to be accomplished, okay? So now I think we understand why we walk into Target and we just feel like, go, 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 get it done. And then we walk out with 20 different things, okay? That red color is triggering our senses and just making us feel like, wow, we got to get it all, okay? And you'll notice that a lot of other businesses also use red, and a lot of fast food restaurants also use red. It's that eye-catching as you're driving down the road kind of idea, okay? The third app is called the Calm app. And if you've used it, it kind of has these stories or different things you can listen to help you calm down at the end of a day. So you'll notice there's kind of darker colors. So when you have it up on your phone, it's not super bright in your eyes. We have some very like simple, relaxing fonts. You'll notice that the menu face is very easy to navigate. There's not all kinds of crazy categories. You can just scroll through and see what you want. And it's very user-friendly, very simple, very intended to help you calm down. Okay? All right, we're going to go on to the next one. This time I'm going to show you 2 websites, and I want you to tell me which one you would like to use more. All right, and go. This is where I grab a little drink while I'm waiting. All right, here we go. I got some numbers coming in. Here we go. Wow, like a whole chunk of numbers just came in at the same time. Love it. All right. Okay, I love it. As you can see, the majority is 2. Okay, now here's what's interesting. Okay, both of these websites are obviously about animals, providing facts, so on and so forth. Okay, and the reality is that both of these websites probably have like very good information. Okay, but when it comes to our students wanting to interact with the website and or maybe trusting the website, every single class that I have asked has chosen website 2. Okay. Now, some of you are arguing, no, I would use 1. It looks a little bit more, info friendly. I agree with you. Again, the content could be about the same, but as far as providing a resource that is well designed and interesting for our students, every single question, every single class where I've asked this question has chosen website 2. So that tells us when you have websites like this that are well designed and really aesthetically engaging, our students want to go do that research. Our students want to go learn that information. Okay. All right. Last one. Here are 2 book covers. And go ahead and just pick which one kind of stands out to you and maybe give me one thing on the cover that you find interesting, whether that's the font or the picture or the typography, the way that the words move. I don't know. Just give me a little reason there in your answer, okay? Okay. I love how some of you, I can just tell you're just poised over the number, ready to go. That just makes me so happy. All right, so I got some 2s. It looks dreamy. It looks mystical. They like the picture. 1, you're liking the bright colors, and maybe the sketch of the little girl. Colors, bold pictures, the splat. Yeah, I love it. Okay, awesome. So yeah, you're pulling out a lot of those elements that I wanted to point out, which is fantastic. So let's look at cover number 1. I have not read either of these books, so don't come for me and ask me what they're about because I don't know. The first one, I just think it is so fantastic how they took this ink blotch and turned it into the title. And it is so incredibly on topic because the book is about a young girl writing and just kind of her figuring out her stories and things like that. And then beyond that, the typography, that's not just a font that they popped in there. They like manipulated it and made it fit into the ink splotch. And I just... brilliance. A lot of you loved the bright colors, and I agree, because if I were walking down the hall, the row in the library, this book would definitely stand out. It would grab my attention for the cover, and then I would see the ink blotch and I would go, oh, that looks cool. And I would pick it up and check out the book. Okay. All right. Our second book, this one, I love this design because there are a lot of things that are obvious, and then there are a lot of like mysterious things happening. So let's talk about the obvious first. The font is very flowing. It very much gives a fantastical vibe, if I can say that. It definitely looks like there's kind of mysterious things going on. We've got a girl in the middle of a swamp river. I don't know. She doesn't, I mean, she looks like she's trying to figure out what's going on. But what I think is so fun about this design is you obviously have the elements that you see, but then you have other elements going off the page, okay? You've got this tree that expands very large, and then you've got this bird up in the top corner. And immediately my mind is thinking, what in the world is that? And is it going to attack the girl? And what is going on? And so this design is so intentionally mysterious. And it even says that in the little description, the little comment up at the top, because they want you to check out the book. They want you to figure out what's going on, okay? So all of these are just examples of how just the graphic design, just the cover design, just the website design is trying to grab your attention in a really specific way, okay? All right, so let's take a little bit to talk about what it's going to look like for you to get an eye for design. So these are a few tips that I have come up with. They're not necessarily graphic design, universal ideas, but I think a lot, I tried to summarize some main things for you, okay? So the first one is color. When you are designing, so when I say design, when I'm saying designing resources, I'm thinking designing slide deck presentations. I'm thinking designing social media posts. I'm thinking designing websites, class websites, school websites, anything that requires you putting it together online and adding visual effects, that's design, okay? So when it comes to color, we need to be aware that color communicates feeling, okay? And we don't have time, but you could go in and look up color theory. And there are like scientific reports out there telling you how your body reacts to certain colors, what they mean. It's really fascinating to get really deep into it and figure out that even colors mean something in one context, but in a different culture, they mean something different. Like red, for example, we discussed it's that urgency, it's that caution. But then even in an Asian culture, red is for like happiness and good luck. So you have to know your audience. And you have to know how that color is going to come across as meaningful for them. So color is really important. Then I think of theme, okay? And when I say theme, I want it to be cohesive, but not redundant, okay? We have moved on from the age of creating a PowerPoint presentation and taking that slide and going copy, paste, 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 and then going to each one and adding your information, okay? That's not visually interesting anymore, and here's why. Because your visual learners, they're going to stay with you for the first few slides. And then when it gets to the point where things are just not interesting, they're not like visually stimulated anymore, they're going to zone out. And then when they zone back in, it's going to be even more confusing because what they're looking at now looks exactly the same as what it looks like 15 minutes ago, okay? So there are a lot of great platforms, and I feel like most slide deck templates are moving in this direction, where they're taking the same fonts, the same colors, the same graphics, but they're organizing them in a variety of ways throughout each slide in the slide deck. So just be aware of that. If you've got those old presentations, just take them and revamp them, okay? I'm not saying all your old resources, you can't use them anymore. This is just trying to look at it from a new perspective of saying, okay, how can I make that a little bit more visually engaging? All right, balance. Balance is really important because you don't want to just like take information and all throw it all on one page, okay? This is a slide that has a lot of text on it, but I will have other slides in this presentation that have very minimal text and they have lots of pictures or graphics, okay? So it's important to balance out those elements. You don't want information throw up on every single page, okay? You don't want color throw up on every single page. There is research to show that sometimes things can be too visually stimulating. You know what I'm talking about. So find the balance. Find the appropriate balance of your content, making sure that your content also matches what you want to do with your design, okay? And then simplicity. I had my yearbook teacher in high school, her biggest suggestion for me was just less is more. So don't feel like you need to include every single graphic and every single picture that goes with it. Sometimes one simple graphic can communicate so much more than 10. Okay, so don't be afraid to add too little. Okay, make sure you're filling up the space and making it make sense, but don't fill it up too much. I think I see a lot of teachers swing the pendulum in the opposite direction and just like I said, just like throw up graphics all over the page. And that's overwhelming for our students as well. Okay. So one thing I want to point out before I move on is spacing. This is kind of like one of my ultimate pet peeves. It's like one of the two. So I just want to point out some things for you, and I'm going to try to do it with my mouse. So what I want you to see with spacing is this spacing is equal to this. The spacing between this paragraph and this paragraph is the same. I also made the spacing between these two lines smaller so that it felt like that was a cohesive paragraph and not connected to the other things. Each of these icons, even though they're different icons, and that really messes people up sometimes, which I think is funny, but they're all going horizontally in the same line. They are all aligned horizontally. I couldn't think of the word. Each of these icons is aligned horizontally and vertically. Each of these text boxes is aligned vertically with this. So this is a very balanced, put together slide, okay? And sometimes your designs, the difference can be using the align tool and not using it, from it being a good design and being a bad design. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If you want to learn a whole bunch more about graphic design, actual basic concepts, here are some videos for you. They are linked. There's a YouTube channel linked there. I've also popped some of the videos in here. These would be kind of my suggestion of these are basic skills that you will want to have. There's also an infographic here that I found that would be helpful, kind of a visual way of showing these concepts. Okay. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over this, but please read this quote when you have some time to go back through. This is by Susan Kerr. She was influential in creating a lot of the icons for Apple when they first started creating things. So you can check that out later. All right, creating new resources. Let's keep going. So now we're thinking, okay, where do I start? You've told me some of the basics. I kind of have some ideas. Where do I start? Well, as most things, we need to start with a plan. So you need to think about, number one, what are your intended outcomes? So you're going to be presenting this content, whether it is curriculum content or just informational content, like I'm thinking like a social media post, like an invitation or an event or something like that. So what are your intended outcomes? Do you want people to engage with this information? Do you want people to really mentally process this information? Do you want people to share this information? So what are the outcomes? Then how do you want your material to be presented? So let's think, is it going to be in a slide deck? Is it going to be on a social media post? Is it going to be a video? Is it going to be a podcast? All of those things come into play. And then what tone do you want to set and what emotions do you want to elicit? This I find to be really meaningful when it comes to particular concepts in curriculum. So for the past few years, I have created social studies resources for my grade level team. We kind of support each other and each have one subject that we create for each other. So I've created social studies. Well, fifth grade social studies for us starts right after Reconstruction and moves all the way through until the present time. So we're hitting all of the world wars, we're hitting the Cold War, like we're hitting a lot of heavy stuff, okay? And when I'm designing those resources, I want to be really careful that I'm not just picking cute fonts and colors and popping them on a page. Because I want my students, I want them to be interested in the information, but I want them to be interested in a sober way. Like I want it to be sobering, and I want them to think, and I want them to realize that the reality of war is not what they're seeing on their video game. So when I'm creating those resources, I'm picking backgrounds that are muted, if not dark in color. I'm having them connect with kind of like that sobering reality. So that's one example of where I want to think about the emotions. I want to think about the tone. Okay. So once you've got your plan, okay, you go find your template and you start going. So then you will start the design process, okay? All right, so you're gonna go find a template and you're gonna start designing. And what I love about this process is it can happen really fast. It can happen really slowly. You can like all of a sudden have all the creativity come to you, and then other times you're just coming up blank. Like this is the part that is different for everybody. So my encouragement is don't look at somebody else and compare their design process to yours, because your creativity is different, right? And you're also learning more specific tools and you're learning specific concepts. So give yourself some grace here, okay? Give yourself some grace. Don't expect perfection at the first time. I've often wanted to like screencast my design process because it is literally like move this over here, move it over 2 spaces, move it back 2 spaces. Like I'm just constantly adjusting things in a tiny way, but just because I want it to be as close to perfection as I can humanly make it, okay? So give yourself some time, give yourself a window of time. Don't expect that you're going to make a lesson from scratch for the next day, especially if you have not had practice in these different ideas, okay? And then you want to think about downloading and sharing. For my grade level, I always do Google Slides, and I will actually go in Canva, create my presentation, save each page as a PNG, and pop it into the Google slide. Why do I do that? Because my team is familiar with Google Slides. They're familiar with hyperlinks in Google Slides, and so it's easier for them to navigate. So you just want to think through some of those things. So as far as design platforms go, here are some of my favorites. Canva, just Canva. I don't need to say anything else. It's the best. It's fantastic. You get a free educator premium account. If you're not on Canva, please go get on Canva, okay? It is fantastic. It has everything that you could possibly need. If you don't want to go that route, then let's connect in some other way. So if you want to start like a blank canvas scratch, you could do PowerPoint. That's our Microsoft version. Keynote is our Apple Macintosh version. Okay, so you can kind of really go from scratch there. And then SlidesGo is another website I found that just has Google Slide templates curated for you. And so you can go and kind of find one with a theme, and then you can take it and adjust it to your needs. So that kind of like does a lot of the design process for you if you're not quite comfortable with that yet. So that's a fun suggestion. All right, where do I find fonts? I'm so glad you asked. I feel like when it comes to designing in education, this is the ultimate rabbit hole. I mean, I feel like I could get lost trying to find fonts. So there are tons of free fonts on Teachers Pay Teachers, if I'm allowed to say that. So go find those. A lot of those, they will provide them for you for free, and then you have to pay for a license to use it. So just be aware of that. Defont.com is another fun one. Let me make sure that you are seeing this. So here they've pretty much got every single font style you can think of. And all of these fonts are available for free. You can download them. It'll give you that TTF file. Then you will have to extract it. I'm finding that a lot of people don't understand that. You'll have to extract it from the compressed file, and then you can add it to your computer. But I do want to point something out here, and this is coming from someone who is a content creator, is a resource designer. You will notice that some of these say free for personal use, 100% free. Some of them say a demo. Okay, so here's what this means. Let's just talk licensing for just a little bit, okay? If it says free for personal use, then they want you to use that font. They want you to download it and use it to your heart's desire. But that means only for resources that you are using for yourself or with your students, not anything that you are going to resell, okay? So they're basically giving you a free version, say use it up, but when it comes to actually producing something that you are going to sell, since you are including their creation, you have to consider licensing, okay? So free for personal use means use it with your kids, use it with your kids, use it with your kids, okay? On the other page, it said 100% free, which meant you could use this for resale. So you will have a commercial license, which means you can use this on things that you want to sell. So I just want to make sure that we understand that, and with integrity, we use these creations that other people have made, and just make sure that you're supporting these creators and respecting their creation rights. Okay, so that's a little side note. I love you guys. Do that. So have so much fun with the fonts. One thing here, please be careful which fonts you're picking. I'm seeing so many elementary teachers go and pick a cute cursive font. And the reality is that a lot of our kids can't even read cursive anymore. Or there's cute fonts where they combine uppercase and lowercase letters. And especially for our little babies that are learning the alphabet, that's so confusing because they're like, wait, it's supposed to be uppercase, but they're combining. And yeah, it looks cute. I get it. But let's be aware of our audience. Let's be aware of how it is meaningful to them. So if you're going to pick one of those fun fonts, okay, please just look through, make sure it's legible. Make sure it's appropriate for the age student with whom you're working or your audience, whatever. And especially if it's a cursive font, go look at those weird letters, okay? You know what I'm talking about, like the F and the R and the S, that in cursive can be really weird sometimes. Okay, just go check those and make sure that they are legible and the people can figure out what font those are, okay? Or what letter it is, excuse me. Does the district block downloading these fonts? I don't know. I am not currently in your district. That might be something you're just going to have to try for yourself. You might also consider you could do it on a home computer and then transfer the fonts over. So that will download them to your computer and then you could use them from your computer there. Okay. Can we get these fonts in our Google? Unfortunately, no, they cannot go into the Google Suite. Yes, they will work in all of your Microsoft, like your PowerPoint and your Word. Once you've uploaded it into your computer, yes, those will work. There's also a trick where you can upload them into Canva. Google that sometime, okay? All right, pictures. Pictures really do communicate so much, okay? So even this slide, I've only got one picture, but it communicates everything. So Canva has amazing picture resources. If you're not connected to Canva, a few websites that I use are Pexels or Pixabay. Both of these websites give you royalty-free images. So that goes back to that licensing. They're giving you images that it's completely free for you to use for any reason, however, okay? So those are some pictures. All right, so now that's kind of the design. Those are all the components. You're going to create your resource. Okay, now let's look at the content. Let's look at how your students are going to interact with the resource, all of that. Okay. I'm going to pause for a break in just a second. You're doing great. Okay, the first thing is hyperlinks. Hyperlinks are your best friend. If you are not hyperlinking things, bless you, bless you, bless you. So what's cool about hyperlinks is anything that you can select, you can hyperlink. Okay, so I think a lot of us are used to seeing text hyperlinks, but you could also hyperlink shapes, you can hyperlink pictures, you can hyperlink text boxes, you can hyperlink anything. So if you can click on it, you can usually hyperlink it. I mean, maybe you can't do videos, but that's about it. I mean, you can do pictures, you can do everything. So if you click on this little guy here, this will take you to a sample where I made a digital notebook and I'm just showing you all the different ways that I hyperlinked things. So this text is hyperlinked. Each of these is hyperlinked within the presentation. These little buttons are hyperlinked. So I've just found that it looks so much nicer than putting all those blue links all over the place. And it's really more engaging because our kids feel like they're like pushing on buttons and doing fun stuff. So your secret to that is Control K. Anything you click on, if you do Control K, it'll give you a link option. For my Mac users, it's Command K. Okay, so just put that little shortcut in your brain there. You're going to use it every single day of your life. Google Apps. I can't say enough. I'm not going to spend too much time here because we're getting close to the end of time, but I know my district is a Google district, so all of my students and my staff members are familiar with Google Apps. So yeah, just dig into those. They're so user-friendly. It's really great to communicate information. Just check those out. All right. Yes, yes to what Jenna said in the chat. All right, so types of resources. Now, I like to take my basic slide deck presentation and bump it up, okay? And what I mean by that is I insert all different kinds of online resources using those hyperlinks, okay? So a few things, a few categories, I should say, of different resources are these. I like to put things in where the students will interact. So it might take them to another website or another activity where they actually need to do some reading or some highlighting or some dragging and dropping, whatever the situation is, but it's forcing my students to engage digitally. Then I love to incorporate videos. When I first started teaching, I felt like videos were a cop-out because I was nervous about teaching the content. However, as I've taught more and more, I feel like videos are fantastic because they truly are giving another perspective a lot of times. So I try to be really intentional with my video selections that they are giving it in another perspective or they're communicating what I want to say in a better way than I can. So don't shy away from those videos. Our kids love videos, right? So do some talking, show a video. Do some talking, show some video, keep them engaged. And then reading, okay? When we're pulling in reading to our different content areas, our students are beginning to see, oh, this is not just I have to go sit in a corner and read a chapter book. Like reading affects everything. It's connected with everything. So a lot of times I will link to outside articles or send them different places where they can go and get some more information and read for themselves. My kids also love infographics. Okay, I would highly recommend, especially for if you have low students who are not quite on that grade level reading, go find some infographics because they feel confident processing the information. There might be some text on there, but it's going to be mostly visuals. Okay, so save that for a later date. All right. Before we pause for the attendance code, these are some different resources that I have plugged into my presentations. And the way I like to do it is I just kind of like copy and paste their logo and I stick it on the slide and then I link that activity to the logo. So it's not taking up a ton of space on my slide. And my coworkers immediately know, hey, there's something attached here that the students can interact with or that the teachers could use in the live lesson. Okay, so these are just some. Each of these little logos is linked for you. If you have not heard of these websites before, please go check them out. We don't even have time to go into these, but these are some really great resources, some paid, some free. I tried to give a variety and I tried to give ones that were meaningful. So if you have used any of these before, go ahead and pop in the chat and just kind of share how you've used it. I just want to take a couple minutes here. And while we're getting that chat flowing, I'm going to pause and let our host share the attendance code with you. All right. Okay. We are back in business. I see y'all hopping on the chat. Thank you so much. So a lot of you are loving Brain Pop. I love Brain Pop as well. My school does not pay for a subscription though, and I'm like so mad. I think I'm like about ready to use my own money to it because it's so good. Vocabulary is another one that also does that, and they take different either vocab lists or different content ideas and they turn it into raps. So it's really fun for the kids. They're totally engaged and it's really easy for them to remember because it's got that beat, right? All right. Again, I'm going to skip over this quote for the sake of time, but please go enjoy that later. So now let's get into the actual creation, okay? And I want to be respectful of your time. We're getting near the end here. So I've linked a bunch of samples for you of presentations I have created, okay? So this page, each of these pictures is linked. I just want to point out a couple. So this one I created for that reconstruction unit, okay? So I wanted to think, okay, how can I approach this topic? Because obviously it's sensitive and I want my students to understand. I want them to be respectful of the content. And so I really focused on that word reconstruction and where reconstruction really is constructing again. And so I found this brick background, kind of just like giving that wall, that construction idea. The really cool paper layering on top was just for the title. I love that. So when I create presentations for my coworkers, I do like a little table of content so they can easily jump from one lesson to the next. I kind of stuck with this brick background and then added some like parchment paper in here and found some fun fonts that I like. But this little activity at the beginning, so I kind of, it's like, how do you introduce this topic, right? It's not, you can't really say like, hey, we're doing a unit and talking about like what happened after the Civil War. Like they need to understand the gravity of what's happening here. So I found this picture, I think it was on Pexels. And at the beginning of this unit, I just have my students take a few minutes and just look at this. Okay. Like I literally give them a minute and I want them to come up with different adjectives to describe this, this house. Okay. And so after they get to stare at it for a while, then we talk. They're like, okay, it's broken down, it's ruined, it's old, it's destroyed, it's falling apart, it's abandoned, it's, you know, it's dirty. I mean, any word that you could think of to describe this picture, they come up with it. And then I take all of those words and I connect it back to, okay, all of those things, all that brokenness, that falling apart, that really messed up, all of that huge mess is exactly how America was after the Civil War. And so now we have to start coming up with some idea of how we can rebuild, how we can reconstruct. So I love this activity because it's one example of that picture is worth 1,000 words. And quite literally, once they comprehend those 1,000 words, then I have a foundation on which I can start talking about this content with respect and reality. And my 5th graders are mature enough to understand. Okay, so that's a really cool feature. I love to embed videos. I love to embed the note samples. Kind of, you see the little hammer down there, so kind of went with the construction stuff. So that's just kind of a sample. Pulled in some different time period like pictures, but kept it sort of seamless with that brick color. Okay, so that's kind of an example of some variety there. These animal units, oh, these were my favorite. Let's do this one. So I found the coolest animal pictures on Pexels and I just like went crazy. Okay. I made like a 3-stage animal unit that corresponded with the standards I was teaching when I was in 4th grade. And so with this one, it was kind of like the blue-green theme. Okay. So I found this really cool font. I used this very sparingly because it can be a little bit hard to read, but I just think it's so fun. And so we went through with this unit, it was talking about the different growth cycles. Okay. So pulling in kind of like that orange accented teal color. I mean, just look at these pictures. They're so cool. So with these, I focused on the different animal groups and I pulled in like a background that corresponded with that animal's habitat. So there was a lot of thought going into that. A little bit of interaction. I mean, they're just so cool. So cool. I can't. Embedding those videos, like I said, it's always helpful. Don't shy away from it. Yeah, anyways, you get the picture. They're so fun. This one, let me show you the pictures on here. This one I kind of focused more on like the red, orange, and then kind of did that teal as an accent, talking about the senses and how different animals use them. And then I really had to like hone in on the different senses. And again, I found a background that corresponded with that animal's habitat. So a lot of these, like I'm really passionate about providing visual cues that kids don't even understand are happening. So like when they're seeing an animal and then they're seeing its environment, they might not realize, oh, those go together. But mentally, they're making visual connections that are going to reinforce things later. So all of those are really fun. Let's see. I have some, I'm going to move on, but please go check those out. They're really fun. Another way I really love to make things cohesive is if you kind of think of like a business, you have a brand, right? So you kind of have a logo, you have a letterhead, you have a website, you have all these different things. Like if they're posting on social media, things match. So one way that I really love to be professional and come across like put together is to kind of do a whole design for anything that I send out with parents. So this was my base class website for a few years. And so I designed my welcome letter, my syllabus, all of those things corresponded with that design. So parents were getting a cohesive design over and over again. All right, so now it's your turn. Like I said, fire hydrant of information, and I'm aware of that. Thank you so much for hanging on for the ride. I really hope that there was one tip in here that was useful for you. Go take some more time and go back through the presentation. If I went through fast, go and take it at your own pace. Go check out all the samples that I've linked. Yeah, I just hope something in here was meaningful for you. So I would love to connect outside. If you have any questions or follow-up comments or any feedback, please provide those. I've got an email provided for you. I also have a business website where you can find me. I'm also on Teachers Pay Teachers and Etsy. And yeah, let's connect. Let's connect. If you love this workshop, if you want to find some other workshops for your staff, let's talk. Let's talk. So I thoroughly enjoyed spending my time with you today. I really appreciated you guys letting me join you from Greenville, South Carolina. So thank you so much. And I hope you guys have an amazing last few weeks of your summer.